Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is the second part of Naruto the Instinctive Shinobi. In this massive alternate universe, the villagers of Konoha thought they were finally going to finish the job, but all they did was awaken a sleeping god. Born as the secret son of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kiyomi Uchiha, Naruto's bloodline is already legendary. But during a brutal and unprovoked attack by the Leaf villagers, young Naruto is pushed to the absolute brink. In a blinding flash of survival instinct, he doesn't just awaken the Sharingan, he unlocks a divine, untouchable state of combat, Ultra Instinct. Get ready for a massive, action-packed AU combining the speed of the Yellow Flash, the eyes of an Uchiha, and Ultra Instinct. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Amaterasususano, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to this story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now sit back, relax and enjoy. Chapter 10, Chunin Exams and Meeting Bob. It's been 4 months since Naruto switched teams and he was happy. Their teamwork was so good that sometimes they didn't need to communicate to each other. Training was a bit difficult because of how strong he was. He could already go against Kurenai, but that is because she focuses too much on genjutsu, and not her taijutsu or ninjutsu. Her taijutsu skills were mid-chunin and ninjutsu-wise outside of the shun shinjutsu, the substitution, clone jutsu and hen she knew none, so in the past 4 months she trained in taijutsu and ninjutsu. All of them now wore resistance seals to help with speed. Hinata and Shino were as fast as a high Chunin without the seals activated. Kurenai's speed reached Enko's level, which was Loambu, and Naruto was low Sannin level at speed without his resistance seals activated, but with them he is as fast as Lee without his weights. Taijutsu-wise Shino was low Chunin. He decided to go with Wing Chun for fast striking and heavy defense. Hinata had to fix her Juken style. It was too stiff for her. It turns out that the style was meant for stiff movements like a boulder. Hinata, being a water user, needed something that flows smoothly so she can attack and defend at the same time. Turns out her mother had the same problem and left her taijutsu style for Hinata to learn, and she was a natural at it, but other than her teammates nobody knew that she knew it. Kurenai needed a taijutsu style built for speed and flexibility, so she combined the offensive style of the hummingbird style, made famous by the yondaime, and the flexibility of the snake style Enko uses. Her taijutsu was mid-jounin level. Ninjutsu Hinata learned water style, water wall, and water bullet jutsu. Shino had an earth and fire affinity, so he learned fireball jutsu, dragon flame and phoenix flower. Earth style mud wall. Earth style, binding chains and earth style headhunter jutsu. Kurenai didn't have the typical chakra nature. She had Yin release, but she learned some jutsus for it. Yin style, chakra siphon, which she wanted to add into her taijutsu style. Yin style, dark binding. Yin style, dark shield. However, she did train herself in learning some lightning ninjutsu, which was difficult due to her Yin affinity, but Naruto taught her the shadow clone jutsu, and she was able to use it to master the lighting training she learned. Lightning clone, lightning bullet, electromagnetic murder and lightning palm. Naruto even started to teach her how to cast genjutsu with her eyes to allow her more freedom to use taijutsu and ninjutsu. She can only cast up to C-rank genjutsu with her eyes, but it's good for somebody without a Sharingan. Naruto told her at best she would only get up to high B ranking to low A ranking genjutsu with her eyes. She was okay with that. When she casts genjutsu from her eyes, her pupils constrict and sends a chakra pulse to an opponent's eyes like the Sharingan. But he told her this technique would never work on a Sharingan user. Naruto grew the most ninjutsu-wise. That's what he focused more on. He liked using his lightning and fire jutsus the most. His lighting turned red during his training, but he didn't complain about it. He learned his mother's lightning jutsu. She couldn't use lightning style. Hammer of the Thunder God. It creates a hammer, Thor's Mjolnir, made out of lighting, and the user can use it to smash his opponent, or use it to control the natural lightning in the air while it's raining. Lightning Edge. Another jutsu he created. It was like the Chidori but made no noise. Lightning style. Raging Dragon creates a serpent-like dragon in his hand that he controls, and it is almost impossible to dodge. Lightning Javelin. Pure lightning shaping that creates a javelin that he can throw at his opponent, piercing them and electrocuting them. He also learned Twin Lightning Dragon jutsu. For fire, he had his Jiji lend him some scrolls in secret. Great Dragon Fire jutsu, Fire Breath jutsu, and Misty Flames Dance jutsu. He learned some Wine ninjutsu as well. Wind style. Air blades he uses through the Kubikuribocho, creating wind blades that can destroy the landscape and cut up an enemy from a distance. Also, if he channels enough chakra, he could kill a giant summoned creature. Air slash that he uses with or without the Kubikuribocho, although it is stronger when using the sword. Wind Dragon jutsu and Wind Drill jutsu. He throws 3 kunai blades infused with wind chakra, throws them in the air and controls them to create a large drill that destroys everything in its path. He learned 2 more water jutsus as well. Super Exploding Water Shockwave and Ripping Torrent. He only learned 2 because he rarely uses water but has them just in case. His taijutsu was High Jonin, now on par with Rock Lee even though he doesn't know him yet. His genjutsu with his Sharingan was almost as good as Itachi. Overall he was mid-jounin due to his lack of experience. However, if his Sharingan is active he can take on a midambu, and his Manjikyu he would be able to take on a low Sannin level ninja. Shino and Hinata were both mid-level overall, and they were happy with the progress. Kurenai was a Jonin already, and her overall skill put her at high Chunin low Jonin. However, due to her recent training she is as strong as Anko, who is mid-high Jonin. Naruto finally unlocked the Susanoo. He was surrounded by a black rib cage and an arm. That's as far as he can go right now. Also, they have completed 7 more C-rank missions, and it would have been 9, but 2 of them upgraded to a B-tank due to having to fight a missing ninja. Naruto also completed an S-rank mission on accident where he found one of Orochimaru's old labs that had a lot of dead bodies tied to experimenting tables. They didn't find much, so they burned it. Now him and his team are waiting for Kurenai to show up at the training ground. Shino and Hinata are sitting together with her on his lap. They started dating 2 weeks after the wave mission, and Naruto was happy for them. He was snapped out of his thoughts when Kurenai arrived. Okay guys, I've decided to request you for the Chunin exams next week. As you may have noticed, we have some team from different villages already here. So fill out these forms and head to the academy next week with these forms and head to room 303 for the first part of the exam. Good luck, and if you need anything just come find me, she said and vanished. So I'm pretty sure these require all 3 members to participate in the first 2 parts since it's 3 parts all together. Do you guys want to join or wait it out? Naruto asked after reading the form. I will take it, but only for the experience. However, if I am recommended for a promotion, then I will take it, Shino said, and they both looked at Hinata, who was thinking about this hard. I think I'll join too, like Shino said, it's for the experience for me as well. But I'll also take the promotion if it is offered, she said. Great, so see you guys in a week then. They both nodded, but before he left he couldn't help but mess with them. Oh, and make sure you use protection, okay? He vanishes as a kunai from the blushing Hinata flies at his head. Naruto returned to the training field because he wanted to work on cutting down the hand seals for his lightning and fire jutsu. His wind and water already require 1 or no hand signs. He was about to begin when he sensed something in the tree that's been following him for years. He activated Shursui's technique dance of the teleporter, creating solid afterimages, and snuck up and grabbed whatever was following him. What the hell are you supposed to be? He asked as he looked at the creature with wings but had the body of a lizard. I'm a dragon, young Naruto. And I have been watching you for about 5 to 6 years, the dragon said. Yeah, I know, I just never bothered to do anything about it until now. So how did you get in the barrier? It should have set off an alarm. Oh, the barrier doesn't work on summons. I thought that old monkey would have told you. Anyway, I am here to offer you the Dragon Clan contract. We would like you to become our summoner, the dragon said. Oh, I would like to, but I already signed the fox contract, he said. Yes, I am aware of that. However, Kurama has given you the blessing of signing another contract, and has given us permission to offer it to you. Can summon him, and ask him to be sure I'm not lying. Naruto bites his thumb, goes through hand signs. Summoning jutsu. What the fuck? Kid, this better be important. I was about to have my way with my mate. By the way, she wants to meet you, but wait a month before summoning her. She's in heat, Kurama said. Oh, Kurama, that would be my fault. I told him to summon you if he didn't believe you would let him sign the dragon contract, the dragon told him. Oh yes, the dragon summoning contract is fine, just no toad or snakes. I hate them. Well, I'd better get going. I have a mate waiting for me to ravish her. Oh, and Kit summoned Scarlet. She actually grew the last 6 months, he said. With that, he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Okay, where is this contract for me to sign? As he says that, a scroll appears in front of him, and he signs it. Good, now the hand signs for summoning us are a bit different. Instead of you starting with the boar hand sign like usual, you start with birds, switching the places of the two. Now go through the hand seals and summon your familiar. Your familiar requires very little chakra, maybe as much as a genin as you guys call it. Naruto goes through the hand signs. Summoning jutsu. A small baby dragon appears with pitch black skin, and its eyes have the iris and emerald green color, but the pupils are black and are shaped like an oval. The dragon opens his mouth to yawn, and it shows a row of small but sharp teeth. This is interesting. A baby dragon has never been chosen as familiar. Usually familiars are small dragons the size of a small house. Anyway, this shadow your familiar. He can't do much right now, so summon him again in about 6 months, then he can start training with you. Cool, thanks, but are you always this small? He asks. Oh no, I'm way bigger. It was just easier for me to watch you this way. This is a henge, as you would call it. The dragon grows to be about 500 feet tall. This is how tall I really am. Okay, what's your name? You haven't told me yet, he asked. My mistake, the name is Bob, Bob said proudly, puffing out his chest. Naruto had to bite his lip in order not to laugh at this 500-foot-tall dragon, and his name is Bob. Well, it's nice to meet you, Bob. Thanks, Naruto. Same here, and before I leave, you can't summon Boss Dragon or Elder yet. They will decide when to meet you. With that, Bob returned home. Naruto goes through some hand signs. Summoning jutsu. Before he can stand up, he is knocked over by a red blur. Naruto! I'm so happy to see you again. You never me summoned before. I know I can't train yet, but you could have at least played with me, Scarlet said, going to a sad time at the end. I'm sorry, Scarlet, I was busy, but I'm about to train. You can watch if you want, he said. Okay, but do you have any food? I'm hungry. He unseals 4 bentos and opens them for her. One has steaks in them, the other has fruits and nuts, while the other 2 have fish in them. He doesn't unseal any water because they have a stream like 20 feet away, and he can just pull water out of the air for her. She starts eating and begins to train, cutting down his hand signs for lightning and fire jutsus. After 5 hours of training, his lightning edge needed no hand signs, and his twin lightning dragon only needed 5 hand seals. For fire, great dragon fire was down to 3 hand signs, and fire breath he needed no hand signs, for those were the only 4 jutsus he worked on. Well, him and about 600 clones. He notices Scarlet sleeping and sends her back home. He heads home for the night and sleeps. Day before the exams. Naruto is walking around the village when he feels 4 chakra signatures following him. He sees a square rock following him and taps it once, making it explode in smoke. Little monkey, Konohamaru, snot nose, udon, red spots, moegi, firecracker, hanabi, what can I do for you today? You promised to play ninja with us, remember? Konohamaru stated, getting 3 other nods of agreement. Now, in the last 4 months since joining Team 8, Naruto, Shino, and Hinata hung out quite often, and he started to be around Hanabi more often and got her to break out of that stick-up-the-ass Hyuga way and be more like a kid her age. Somehow, she even got her father to take in a small white kitten Naruto found one day in his little animal hospital that he built. How she did it, Nobody knows, but yes, she has a cat now. Due to her becoming less stuck up, she quickly made friends with Konohamaru Udan and Moegi. He was about to speak up until a voice beat him to it. What kind of ninja plays ninja? Sakura said, walking up to them. It teaches the stealth and trap making spitter, you should try it. Naruto says. Hey boss, is she your? Konohamaru holds up his pinky finger. Of course not. And Aizen would never date somebody like her. I mean, look at her breasts, they're as big as mine, and I don't have any, but I'm 10-inch. Hanabi said. Yeah, you're right, plus look at her forehead, it's so huge. Konohamaru said. And you might want to run now, Konohamaru. Said boy looks at Sakura, who has an evil aura around her, and takes off with Sakura right on his heels. Ouch, Konohamaru said. Hey, watch where you're going, you little shit. A black car suit wearing boy says and picks Konohamaru up by his collar. Kankuro, put him down before we're not supposed to cause any trouble, besides what if he sees you? A girl with blonde hair and 4 pigtails and a giant fan on her back says. Relax, Temari, I was just gonna have some fun with him. Kankuro said. Fine, but leave me out of it. Temari said. Kankuro pulled his fist back to punch Konohamaru, but a voice stopped him. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Naruto said, coming out of nowhere. Oh, and why not? Kankuro said, while Temari has other thoughts. Well, a local hottie, I wonder if he's single, she thought. Because the Umbu watching him will surely kill you for harming the Hokage's grandson. As he says that, 2 Umbu appear and protect Konohamaru. It's alright, Cat and Lion, I can handle this. They nod and escort the 4 kids away from the scene. The second reason is because your other teammate in the tree doesn't seem happy. So Sasuke, can you and your friend come down here? He said, confusing Sasuke until a swirl of sand is seen rising before them, showing a red head with teal eyes with the kanji for love on his forehead. I didn't even notice him, Sasuke thought. Kankuro, you're a disgrace to the village, the redhead said. But Gaara, I was just... Shut up or I'll kill you, he says, scaring Kankuro. What's your name? Sasuke Uchiha, Sasuke said smugly. Not you, I don't care. I mean him. He pointed at Naruto. Naruto, is all he said. Mother says she wants your blood. Naruto, already having guessed he was the one-tailed Jinchuriki, was not scared one bit. Tell your mother mine has 8 more tails and should watch out and not cause problems, he said calmly, confusing Sasuke and Sakura but getting scared looks from Temari and Kankuro. Gaara grabs his head in pain. Temari, Kankuro, we're leaving, we have to meet Baki-sensei. They turned to leave before Sakura spoke up. It's illegal for a foreign ninja to be in the village unless they have a reason, so why are you here? She asks. We're here for the Chunin exams, don't you know they're being held here? Temari stated as if it was obvious. Yes, Spitter, didn't your excuse of a sensei tell you about them? Sakura doesn't reply, only looks down while Temari blushes at the nickname, understanding what he meant by it. The Sand Genin left, and so did Naruto, leaving Sasuke alone with Sakura. Sakura, you should train more before the Chunin exams. We might not have much time before they start. Oh, if only he knew. Oh, and why does Naruto call you Spitter? She blushes at this but sees this as an opportunity. I can show you, but I'll have to go to your house. It's kind of private, she said. He shrugs and leads her to his house, not noticing the 3 figures in the tree who didn't notice Naruto standing right behind them. So that's the Uchiha? A girl with a Sound Village headband said. Yeah, he doesn't look like much, I wonder what Master sees in him, said a boy with black gravity-defying hair. It doesn't matter, we have our orders, we are to test the Uchiha. Let's just hope Kabuto can do his part, and not blow his cover. We need him to get the Uchiha to trust him in the forest, the other one said, who looked like a mummy. They all vanished, never sensing Naruto. So we have a spy in our ranks, huh? Kabuto, I've never heard or seen one around the village, and I basically know everybody even if they hate me. Naruto said he has to see the Hokage about this. Day of Chunin exams. Naruto woke up and began getting ready. He had 2 hours to get ready, so he put on his usual clothes, ate a big breakfast and left. Everything was the same about him except he had the Kubikaribuku in his back. As he was leaving, you could see an image of Shursui with a proud smile on his face. As Naruto was walking to the academy, people had to do a double take on him. The serious look on his face reminded him of the Yondaime, and if he had blonde hair he could pass as his son. Oh, if only they knew. They banished those thoughts and began to glare at him like they usually did. He reached the academy and saw Shino and Hinata waiting for him. They waved him over and he walked up to them. Are you both ready for this? After today our lives will change, but remember to have each other's back and trust your abilities. He said that last part mainly to Hinata, who still had times where she was unsure of her abilities, but they were still working on it. We can do this. We will follow your lead, Naruto, as you are team captain. Logically, we should follow your orders, Shino said. No, Shino, if you or Hinata have any suggestions or ideas, we can use them. Despite me being the leader, I will also listen to what you have to say. Naruto said. They both nodded and handed in their registration forms and walked into the academy. As they walked in, Naruto noticed a group of Konoha genin that looked to be a year older than them. It was the same Hyuga boy he saw at the Hyuga compound after his meeting and tickle fight with Hanabi. It was also a boy with a green spandex jumpsuit with leg warmers, but what caught Naruto was he had the exact bowl-cut hairstyle and bushy eyebrows as that weird jonin that screams about the flames of youth all day. However, it was the girl that caught his attention. She wore a pink sleeveless Qipao-style Chinese blouse and dark green pants, but it was the hair that made him remember who she was. Her hair was in two buns on her head that reminded him of a panda bear. He walks up to them, ignoring the Hyuga who was glaring at him with his Byakugan active. He remembered what Naruto did to him and deactivated his Byakugan, but still flared at him. Panda-chan? Naruto asked, and the girl got mad and glared at him. I don't know who you think you are, but only one person has the right to call me that, and he isn't around anymore, so watch your mouth. All right, the bun-haired girl said. You don't remember me. I'm heard we were always together in the orphanage before you got adopted. He replies with a smirk, seeing her eyes go wide. Fish cake. His eye twitched at the name, but nonetheless he nodded and was immediately wrapped up in a bone-crushing hug which he returned. I haven't seen you in years since I was adopted. You're not a little shrimp anymore. How've you been? She said. He twitched, being called a shrimp. He did grow. He stood at 5 feet 4 inches, the tallest out of all the current genin. I'm actually doing good. Despite everything that's happened to me. But it looks like you're the shrimp now. So who are your teammates? He asked. She pouted at being called a midget but introduced her team. Well, the one with the serious face and long hair is Neji Hyuga. Said boy was glaring at Hinata, having spotted her walking up to Naruto. The other energetic one who looks like he is about to explode if I don't introduce him is Rock Lee. Said boy rushed and shook Naruto's hand excitedly. Yash, I am Konoha's most handsome blue beast. It is nice to meet you, my youthful friend. I can tell your flames burn bright. As this was going on, Naruto was not paying attention to him. Seriously, what is wrong with this guy? Who would wear this in public? It's horrifying. Makes me want to throw up. I can only imagine what I would wear if I hadn't met Shursui. He shuddered at the thought but saw everybody was waiting for his answer. He responded. Did you say something? Lee had a shocked look on his face. Curse you and your hip attitude, Naruto. He said, crying anime tears. Anyway, these are my teammates Shino Aburame and Hinata Hyuga. Guys, this is Panda-chan, also known as Tenten. He introduces them and they greet them. However, Naruto notices Neji glaring at Hinata. Dude, if you're glaring at her because you like her, it won't help you get into her pants. Besides, she is already taken. Now, if you have a problem with her being from the main house, then sucks to be you. If you try anything, I will kill you, he said, his voice going from happy to cold and serious. Neji just walks away with Rock Lee following him. I guess that's our K to leave. It was good seeing you again, Fish Cake, Tenten said, giving him a hug and rushing off. Let's get up to the exam room, guys. I want to fight that Lee guy. I can tell he is the strongest genin after me, but his team thinks Neji is the strongest. I can tell Lee is hiding something. he says and walks off with Shino and Hinata following him. They reach the third floor and on the way they pass a room on the second floor with a genjutsu on it with a lot of genin trying to get in being blocked by Chunin and a henge that Naruto immediately recognized as the eternal gate guards Izumo and Kotetsu. Kurenai appears in front of them. I'm glad you all made it. If one of you were to opt out of the exams, then the other two would not have been allowed to enter. Now I'm here to wish you luck and do your best. She gives them all a hug and vanishes. They look at each other and walk in and were glared at by everybody in there. Hinata started shaking and Shino had a barely noticeable drop of sweat on his head. Naruto, on the other hand. Well, he sat down by the wall and went to sleep, not even bothered by the glares. He was rudely awakened by Kiba's voice. Yahoo! It looks like all the rookies are here. Way to go, Kiba, you just attracted unwanted attention to us. Shikamaru said. He gave a nod to Naruto, who nodded back. Choji greeted him as well. He noticed Sasuke was being pestered by Sakura and Ino arguing over him about dates. He decided to mess with them. Hey Ino, you better hurry up. Can give yourself to Sasuke like you want, that is of course if you haven't given yourself to Choji. But Sakura is already a proven spitter, as I like to call her. I'm sure Sasuke finally found out why I call her that yesterday, he said with a smirk. Ino was red in anger at Naruto basically calling her a slut again. She hadn't had sex yet. Choji whispered something in Naruto's ear and his jaw dropped. He leans and whispers in her ear. I think you should stop gushing over Sasuke. Despite you and Choji wanting to keep it a secret, you're hurting him by doing that. He said. She nods, but he talks once more in her ear. Turns out you're not a spitter like Sakura. Good for you, he says and walks back to his team. That's when he senses somebody over near them, and his danger senses went off. This was a silver-haired boy with spectacles on. He looked to be about 6 to 7 years older than them. His chakra was as high as a jounin. I seriously need to keep my sensory abilities active. I have the same version Mito Uzumaki had. He thought as he activated his sensing abilities. He sensed 2 more high chakra signatures, however one was not in the building but was close by. One was Gaara, the other had reserves at Kage level, and the chakra was dark and evil. The person also smelled like snakes, just like Kabuto did. His eyes widened as he realized something. Orochimaru was in the exams in a disguise. But why was he here? You guys should quiet down, you're drawing attention to yourselves, the boy said. Oh yeah, who are you? Kiba asked. My name is Kabuto Yakushi, and I can assure you these exams are no joke. This is my 7th time taking them. Kabuto said. This was the boy Naruto heard the sound Nin talking about. He had told the Hokage who gave him an S-rank mission to spy on him. Kabuto was pulling out cards when he was finished with his thoughts. These are ninfo cards. I can tell you about any genin you wish to know about, Kabuto said. Rock Lee, Gaara and Naruto Uchiha, Sasuke said. You already know their names, that's no fun. He pulls out 3 cards. First up is Rock Lee. He's a year older than you. Has completed 11 C-rank missions and 20 D-tank missions. His team joining his guy, and in the last 12 months his taijutsu has grown exponentially. His other skills are shaky. Last year he chose to not take the Chunin exams. His teammates are Niji Hyuga and Tenten, he said. Now for Gaara, he has completed 8 C-ranks, and get this, a B-rank mission, while not even being touched on a single mission. He said, shocking all the genin except Naruto, who was busy setting up an idea to capture Kabuto. Now Naruto Uchiha has completed 20 D-rank missions, 8 C-rank missions, 2 B-rank missions, 2 A-rank missions, and has 3 S-rank missions, however one of them is ongoing. His skills are questionable, but he is said to be good at taijutsu and ninjutsu, but not telling how good. His teammates are Shino Aburame and Hinata Hyuga, and his jounin sensei is Kurenai Yuhi. It is also said that he wields the Kubikurabocho, the sword made famous by Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the mist. All the current genin in the room look at him in shock while also figuring out how they didn't notice the giant sword on his back before. Tenten wanted to touch the sword, but Naruto stopped her and told her what would happen if the sword didn't deem her worthy, making her back off. Kiba spoke up. Loser, when did you get another A-rank mission and 3 S-ranks? He asked angrily. Don't worry about it. He said. Kabuto just unintentionally solidified himself as a spy. He shouldn't have mission records or skills for that matter, those we all confidential to the Hokage and Jounin sensei. Especially his 3 S-rank missions. One was for teaching the Hokage how to defeat paperwork. The other was finding one of Orochimaru's labs. The ongoing one was capturing Kabuto, who was a spy. He used his wind manipulation to discreetly cut off a piece of Kabuto's clothes. He would send a spy fox to spy on him later. He saw Kabuto get attacked by the same sound ninja that he saw the other day. Must be to keep any suspicions off of them, he thought. Alright, that's enough, no fighting or I will kick you out. My name is Ibiki and I am the proctor for this stage. Now grab a number, sit down. Ibiki yelled and everybody ran to their seats after getting a number. Now the first part of the Chunin exams is a written test. Naruto slams his head on the desk. He hates written tests. You have 45 minutes to answer 9 questions. The final 10th question will be asked after time is up. If you're caught cheating 5 times, your team is eliminated and will be sent out. Now begin. After 45 minutes and about 10 teams were eliminated, Ibiki spoke up. Alright, pencils down, it's time for the 10th question. Are you done playing with your puppet? He asked Kankuro, who looked scared at having been caught. Now you have the option to take the 10th question. However, if one person from a team refuses, you all fail. It doesn't matter if you get all 9 questions correct. If you choose to not take the 10th question, you will get a 0. But if you choose to take the question and get it wrong, you will never be able to take the Chunin exams ever again. Ibiki said. What kind of rule is that? There are plenty of people here who have taken the exams before. Kiba yelled and Ibiki gave a hollowed laugh before answering. Well, you must be unlucky because I wasn't making the rules before, but I am now. Of course, if you don't want to take it, you don't have to. There's always the Chunin exams next year. Those who don't wish to take it, raise your hand. Your number will be recorded and you may leave. He says after everybody leaves that didn't want to take the 10th question left. He counted the people left. 78 people left. That's more than I expected. However, none of them show signs of giving up. I guess this is it, Ibiki thought. Now for all of you remaining, you pass, he said. Hold on, what just happened? What kind of rules are those? What do you mean we passed? Where's the 10th question? Sakura asked. There never was a 10th question, well, not a written one. Your decision to stay was the answer to the 10th question, Ibiki said. Huh! Hold on, so the other 9 questions were just a waste of time? Temari asked. However, Naruto grew tired of this and answered the question. He wanted to leave the classroom. You blonde bimbo. He was gonna continue until a wave of sand flew at him. Watch how you talk or I'll kill you, Gaara said as his sand went towards Naruto. Naruto dodged and appeared in front of Gaara and punched him in the face. He broke through a layer of hard sand on Gaara's face, leaving a bruise that was slowly healing. The Sand Genin were shocked because nobody has ever gotten past Gaara's sand defense, let alone his sand armor. That's enough, I said, no fighting. You do it again and you're disqualified. Ibiki yelled. Gaara didn't listen and stood to attack Naruto again, but he couldn't move. Shikamaru has Gaara trapped in his shadow possession jutsu. After a few seconds, Gaara calms down and walks out of the jutsu like it was nothing. Now, as I was saying, the 9 questions served a purpose, most likely how to gather information without getting caught. Why do you think he put so much emphasis on getting caught? If you're going to be a ninja, you need stealth and to know how to gather information quickly while in a hostile area. Now I think I covered it, so who's the second proctor? Ibiki just smirked, and Naruto paled. Oh no. Ibiki can only nod. Naruto feels a certain chakra signature speeding towards the window, and a black blur breaks through the glass, revealing a cloth pinned to the ceiling with the words, "The sexy and happily taken Anko Mitarashi" on it. Naruto can only shake his head at his sister's antics, but he wouldn't want her to change. He notices her new outfit also. She kept her word that if she ever got a boyfriend and it was steady, she would change. She kept the colors and trench coat. Now she still kept the mesh that covered her from the neck to her mid-thigh area. Now on top she wore tan shorts that went to her mid-thigh area like her mesh covering did, and a black t-shirt covering her upper body. Alright, boys and girls, no time for celebrating. My name is Anko Mitarashi and I am the proctor of the second part of the Chunin exams. She exclaims proudly. Anko, you're actually on time, what gives? Hibiki asked. I was cuddling up with my boyfriend. I thought I was going to be late, she said and looked over at the teams remaining. She noticed Naruto and gave him a quick smile that nobody caught. 78 people. Hibiki, you let 26 teams pass, you must be getting soft, she said. No, we have an interesting bunch this year, he said while staring at Naruto. Something Sasuke took offense to and let it be known. Why are you staring at that branch family loser? I'm stronger than him and every genin in here. He doesn't even have the Sharingan like I do. He is nothing. Put your eyes on me, he said. However, Hibiki ignored him. Alright, if Mr. Temper Tantrum is done, we can move along now. Everybody head to training ground 44. The Chunin in the hallway will give you directions on how to get there. Nobody moved. Now! Everybody except Naruto rushed out of the room. Anko rushes him and gives him a hug that Naruto returns. How have you been, Naruto-chan? I haven't seen you around lately? She asked. I've been on missions and training these past 4 months. But I need to talk to you both about something, he said seriously. They also got serious. We have a spy named Kabuto Yakushi in the exams and he works for Orochimaru, who is also here. I felt his chakra here. It was dark and evil and reeks of snakes. I just don't know where he is now. He may be in the Chunin exams, but I can't be sure. I've talked to the old man and he checked Kabuto's file. He was the adopted son of a former head medic, but every time during the Chunin exams he always backed out at the last part. But I'm going to antagonize him into staying. I'll beat him up and Gigi will have an Umbu disguised as nurse come and grab him. I'm going to send a spy fox to track him down and gather any information it can. This is an S-rank mission that will go on all of our files that we are getting a 10% pay boost on. Kabuto has information that is only confidential to the Hokage and the Jounin sensei. Now we need to draw Orochimaru out in his disguise, he says and tells them the plan to lure him out. After that, don't fight him, let him go. I'm sure Kabuto will seek him out. We need to know what his plan is, so don't fight him if you see him, Anko, he says. No promises, but I'll try, she says. Okay, now Anko, after this I need to talk to you about something, but it can wait till after the third part, he says. Anko hugs him and kisses his cheek before disappearing. Naruto does as well. Training ground 44. Anko and Naruto arrive at the training ground and Naruto immediately senses Orochimaru and does Umbu hand signals to Anko. He's here. She nods and begins her part of the exams. Alright kiddies, welcome to training ground 44, Anko says. This place looks kinda creepy, Sakura said, shaking. It should be. This place is called the Forest of Death, you'll find out why soon, Anko replied. As they were talking, Naruto wasn't paying attention. Now was Anko's turn to act. She noticed Naruto not paying attention with a he isn't scared look on his face. Looks like we have a tough guy in the exams. I guess the forest isn't scary enough for you, she said. After a while Naruto didn't respond like he was supposed to and a tick mark grew on her head. She took out a kunai and threw it at him, cutting his cheek. She vanished and appeared behind him and licked his blood. Guys like you are the first to die in this forest, she said out loud but whispered. Why didn't you respond? She asked. I needed to make it look more believable, he whispers back. Just then Naruto and Anko feel somebody appear behind them. She pulls out another kunai and holds it up, but a long tongue appears over her shoulder. I was just returning your kunai, said a creepy Kusanine. After a brief stare off, Anko replies. Thanks Kusanine, but don't stand behind me so close unless you want to die quickly. I'm sorry, but with the sight of blood and your kunai cutting my hair you couldn't help but get excited. My apologies. The ninja walks away. Anko returns to her spot in front of the forest. Naruto signs to her. That was him. She nodded slightly so nobody noticed. Excitement must be in the air today for a lot of you, but do not let it get you killed. Or let it, I don't really care. Now these are waivers you must sign that say we are not responsible for your death if you die in the forest, she said. You tough guy, pass these out. she said, handing Naruto the waiver forms. This part of the exam will test your survival skills. This forest has 44 entrance gates, and inside there are rivers, and in the middle of a forest is a tower 10 kilometers from each gate. This part will test your survival skills in an all-out battle for these scrolls, she said, and pulled out a heaven and earth scroll. You'll be fighting to get a heaven and earth scroll. Each team will start with either or, and your objective is to collect both scrolls and head to the tower in the middle of the forest. You have 5 days to gather the scrolls. If you do not gather the scrolls in 5 days, you fail and have to find your own way out of the forest, she said. 5 days, Ino exclaimed. What are we supposed to do about food? Choji asked. Find something in the forest, there's plenty of things to eat in there, Anko said. That's not all in there. There's also some man-eating animals and poisonous plants in there, Kabuto said. Ah man, Choji said. Well, you're a smart one. How did you know that those were in there? Anko asked, even though she already knew. Well, this is my 7th time taking it, he said. Why, you must suck. Are you sure you're fit to be a ninja? Perhaps you should go work at a library or a nursing home as a helper, she asked, purposely pissing him off. No, I'm quite content to be a ninja. I'm feeling lucky this time around, so I'll be fine, Kabuto said, gritting his teeth at her insult. Oh well, if you say so. Now I need one person from each team to come and grab a scroll for your team and head to your designated gates and wait for the signal to go in. You can also be disqualified if you lose a team member or if you open the scrolls before entering the tower, she said. After every team had their scroll and were at their gates, a timer went off and Anko spoke. All right, the second part of the exams begins now, she exclaims. The gates open and all the teams rush into the forest. Hang on guys, we need to stop, Naruto said to his team. Why do we need to stop, Naruto? Hinata asked. Because I need to do something, he replies. He bites his thumb and goes through hand signs. Summoning jutsu. A pitch black fox appears with 4 tails and comes up to Naruto's thigh while standing on all 4s. You must be Naruto, our new summoner. I am called Midnight, a spy fox. What can I help you with? Midnight said. Nice to meet you, Midnight. I need you to spy on the scent of the person this belongs to, Naruto said as he unsealed the piece of fabric he cut off from Kabuto's shirt. Midnight sniffs it, and is about to take off when he stops and looks at Shino. Get your bugs off of me before I eat them and hunt you down next, Midnight said, and 3 bugs fly off of him back to Shino. Thank you, I shall track this person for a couple days before returning to you, Naruto. With that said, Midnight vanishes into the shadows of the forest. Shino, what you did could have gotten you killed, if not by Midnight then by the Hokage himself. You were about to impede in an S-rank mission I've been assigned. I know you didn't know, but don't do that again. Shino only nods at this, understanding the situation better. Now we have a mist team heading straight towards us, most likely because I have the Kubikuribocho. So do you guys want to take them on and head to the tower, or move to take on another team? He asked. I think we should wait for the mist team and beat them, then see what scroll they have before deciding. Hinata said it was a good plan, so they kept high in the trees to ambush them. They wanted to conserve strength just in case. 10 minutes later, this mist team jumped into the clearing. 2 boys and 1 girl who looked like the leader. I thought you said they would be here, said the shorter boy of the mist team. Yeah, I want that sword, but I wouldn't mind having a go at that Hyuga chick, the other said with a perverted grin. Shut up, I know they're here, but where? The female leader said. Behind you, a voice said. Next thing they knew, all of them were knocked out. Good plan, Shino, they were pretty easy to knock out, Naruto said as they began to search them, and luck was on their side. Hinata found a heaven scroll on the female ninja and also took the medical supplies they had. Okay, now that we have the scrolls, do we head straight for the tower or go halfway and camp out for the night and head to the tower the next day? Hinata asked. Naruto said it was up to them, he would follow their lead. So they both agreed to make it halfway and camp before in the afternoon. They begin to travel when Anko's chakra appears and starts to drop. Damn it, Anko! Here, take this seal and make camp somewhere. I need to go and do something. It's about that S-rank mission, so don't even think about it, Shino. Naruto said he gave them the privacy seal and vanished towards Anko's chakra when he got there. She was panting heavily while Orochimaru had some difficulty breathing, but not as bad as Anko. Well, Anko, it appears you still can't match me, although you've greatly improved. I've already marked the Uchiha with my curse seal. So don't cancel the exams. If you do, I will destroy the Leaf Village. Now to finish you off. He pulled out a kunai and charged at Anko, preparing to kill her, but was kicked back and hit a tree, coughing up some blood from the impact. He looked up to see Naruto staring him down with a blank face. Naruto-kun, I was wondering when I would meet you. It turns out today is my lucky day. I get to give my curse mark to more than one Uchiha. Orochimaru said while licking his lips. Yeah, about your curse mark, you can try to put it on me if you want. Here, I'll even give you a free shot, he said and tilted his head to the right. Orochimaru, believing Naruto was bluffing, rushed Naruto and bit into his neck while he tried to, but something kept him about 2 inches from Naruto's neck, shocking him that this was happening. Naruto, taking his moment of shock, knees him in the gut and gave him a drop kick, knocking back into the tree. Something cracked and Orochimaru fell to the ground, but his mouth opened and another Orochimaru came out. Cuckoo, I'm impressed, Naruto-kun. A mere genin forced me to age my skin. I wonder who is stronger, you or Sasuke-kun. Although he has the Sharingan, I will say he is stronger than you. I fought him at low Chunin speed, so I'll try that much against you. Orochimaru took off at low Chunin speed, however, before he could get halfway he felt a fist in his stomach and looked down to see Naruto with a smirk. Don't underestimate me just because I'm not using the Sharingan. I can still keep up. With that, they both blurred away at mid-Chunin level, and Orochimaru was shocked that Naruto was still keeping up with him. Every punch that connected against Naruto he got hit as well, and it was vice versa, so he kicked it up to low Jonin, and Naruto was still keeping up with him, but his dodging was becoming easier, and in striking precision was becoming sharper. He knew he couldn't increase his chakra levels no further than what they were at unless the envy would be on him, and he didn't want to deal with them, so he used his true speed, which was Kage level, and hit Naruto with a straight jab, stunning him and grabbing him by the neck, and noticed his seal on the stomach. He smirked before channeling chakra to his hand and saying, 5-pronged seal. He slaps his hand on Naruto's seal, and Naruto lets out a silent scream, and Orochimaru kicks him away before turning his attention to Anko. I can tell the Umbu are on the way, however I shall leave you with my parting gift. He lifted his hand and channeled chakra, trying to activate Anko's curse seal, but to his shock nothing happened. What's going on? Why isn't her mark activating? He thought. You lose, Orochimaru. The seal is gone and the Umbu are on the way, she said, getting into her fighting stance. Now how about round 2? He gritted his teeth and spoke. I will be back. Don't forget what I said about canceling the Chunin exams. He vanished after that, and 5 seconds later a boar-masked Umbu and cat arrived. He's long gone already and attacked one of our genin, Naruto, she said. It's not our problem that some stupid kid decided to challenge Orochimaru. Hell, I wouldn't feel bad if the kid was dead. We would be better off with him around, Boar said. Is that a fact, Boar? Perhaps you would like to fight me next. You've been in the Umbu since I was 4, yet you haven't even made Umbu captain or second in command. It makes me wonder how strong you really are, Naruto said from behind Boar, since Cat was busy checking Anko for wounds. Hearing this going on, Anko chimed in as well. I would like to see that, Boar. You talk a big game, yet you never really back it up when challenged, so what's it gonna be? Are you going to fight or not? She said, standing. Boar said nothing and left. Cat shook her head and sighed. I seriously don't understand how he is in the Umbu, still nobody in the division likes him, she said. Anyway, are you alright, Naruto? You look a mess. Yeah, I'm fine. I had a clone remove the 5-pronged seal he put on me already. My control may take a hit for a few hours. I need to go meet up with my team. I'll see you guys later. He vanished. So how good was he fighting against Orochimaru? Cat asked. I don't know, all they used was taijutsu, however Orochimaru said he went as Sasuke at low Chunin level and even bragged about him having his Sharingan, and Naruto didn't, but me and you know he already has it matured. Which is true. Anko, Yugao, Kurenai, Hinata, Shino and the Hokage are the only people that know about his matured Sharingan. However, only Anko knew about his Manjikyu and the ending result of it. However, when he tried to rush him at low Chunin, he already had Naruto's fist in his stomach. Naruto said not to underestimate him just because he isn't using his Sharingan. Orochimaru didn't pick up on this, so they took of at mid Chunin and he was still keeping up. Eventually they reached low Jounin speed and Naruto still kept up with him. Mind you, all this is without his Sharingan active, but as the fight went on, I don't know what it was, but this pressure started to come off of Naruto. It was like Ki, but it was calm and relaxed. But Orochimaru blurred away at his full speed to end it, since he felt U2 coming, and slapped the 5-pronged seal on Naruto and left. He also tried to mark Naruto after he taunted him and gave him a free shot, but it didn't work for some reason. He did mark Sasuke though and threatened to not cancel the exams. Kat nodded, taking all of this in. We need to go see the Hokage about this. Anko nodded and they left in a swirl of leaves. Naruto reaches his team's campground and let out a pulse of chakra in code, letting them know it was him. The barrier opens and he enters, but sees Hinata's clothes wrinkled and Shino had his glasses crooked on his face. Naruto gave them a knowing smile, making them both blush. No kind of sex was involved, was it? He asked as they both shook their heads. We're too young, I'm not ready for that. We were only kissing, Hinata said, blushing. That's right, besides in my clan sex is not allowed until you are 15 as well as your partner. I'm 14, so I have another year as well as Hinata since she will be 14 in 6 months. Shino says. Naruto nods at that. His birthday was also in about 4 months, turning 14, he almost forgot. Naruto unseals some bento boxes with fish, rice and mixed vegetables and some bottles of water. They eat and talk for another hour before falling asleep. Next morning they woke up and Hinata asked Naruto a question that's been bugging her. Naruto, she said. Yeah, Hinata, what's up? He asked. Why don't you use your Sharingan? It's like you're ashamed of your heritage. That's almost like me never using the Byakugan, she said. Honestly, I never use it because of the way the Uchiha clan was. I don't want to be lumped up with them, I guess. Why do you think I should start using it? He asked. I think you should. You were never raised by the Uchiha clan or grew up in the Uchiha way. Your mother is the only Uchiha you should be worried about. Despite her being gone, she is still watching you, and I would like to think she would want you to be afraid of using your heritage, Hinata said. She's right, Naruto, I wouldn't, said a voice either of them recognized. They turned around and saw a lady with long black hair with a bang in between her eyes, with 2 other bangs tucked behind her ears so the rest wouldn't fall in her face. She is about 2 inches taller than Naruto, and is giving off a warm smile only a mother can give off. Shino and Hinata have no idea who this lady is, but Naruto does. He rushed and gave her a hug. Mom, he said, hugging her. My little maelstrom, let me take a look at you, she said, crying as she looked him over. He was a combination of both her and Minato. He had Minato's hair, nose and eyes, but had her hair color and jawline. You look so handsome, she said, hugging him again. I don't have much time. Kami only gave me 5 minutes to see you. So I have to ask, why are you holding back? And don't try to argue. I know you are holding back, she said in a no-nonsense tone. Naruto, what does she mean you're holding back your strength? Hinata was confused and Shino was also interested. He put up a barrier to keep them from getting ambushed. What she means is I'm not at mid-Chunin level like you two. I'm actually mid-Jounin level. I only say mid-Jounin because of my lack of experience, but if I go all out I can go toe-to-toe with Kakashi, but he still might win because he's fought in a war and has more experience than me, but it would be by the skin of his teeth. They had their jaws on the ground. Now tell them about your eyes. I know you want to keep them a secret, but they have to know what you're going to go through in the future, his mother said. So he told them about his Manjikyu and how he will eventually start to lose his eyesight until he gets an eye transplant. Now Naruto, hearing all of that, I am here to tell you you are downgrading your strength. Right now you are stronger than Kakashi. I talked to Shursui, he said you're almost as strong as he was, and before he died he was at low Sannin level, So you don't have to worry about anybody eating you in the village except Hiruzen and the one-eyed pedophile, and you know why I said Danzo," she said. He knows about Danzo stealing Sharingan from the Uchiha dead bodies after the massacre, but without secure evidence he can't do anything about it. Also, thank you for taking the curse seal off of Koko-chan. Your father and godmother would have done it had done, but they died. It was a good thing you were left the Uzumaki sealing scrolls," she said. She started to fade, and they all knew what was happening. "I guess it's time for me to go now, Naruto, and stop hiding your Sharingan. You should be proud to be an Uchiha, if not be proud that you are my son. I won't say use your Manjikyu, however don't be afraid to show that you have your Sharingan matured. Now go, and show them what the student of Shursui the teleporter can do. I love you, Naruto. I wish you the best in life, and 2 more things. Number 1, go ask Hiruzen about your father, and number 2, she is still alive in Kumo. She was just leaving the wave when you arrived. You missed her by 2 minutes, but don't worry, I have a feeling you will see her in the future." Those were her final words before she disappeared. Hinata went and put a hand on his shoulder and smiled at him. He understood now. No more hiding. His Sharingan flared to life, the 3 tomos spinning. He dropped the barrier and said 2 words. "Let's go." Shino and Hinata nodded as they hopped into the trees going to the tower. On the way he felt Sakura's chakra signature drop, and they made their way to them to see what was going on. They arrived and saw Kiba knocked out as well as Sasuke. Sakura looked like she went through hell, and her hair was even cut. They noticed Lee looking beat up, and Naruto noticed Tenten being held back by Neji, so he decided to take action. He jumped down into the clearing with his Sharingan activated and glared at the 3 sound shinobi. Shino and Hinata dropped down to help, but Naruto told them to check on Kiba, Lee and Sakura. They sound shinobi were shocked the other Uchiha showed up but has a 3 tomos Sharingan. The sound shinobi with black gravity-defying hair spoke up. "You leaf ninja just keep appearing out of nowhere. Oh well, more people for me to play with," he said. Another tried to stop him. "Zaku, wait." But it was too late. He had already pointed his hands at Naruto. Decapitating airwaves. He blew a strong gust of wind at Naruto, who didn't move and got hit by the blast. "Naruto!" yelled Sakura, Rock Lee, Hinata, Ino, Choji, Shikamaru, who were also there but not injured, and Tenten. However, a gust of wind blew the smoke away, revealing Naruto, who was standing there with his arms crossed. "Is that all you can do?" he asked. Zaku got pissed. "No, this is." He was about to do another jutsu, but his arm had a kunai lodged where the air came out and got a kick to the side of the head and knocked out by Naruto. Nobody saw him move except Lee and Neji, who barely saw him due to his Byakugan being activated. "He's fast. But that means nothing," Neji thought. "He's almost as fast as me without my weights on," Lee thought. The other sound ninja both were shocked by how easy it was for Naruto to defeat Zaku. "Here is our scroll, take it, we don't want to cause any more trouble," the mummy-looking sound ninja said, placing their earth scroll on the ground, and picked up his teammate. The other followed after him. "Get down here right now," Naruto said out loud, confusing everyone before Neji and Tenten dropped down. Tenten immediately went to scolding Lee while Naruto glared at Neji. "Why didn't you help your teammate? Instead you chose to hold Tenten back. It was not our fight. If he was foolish enough to jump in that fight, then he should deal with the consequences," Neji said arrogantly. Next thing he knew, a fist knocked the air out of him, making him drop to his knees. "If you're foolish enough to say something like that around me, then you deal with the consequences," Naruto said, and went to check on everybody. After 10 minutes everybody was patched up, and Kiba tried to fight Naruto, but everybody minus Neji told him not to, but he didn't listen and charged at Naruto, who punched him in the nose, ending that little fight. They were all about to leave when a sinister chakra came from the tree Sasuke was under. He came out with black markings and purple chakra around him that was dark and sinister. "This power he gave me. I can feel it growing stronger every second that passes." He looks around and sees everybody moving back from the sinister chakra except Naruto, who just stands there. "Naruto, I want to test this new power out against you," he said with a cruel smile, and activated his Sharingan with 1 tomo in his right eye and 2 in his left eye. The others are about to step in, but Naruto holds his hand out at them. "Stay out of this," It was going to happen sooner or later. Let him have some fun. You all know what I'm capable of when I'm not even trying," he said, getting nods from the others. He motions for Sasuke to come at him. Due to his curse mark, his speed increased to mid-Chunin, and every punch or kick he threw at Naruto was dodged easily, so he jumped back and went through hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. He blew a large fireball at Naruto, who covered his hand in water chakra, putting the fireball out, shocking everyone looking at him. He vanished in a shunshin and put Sasuke in a choke hold until he passed out. Everyone was in shock at how easy he took Sasuke out. Naruto dropped the extra earth scoop and his team left for the tower. It didn't take them long, they were the second team there. The Suna team was the first to make it. They had 3 days left, so they relaxed. 3 days later they are in the Chunin exam stadium. The Hokage starts to go through his speech about the true meaning of the Chunin exams until Naruto raises his hand. "Yes, Naruto," Hiruzen said. "I don't want to be disrespectful, but at the same time I want to, so can you speed it up? I don't think any of us are paying attention and you are pretty old, maybe you should take a seat and let us get started. Besides, we both know you don't like saying this stupid speech," he said, shocking everyone that he can just talk to the Hokage like that. "Fine, Naruto, Hate, you're up," he said, and Hate arrived. "Alright, my name is Hate, and I'm the proctor for this part of the exam. Since there are still too many of you, we need to have an elimination tournament of one-on-one matches until there are a certain amount left. Now if anybody wants to quit, you may do so now," he said. Kabuto was the first to raise his hand, to the shock of Sakura, Sasuke and Kiba. "Alright, you got me, I give up," he said. "Kabuto, why are you quitting?" Sakura asked. "I'm low on chakra right now from too much fighting. I can't go on any further." He was about to leave until Naruto spoke up. "Or is it because you're a pussy?" Naruto said, causing Kabuto to stop walking. "What did you say?" he asked in a low, cold tone. "You heard me. I thought you were feeling lucky. I never knew your mother raised you to quit like a bitch. She must be disappointed in you. I mean, you claim you're out of chakra, yet you're not even breathing heavy. If you're a pussy, just say so, and we will understand. But if you aren't a pussy, stay and fight like a man. Unless, of course, you want to go find a man so you can have him fondle your balls and play with your asshole if you like that. I'm not judging, everyone has their own preferences," he said. "Proctor, I changed my mind, I will fight," Kabuto said, and got back in line. "Okay, anybody else that wants to quit?" Hate asked, and Sakura and Ino raised their hands and said they weren't ready to be a Chunin yet, so they walked up to the balcony. Sakura told Sasuke to back out so he can get his mark checked out, and he refused. Enko was having the same thoughts, but Kakashi argues against her, so she just dropped it. If he wants his student to have the curse mark, so be it. "Okay, since 2 people dropped out, somebody will have to fight 2, maybe 3 times, and somebody may not fight at all if the person fights 3 times. Does anybody want to take that chance of fighting 2, maybe 3 times? "I do," Naruto said, raising his hand. Hayate nodded, and Enko presented a board. "This board will randomly select 2 names. Once your name appears, you and your opponent will come down to the arena for your match. The matches go on until I say stop. Killing is allowed, but we will try to avoid it," Hate said. As the board starts to go through names, it selects 2 names. Kiba Inuzuka vs. Naruto Uchiha. "Will Kiba and Naruto stay in the arena? Everyone else go up to the balcony and wait your turn," Hate said. Everyone leaves except Naruto and Kiba. "I hope you're ready to go down, you street rat. It's time that you learned your place in this world," Kiba said. "Start the match," was all Naruto said. "Okay, match number 1 between Kiba Inuzuka and Naruto Uchiha begins," Hate said, and jumped away. Now up on the balcony, Kakashi decided to taunt Team 8, while Sasuke activated his Sharingan to try and copy some of Naruto jutsus. He would soon be disappointed. "Your student might as well back out now, Kurina. I've managed to get Kiba's taijutsu up to almost mid-Chunin level, which is almost as good as yours, and you're a Jounin, so unless you were able to train Naruto, I don't think he will win," Kakashi said while reading his book. "Oh, I hate to burst your bubble, but Naruto beat me in a spar in taijutsu, and I was going all out, and it didn't look like he was trying much. So the past 4 months while you were reading your smut, I was training my team with the help of Anko in our taijutsu and ninjutsu. My taijutsu is almost as good as Anko, and I've learned some ninjutsu. However, Naruto is the strongest on the team, including me. The only people I think would be able to beat Naruto in a taijutsu fight are Guy, Jiraiya, and the Sandaime. At the least overall, I would put Naruto at your level, while Shino and Hinata are mid-Chunin overall. She said, shocking everyone present that she, a rookie jounin, had the strongest genin team, maybe even stronger than Guy's team. Sakura decides to speak up. Then no way those bakas are stronger than Sasuke-kun. I bet you're just making that up. So she was cut off by Kurenai putting a silencing seal on her. What Kurenai says is true. Sakura, was it? Tenten asked, getting a nod from Sakura, who couldn't speak. Didn't you see what he did to Sasuke in the forest? It's not even fair to compare them. He completely toyed with him, she said. Tenten, what do you mean by that? Guy asked. What I mean is whatever happened to Sasuke in the forest gave him a major power boost, and he fought Naruto moving at mid-Chunin speed, but Naruto dodged every attack like it was nothing. Sasuke got mad and shot a large fireball jutsu. Naruto, who just lifted his hand and caught it while putting it out. I don't know how he did it, but it was the coolest thing I've ever seen. Tenten said. Everyone was shocked by this and returned to watch the match, but it was already over. 2 minutes earlier. Akamaru, stay out of this. I won't need you for him. I'll take him in one blow. Kiba said. Naruto stayed quiet and built up some wind chakra. Ninja art beast mimicry, all fours jutsu. Kiba came charging at him in low Chunin speed, however Naruto stopped him with his jutsu. Wind style, sonic boom jutsu. Kiba was stuck in a tunnel of wind, while small crescent blades of wind cut him up. The jutsu ended and Kiba fell to the ground, cut up and in pain. He stood up but found a fist in his stomach. His eyes rolled to the back of his head and he was knocked out. Winner Naruto Uchiha. Everybody was stunned but Anko, who was cheering for Naruto. He went up to the balcony and everyone was staring at him. What? He asked. We learned about your little fight with Sasuke, Kurenai said, pissing Sasuke off. Oh, is all he said? Is that all you have to say? Ino asked. Yeah, it is. I have a question, fish cake. Tenten asked. His eye twitched and everyone chuckled at the nickname. What is it, Panda-chan? He asked. How did you catch his fireball and put it out like that? She asked. I'm surprised you don't remember. When we were in the orphanage and would play ninja, I would always catch the imaginary fireball and throw it back or put it out. I was training one day and figured I'd give it a try. I used a shadow clone, of course, and after a lot of test runs and experiments with chakra natures, I figured it out. I can catch it and throw it back with fire nature chakra, or I can catch it and put it out with water chakra, he said. Wait, you mean to tell me you got that idea from a game we played as kids? She said. Yeah, pretty much. He said. They were cut off by the next match being announced. Will Yori Akato and Sasuke Uchiha please come down? Hate announced. Yori, after a brief talk with his sensei, who Naruto knew was Orochimaru, that was the worst disguise ever, walked down to the arena. Orochimaru looked up, felt someone looking at him, and met Naruto's eyes. Naruto decides to mess with him by activating his 3-tomo Sharingan. Orochimaru had an angry look on his face since his curse mark couldn't get placed on Naruto. Then a look of realization was on his face. He was holding back in the forest when we fought. Orochimaru thought Naruto, seeing Orochimaru understood, just smirked and only caught the end of Sasuke's match. Lion's Barrage. He kicked Yori in the stomach as he fell to the ground, knocking him out. Winner Sasuke Uchiha, Hate said. Kakashi then grabbed Sasuke and disappeared with him. Most likely to seal his curse mark. Good luck dealing with Orochimaru, Naruto thought as he noticed Orochimaru left as well. The next match was announced. Shino Aburame vs Sakukin. Both contestants come down, Hate announced. Cheyenne won the fight by exploding Zaku's arms with bugs and trapping him underground with the headhunter jutsu. After the match, Kakashi reappeared with no Sasuke. Next match was Temari vs Tenten. Naruto spoke up. Tenten, this is the worst possible fight for you. She is a wind user and can blow away your weapons. Try to get in close and force her to use taijutsu instead. Tenten nodded and went down to begin the match. It was a good match. Tenten did get in close and forced her to use taijutsu, but Temari managed to kick her away and use her wind ninjutsu. She used one similar to Naruto's sonic boom jutsu, but she needed a weasel to cause the cuts. She let Tenten fall out the air and tried to break her spine with her fan. She stood up underneath where she was falling, but Naruto jumped and caught her standing on the fan, shocking Temari and everyone else but Guy and the Hokage because they didn't see him move. Only those two did. Shikamaru fought the girl from the sound team and trapped her in his shadow possession jutsu and forced her to bang her head on the wall, knocking her out. Next match was Hinata vs Neji. They both made it to the fighting area where Neji tried to belittle Hinata but was surprised it didn't work. They settled into their gentle fist stances, although Hinata's was different. She was leaning to the left with her left knee bent and her right leg stretched out with body twisted slightly, her hands in the air. Her left arm was more up with her hands pointed down at the ground. Neji spoke up. That is not the gentle fist stance. Are you that much of a disgrace to the clan that you can't even use the proper fighting stance? He said arrogantly. This is my version of the gentle fist. I call it the flowing gentle fist. The traditional style you other Hyuga use is too stiff for my body type. Hinata explained. It does not matter, you are fated to stay a loser your entire life, Neji said. Hate started the match, and Neji rushed at Hinata but was shocked when she twisted around his attack and hit him with two palm strikes in his back. He glared at her, and they picked up the speed. After a while, Hinata noticed she wasn't closing his tenketsu after a while and noticed her arms were practically useless. She raised her hand and forfeited the match, stating it was pointless to continue if she can't properly use her arms. Neji didn't like this and stuck her in the chest. He tried to strike her heart, but she pushed his hand to the side and he hit the other side of her chest. No major damage was done, but she collapsed but stood back up, shocking everyone but Shino and Naruto. She coughed up blood as she spoke. It's a shame that someone as talented as yourself can't even be satisfied when the opponent gives up, that you have to attack once my guard is down and the match is over. I guess you were mad that I'm able to go toe-to-toe with you using a style that is only 4 months old. Oh well, I believe I've made my point. With that she turned and walked before collapsing to a knee, coughing up blood. Neji, seeing this, took out a kunai and rushed her from behind but was stopped by all the jounin present. Look at this, the main branch getting special treatment yet again. Neji snarled. No, you're wrong, dipshit, we just saved your life. Turn to the right, and you'll see what I mean, Anko said from behind him. He turned around and saw Anko basically tackling Naruto at his waist and the third Hokage's personal Umbu cat blocking the Kubikura Bocho with her own sword that was an inch from taking his head off. Neji, you better hope we don't fight in the second round. And by the way, you all forgot about our other teammate. Look at Neji's legs and you'll see what I mean. Naruto said. They looked down, and sure enough, Neji's feet were trapped by an earth jutsu with Shino having a kunai at his spine. However, Naruto was holding his wrist. Whatever, you're fated to lose to me no matter how strong you are, Neji arrogantly said. The jounin let him go, and Shino dropped his earth jutsu and Neji left back to the stands. Hinata was taken to the hospital to be checked out. Next match was Kankuro vs some leaf genin nobody knew existed, Misumi other than Misumi becoming a human rubber band and Kankuro revealing his control over puppets. It was anticlimactic. Next match was shown, Kabuto vs Naruto. Both smirked at this, Kabuto because he was going to make Naruto eat his words, and Naruto because he was about to inflict some serious damage to Kabuto and had a plan to make sure he couldn't forfeit as soon as the match started, which unknown to him was what Kabuto was going to do. After a few minutes of fighting, they both made it to the fighting area where Naruto quickly threw 4 kunai into the walls surrounding them. What was that for? Naruto planning something already? Kabuto asked mockingly to get under Naruto's skin, but it didn't work. Actually, just a little barrier so you can't weasel your way out of this fight. It's a privacy barrier people can see in, but no quitting early because no sound will be able to come from the barrier, and you can't hide in the ground as well. The barrier goes into the ground as well, You said you were feeling lucky earlier, so I wanted to test you, he said inwardly. Kabuto and Orochimaru were relieved. They thought he figured out Kabuto was a spy. However, Anko, Naruto, and Hiruzen knew he was. They had Inoichi on standby for a mind walk at the TNI department. The match between Kabuto and Naruto may begin now. Hate jumped away as the barrier formed. Kabuto smirked, not believing what Naruto said was true. I forfeit. I can't win against him. He's too strong. However, Hate just stood there. Naruto smirked. Told you already, you can't escape now. Let's begin. He activates his Sharingan, showing 3 tomos, shocking all the Jounin except Kurenai and Anko. He rushed at Kabuto at low Jounin speeds. To everyone's shock, when Kabuto sent a punch at Naruto, it went right through him. Naruto appeared behind him and kicked him in the back hard, sending Kabuto into the barrier that shocked him. Oh yeah, I forgot, if you touch the barrier you get a shock. Kabuto, getting tired at being made to look like a joke, decided to go at him with full strength and activated his chakra scalpels and rushed him. Naruto decided to make it look believable, so he avoided any shots to vital areas and allowed Kabuto to hit him a few times. He knew they will heal up by the time the match is over. After a while, Naruto decided to use some ninjutsu. Wind style, air slash. He coated his hand in wind chakra and slashed his hand upwards, sending an arc of chakra at Kabuto, who barely dodged it but still got cut up on his side. Naruto, however, didn't let up. He went through 3 hand signs. Fire style, fire breath jutsu. He shot out a stream of fire at Kabuto, who jumped up to avoid it, but his right leg got burned and he yelled out and, however, was not done. He held his hand up and created something like a spear made of lightning chakra and threw it. Lightning javelin. The javelin hit Kabuto and pierced his shoulder into the barrier. He was electrocuted and felt double the pain. His nerves were shot, and he passed out. Naruto dropped the barrier. I win, he said. The medic came and took Kabuto, but Naruto sensed the medic had no emotions. Quickly using Umbu signs, he told the Hokage and left after the Umbu. He found the Umbu with Kabuto and killed the Umbu. He took Kabuto to Inoichi. Inoichi knew he only had 3 minutes, so he went in and got what he needed and covered his tracks. Kabuto's mind looked how it did before Inoichi entered his mind. He nodded to Naruto, who took Kabuto to the medic bay at the stadium. He felt Orochimaru coming and suppressed his chakra before leaving undetected. He made it back in time to see the next match being called. He guessed Choji lost, but they said Choji did impress the judges in his match versus Dosa by the way he fought, and had to come up with plans on the fly. It was a good 10-minute match, they said. He didn't even know he was gone that long. Naruto vs. Rock Lee. This match will begin in 2 minutes, giving Naruto some time to catch his breath. Hate, said Lee and Guy. For the past 2 minutes were going on about the flames of youth, and Naruto just sat there meditating, getting his breathing under control and let his wounds heal up, which took 45 seconds for them to be done. So he just sat there meditating, and people tried to talk to him, but Anko and Kurenai told them to stop and leave him be. They both knew why Naruto was acting like this. His taijutsu was mostly self-taught from his mother's scroll. He was going up against the student of a taijutsu master who Naruto had no doubt was the strongest genin besides himself in terms of taijutsu. If they had to guess, Naruto knew he would struggle if Lee knew how to open any of the celestial gates after the second gate. A buzzer was heard and the 2 minutes were up. It was time for the final match of the exhibition matches. Will Rock Lee and Naruto Uchiha please come to the fighting area? Hatate announced. Lee became serious, having been wanting to fight Naruto since he saw them in the forest. Naruto simply stabbed the Kubikura Bocho in the ground and left his weapons pouch with the sword and put gravity seals on them so nobody would steal them. They both looked at each other seriously and turned and walked down opposite sets of stairs into the fighting area. The final match of the exhibition matches between Rock Lee and Naruto Uchiha, he said. Begin. Chapter 11: Flames of Youth vs. Heated Pressure. Begin. Hate jumps away but goes to the balcony with the Hokage. He had a feeling this fight was going to be out of control. Everyone in the arena had their eyes glued on the two fighters. The Jounin and Umbu could feel the tension in the air between them, but they knew it wasn't due to hatred or hostility between the two. It was out of respect. Naruto respected Lee because of his hard work, and Lee respected Naruto because even though he was stronger than all of the genin, he never once flashed it, and helped his team become better. After settling into their respective fighting stances, Naruto in his Kame style and Lee in his Goken style, neither moved for about 2 minutes until Lee shot forward with a punch that Naruto easily blocked. Lee, not being one to give up, backed off and appeared behind Naruto and swung a roundhouse kick at Naruto's head, which he ducked and quickly got into Lee's guard and gave him 3 quick strikes to his ribs before he did a spinning kick, knocking Lee to the ground, causing him to roll, but Lee corrected himself and did a handstand, bouncing back up to his feet. The genin in the arena had their jaws hanging open at what they just saw. However, the Jounin and Hokage knew they were just testing each other. "Lee, take them off," Guy said. Lee nodded and took off the weights, throwing them to the side, causing a huge amount of dust to kick up. The genin were shocked that his weights were so heavy. Lee instantly appeared in front of Naruto with another punch that Naruto blocked. Lee disappeared again and kicked Naruto's legs from underneath him, and gave a front kick, sending Naruto rolling into the wall. But as soon as Naruto hit the wall, he stood and sped in front of Lee, shocking him momentarily. He used that to his advantage and knees Lee in the gut, causing him to lean forward, which got him a knee to the chin and 3 more punches, but this time Naruto gave him 2 punches in the ribs and a straight jab to the face, staggering Lee. Then he gave Lee a front kick, sending him to the wall. After a couple seconds, Lee came out of the wall. His jumpsuit was torn a bit, and he had a busted lip. They looked at each other before disappearing. This time they were a blur to everybody that couldn't see Jounin level speeds through kicks, punches, elbows, knees, and an occasional headbutt at each other. Each one was connecting, and sometimes their fists would hit each other, resulting in a small shockwave. They were met in a stalemate, with Lee holding one of Naruto's fists and Naruto doing the same. Lee gave Naruto a knee to his gut and an upward kick to the chin, then gave a few quick punches to Naruto's ribs and kicked him away, sending him flying back. As soon as Naruto stood, Lee was on him again. He came spinning towards Naruto with a kick. Leaf Hurricane. Naruto barely had time to block. He managed to cross his arms in front of him, but the force behind the kick sent him into the wall. Naruto stayed in the wall for a few seconds. His shirt was torn up, but he didn't care. He went through hand signs and said a move nobody thought they would see again. Dance of the Teleporter. He started moving so fast using the shunshin that it started to create after images, but to the genin watching the fight, all of the after images started beating Rock Lee, who was doing his best to avoid and block the kicks and punches but was failing. He was getting knocked around so much that Might Guy was worried about his student. After the jutsu ended, Lee was bruised and had cuts all over him. After a few seconds he was standing up in his stance, breathing. He started to unwrap the wrist tape he had on and begun running around Naruto in a circle, going faster and faster until he suddenly appeared in front of Naruto and kicked him in the air and jumped up after him, giving him a few more before wrapping him up in the wrist tape. He grabbed Naruto and started a corkscrew spinning motion, going head first to the floor. "Take this," Lee said. Primary Lotus. Naruto crashed into the ground while Lee jumped away at the last second. Everyone was waiting for the cloud of dust to settle and see the condition of Naruto. After a while the dust settled and revealed Naruto standing, although he was supporting some cuts on his body now. Lee and Guy are in shock that he is able to stand after that. How are you standing after that?" Lee asked. "I covered my body in a layer of chakra, canceling out some of the damage I would have taken. Although you didn't give me much time to create the layer, but I managed to pull it off," Naruto said. After that he noticed Lee was in pain, and he rushed him and started beating him with punches and kicks. Lee jumped back, but Naruto appeared in front of him as soon as he landed and started giving him more punches. The beating Lee was taking almost made Guy want to jump down and stop the fight, but he remained on the balcony. The genin, on the other hand, were shocked. They never seen such a fight in their life. While the Leaf Jounin knew it was a no-brainer that if not both, one of these two would get promoted to Chunin. Meanwhile Naruto just landed a vicious punch to Lee's gut, lifting him off the ground, and then a strong right hook making Lee stumble, and he rushed him again. He delivered an uppercut and started raining down lefts and rights, and of them connecting. After 15 seconds of non-stop left and right punches he stopped and looked at Lee, whose arms were limp at his side. He gathered chakra into his fist and gave a straight jab, sending Lee flying into the wall. "Lee!" Tenten and Guy yelled worried about their student and teammate. After 2 minutes, Lee came out of the wall bloodied and breathing heavy. He took a stance, but this time his arms were crossed in the position of an X. Naruto, knowing what was coming, released his resistance seals and activated his Sharingan. Resistance seals, release. Now the Jounin and Genin, including his team, were shocked. Asuma spoke up. Kurenai, what the hell have you been teaching your students? I didn't teach him that. He already knew Fuinjutsu. When he came to my team, he gave all of us resistance seals, in fact, but I thought he already deactivated them given how fast he was moving. She replied. Guy-sensei, why doesn't Lee just give up? I don't think he can take any more beatings, Sakura said. That's because the Leaf Village lotus blooms twice, Guy responded. I've heard that before. Lee said something like that to me in the Forest of Death, she replies. But that means… No, Guy, you didn't, Kakashi stated. Oh yes, Kakashi, I did, Guy responded. So you're telling me that Genin, that boy, can open the 8 inner gates and use the hidden lotus? Kakashi said. Hidden lotus? Niji thought, hearing the conversation between them. That's right, I did, Guy said. Well, if that isn't the most… Okay, so how many gates can he actually open? Kakashi asked. 5 gates, Guy answered. Okay, what are these 8 inner gates and the hidden lotus you're talking about? Sakura asked, tired of being ignored. The 8 inner gates are like valves or chakra limiters that must be opened if one wants to release the hidden lotus, Guy says. I still don't get it, she said. There are 8 chakra gates along the chakra network. Located at those points in the body is where the chakra is the most heavily concentrated. Starting at the head, there is the gate of opening, the gate of rest, the gate of life, the gate of pain, the gate of closing, the gate of joy, the gate of shock, and finally the gate of death. These are what is called the 8 inner gates. Their purpose is to limit the amount of chakra through the body, but the lotus exerts tremendous pressure on these limiters, eventually forcing the gates open. This releases the restraints on the chakra, the result being that a person's strength can be increased 10-fold or more, Kakashi said as he lifted his headband, revealing his Sharingan. The primary only opens the first gate, the gate of opening, releasing the brain's restraints on the muscles, freeing the person to bring forth the body's strength to the full extent. You've seen the results, Guy continued. What about the hidden lotus? Sakura asked. At the second gate, the gate of rest, one's strength is increased further, and at the third gate, the gate of life, one enters the hidden lotus, Guy said. But the primary lotus almost destroyed him. He could barely move. What would happen to him if he takes it farther? She asked. Exactly, by opening all 8 gates you can obtain strength. Even then, Kage's the only drawback is you die, Kakashi said, shocking Sakura. I don't know what that boy means to you, Guy, but I shouldn't have to tell you we never bring personal feelings into play. I never thought you were capable of this, Kakashi said. You have no right. You know nothing about him, nothing at all. He has something to prove, something he will prove even at the cost of his life, and I am determined to help him reach his goal, not for his sake, but because that goal is worth reaching. Besides, Naruto was on your team before he was paired with Kurenai. You never trained him, you spent all your time training Sasuke because he reminded you of yourself when you were his age, which, may I remind you, isn't a good thing. So don't tell me how to train my genin when you couldn't even train yours properly, Guy said, glaring at Kakashi, who said nothing. As you've heard from Guy-sensei, Naruto, I have something to prove, Lee said. I know what you're planning to do, Lee, and I've been waiting for it. It's time we end this, Naruto said. You are right, it is time to end this. Niji, Sasuke, and yourself have won. I will not be the only one to lose today, Lee said as his chakra level started to grow. Guy-sensei, please let this work. It is now or never. His chakra becomes visible as he brings his arms down to his sides. To protect and maintain one's own ninja way, Lee and Guy thought. The third gate of life open, Lee said as his body turned red. What's happening? Kankuro asked. He's opened the third gate of life, now he'll attack, Kakashi states. No, he won't, not yet. Guy said, confusing everybody in the stands. The fourth gate. Gate of pain open. Lee said. His veins started popping out on his head as the fourth gate opened. He crouched down and took off at speeds Naruto could see but barely. He was breaking the ground, kicking up chunks of earth, shocking everybody, even Naruto. Next thing Naruto knew, he got a stiff kick to his chin, creating a shockwave that almost blew everyone over. He's faster than ever, Kakashi said. Naruto. Hinata exclaimed, worried about her teammate. Where are they? Shino asked. Up there, Shikamaru said, seeing Naruto floating in the air. Lee appeared in front of Naruto and started to kick him all over the fighting area like it was nothing. Although it was hurting, Naruto couldn't help but enjoy himself. He felt that familiar heat rising inside him, and it kept building. He wasn't the only one to feel it. Anko and Hiruzen felt it as well. They looked at each other and smirked, knowing what was happening. Kurenai, seeing this, asked what was going on. Don't worry about it, Nai-chan. Let's just say something interesting is about to happen to Naruto that, if I have a feeling, will help him beat Lee even if he is using the 8 inner gates, Anko said. As Lee was kicking Naruto, he noticed him taking the pain very well. You're a strong one, Naruto, take this, he said as he was barely able to make a fist because his muscles were in so much pain. The fifth gate. Gate of closing open. He said. He disappears and punches Naruto in the gut, sending him down to the floor, but wraps him in his wrist tape again, and yanks him back up, delivering a viciously hard kick to the chin. Hidden Lotus. Naruto was sent crashing to the ground. However, the Naruto that hit the ground went up in a puff of smoke. You almost got me, Lee. If I hadn't created that clone and substituted with it, I would have lost, Naruto said. He got ready and charged at speeds that even the Jounin had trouble keeping up with. He was almost as fast as Lee. With the gates open, they met in the middle and started giving punches and kicks that each time connected have off shockwaves. Naruto, using his Sharingan, found an opening and delivered an elbow to Lee's gut and kicked him away, but Lee was using 5 gates, so he didn't stay down for long. They started trading blows again, but this time, another heat rose in the arena and Oppressor was around. Anko and Hiruzen smirked again. It was time for Naruto to let loose. After a while, Naruto was so into the fight that he was starting to dodge all of Lee's attacks and became even faster than him, but his attacks weren't really doing anything, so he started to add chakra to his punches and kicks, and Lee's face scrunching up told Naruto he was feeling the pain. What's going on? What is this heat and pressure that Lee is giving off? I never knew the gates gave a calm and relaxing presence as well, Asuma said. That pressure isn't coming from Lee. It's coming from Naruto, but we don't know what it is. It only happens randomly, I guess, when he is in a good fight that can push him. But going by the look on Guy's face, I'm sure he knows what's going on, Anko said, making everybody look at him, and his face had a shocked expression. No way, he whispered to himself as he saw Naruto's Sharingan turn silver. Naruto started to dodge every single strike that Lee sent at him, even sharper and faster, and his regular hits started to do damage to Lee, who was keeping the 5th gate open. Naruto gave a roundhouse kick, sending Lee crashing into the rubble, and chased after him. They both were feeling the strain on their bodies but kept going. Naruto completely took control of the fight, dodging everything and anything with grace that made Hinata jealous. Everybody looked at Guy, who had tears in his eyes. Guy, would you mind explaining what is going on? Hiruzen asked. My father, when he was alive, once told me he was on a mission, but he came across a scroll that was from the times of the Sage of 6 Paths. He read the scroll and it stated a fighting technique that would be considered impossible to learn. He was going to bring it back after the mission was completed, but a group from Kumo was on a mission looking for the scroll since they heard rumors about it existing. They found my father with the scroll, they fought over it, and he barely escaped with the scroll. The Kumo team found him and tried to take the scroll, but he burned it, and before the Kumo shinobi could attack, his backup arrived. He told me this fighting style was so difficult that the sage himself said he couldn't do it. It's a technique that allows your body to attack and dodge on its own, but to do that your mind must be completely empty and just let your body take over your motions. He said that it should be easier to dodge without thinking because some people's bodies do that automatically. However, he said attacking will be difficult since everyone thinks about their attacks and if they will work. However, seeing Naruto use it without even knowing is a complete honor, and I'm lucky to be alive to see it happening in front of me. The pressure and heat you feel is from Naruto. He is in a sense in the heat of the battle, and his pressure comes from the amount of power this gives off. However, your body will be in a tremendous amount of pain if you aren't used to using it. The sage stated in the scroll that he doubted the 8 inner gates would be able to defeat somebody who could completely use this technique to the fullest. If Naruto was to ever master this technique, I will personally bow to him as my superior, Guy said passionately, shocking everyone as he has only been passionate about his flames of youth. Although Lee is my student and I care for him like a son and wish him the best, he will not win this fight, he said. So what's it called then, Guy? Anko asked. Ultra Instinct, he says as Lee and Naruto separate. They get ready for one last attack to end this. Naruto gathers a large amount of wind chakra in his right hand, and Lee does the same with his chakra from the 5 gates. Hiruzen, seeing this, takes action and yells, I don't care who you are or what village you are from. If you can use the mud wall jutsu, do it now, and use as much chakra you can. If they clash, they crash. They will bring this building down on top of us. Every Jounin and Shino did the jutsu while Gaara sent out a huge wall of sand getting in between the walls. Naruto and Lee rushed forward and let loose their chakra attacks. Lee sent his chakra forward and Naruto said his jutsu. Wind style, pressurized fist. Naruto thrusted his fist forward, sending the air chakra in the shape of a fist at Lee, and Lee sent his built-up chakra at Naruto. The result of the attacks was the mud walls and sand were destroyed in the explosion. Everyone was sent flying back from the shockwave, but the stadium remained intact. Everyone stood waiting for the smoke to clear after 5 minutes. The smoke cleared and showed Naruto standing barely with his Sharingan activated, and Lee was stuck in a wall unconscious. The Hokage nodded to hate. Winner Naruto Uchiha. Naruto barely looked up before his body locked up on him, and he fell to the ground face first. Kurenai and Guy rushed to the arena to grab their students, and both had proud smiles on their faces. They took them to the medic area to get checked over, and Kurenai returned, but Guy stayed behind. He couldn't help but be happy as tears fell from his eyes at the 2 boys, no men in front of him. That was the best taijutsu fight he has ever seen. Okay, can everybody who won their match and Gaara come down to what remains of the fighting area? You need to pick numbers to see who you are fighting in the finals. Anko said. Everybody picked a number and showed it to Anko. Kakashi and Kurenai had to pick for Naruto and Sasuke. Okay, so the fights are based on the numbers you drew. Look at the board and you will see your name and your opponent. Anko said. Everyone looked at the board. Match 1, Neji vs Naruto. Everyone felt bad for Neji. Match 2, Sasuke vs Gaara. Match 3, Kankuro vs Shino. Match 4, Shikamaru vs Dosu. Match 5, Temari vs winner of Match 4. Those are the matches for the final round. You have 1 month to prepare, Hiruzen said. Why a month? Asked Sakura from the balcony. Well, we can't do it next week, clearly because of the stadium's condition thanks to the last fight. Plus the judges will be coming in. It's not just me, it will be the Kazekage, the Fire Daimyo, and a council of shinobi from both Suna and the Leaf. Now, he was interrupted by Naruto limping into the area with a crutch. Hokage-sama, I need to talk to you and bring the San Genin and Jounin sensei, he said in a serious voice. The Hokage nodded. Now you all have a month to train and get prepared for your matches next month. You're dismissed. However, Sand Ninja, please follow me, he said. He got a nod from the 3 Genin and Jounin. Shino discreetly put a big on the Hokage, but a glare from Naruto with his Sharingan active made him call it back. Naruto led them to a separate room and put up a privacy barrier. Okay, Naruto, what is it that you need? Hiruzen asked seriously. Snake in the grass? Was all Naruto said. He got a nod from the Hokage to continue. Orochimaru is planning an invasion with sand during the final round, he said, making the Jounin and 2 Genin nervous. Gaara just stood there. How do you know this, Naruto? This is a serious accusation, Hiruzen said, getting 3 nods from Kankuro, Temari, and Baki. That would be because of me, Midnight said, walking out of the shadows. Naruto, why is there a 4-tailed fox here? Hiruzen asked. This is Midnight, one of the spy foxes I said I would use to spy on Kabuto. He got a nod from Hiruzen, who knew about the contract but not Kyubi being the boss. Okay, go ahead and explain, Midnight, Hiruzen said. As Naruto said, he summoned me to spy on a Kabuto guy who smelled like snakes. We the foxes hate snakes and toads, Midnight said. Well, there goes Jiraiya giving him the toad contract, Hiruzen thought. Anyway, I was spying on him since the first day of the Chunin exams, and he met up with this guy named Orochimaru. He met up with him every day until he fought Naruto. Good job, by the way. They were talking about an invasion during the Chunin exams finals with Sun's aiding sound. However, I'm sorry to say this, but the Kazekage is dead. Orochimaru has been acting as him for a couple of weeks now. He killed him on his way back from a meeting with the Wind Daimyo because he refused to attack the Leaf despite the Wind Daimyo taking missions away from them. The key to the invasion is Gaara. He plans on you releasing the One-Tails during your match. A sleeping genjutsu will be casted by Kabuto starting the invasion. He will be disguised as an Umbu. That's everything I know. Midnight finished. Thanks, Midnight, you've done enough. This is for you. Naruto unseals a pile of meat which Midnight drools over. Naruto sends him back home. Now about the invasion and Suna's involvement, Hiruzen said, scaring the sand ninja, even Gaara. We had no idea it was Orochimaru, we were just following orders. Baki quickly said. Temari and Kankuro agreed. Don't worry, I'm not going to blame you. However, I want you to participate in the invasion. Act like you are still attacking us, but when the invasion starts you will attack the Sound Ninja. I will deal with Orochimaru myself. It's time I put an end to my student for good. Does Orochimaru leave Sound Ninja in the Sand Village? Baki shakes his head no. Okay, good. When the Kazekage leaves for a diplomatic mission, gather the council and all ninja and tell them about Orochimaru and tell them the plan, Hiruzen said. Okay, will do. However, we still have two problems. Sand will need a Kazekage after all this is over with, and we need to do something about Gaara. He can't fall asleep or the One-Tail will escape, Temari said. Well, I can't tell who will become Kazekage, so Baki will probably become the temporary Kazekage, or the council will handle everything until someone is chosen. As for Gaara, I can get my seal master to fix his seal, which seems to be the problem, Hiruzen said. Great, how long until the seal master can do it? Kankuro asked. I don't know, ask him yourself, he said, pointing at Naruto, who actually stopped paying attention. He came to and everybody was looking at him. You say something? Hiruzen took a deep breath to calm himself down. Can you fix Gaara's seal? Baki asked. I already did. He pointed at Gaara, who was snoring face down on the floor. When did you do it? Temari asked. When we fought in the room at the Chunin exams. You never noticed how calm he's been the past few days? I wonder why he chose now to sleep though, Naruto said. Alright, is everything in order? Hiruzen asked and got 3 nods and a snore. Okay, you all have one month to get ready, good luck. They all leave Naruto, and Hiruzen head to his office. Naruto lays down on the couch to relax and let his healing abilities get to work. After about 30 minutes of him and Hiruzen talking, a presence has been outside his window for 15 minutes. Are you waiting for a fucking invitation or are you going to stay out there all day? Naruto spoke, and in came an old man with long white spiky hair with 2 bangs framing his face with red lines coming from his eyes, wearing a green kimono short shirt and matching pants. He wore wooden sandals and a red haori with a headband with the kanji for oil on it. So who are you? The man starts dancing and Naruto stops paying attention. The man finished dancing while looking at Naruto, who was of course not paying attention. What? He asked. The man fell off his toad and Hiruzen could only sigh at this. Naruto, this is my student Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. He has agreed to be your teacher for the next month, Hiruzen said, and Jiraiya nodded. Why do you want to train me? Naruto asked. Jiraiya looked at Hiruzen and nodded. There is a group of S-rank criminals called the Akatsuki, and they are hunting down Jinchuriki for the tailed beast inside of you. They plan on extracting them for what I don't know. I do know if the extraction process is complete you will die, he said. What are you going to train me in? Naruto asked. I'm going to teach you how to control the Kyuubi chakra and use it properly, Jiraiya said with a proud smile on his face. Have you ever trained a Jinchuriki on using tailed beast chakra? Naruto asked. Well, no, but it can't be that hard. You just draw out as much as possible and then try to control it, he said like it's the most obvious thing ever. You're a fucking idiot. Let me get this straight, I have a group of S-rank criminals after the tailed beast chasing me? Jiraiya nods. You want to train me using its chakra to use against them? He nods again. You've never trained a Jinchuriki in using tailed beast chakra and your solution is to pull as much as I can handle. Another nod. Has it ever occurred to you that since they are hunting tailed beasts down that they know how to counter it? A shrug came from Jiraiya. I'll pass, this guy is an idiotic moron. I'll see you later, old man. With that, Naruto vanished. He made it to Anko's house to talk to her. He unlocked the door, and she was sitting on the couch looking like she was thinking hard. Naruto put a hand on her shoulder, startling her. What's wrong, Anko? He asked. The invasion next month, we can't take on 2 villages at once and I'm afraid I'll lose Ichiraku, she said. Oh yeah, you haven't heard yet? Well, I can since you're won the S-rank mission file, he said and activated the barrier he put up last time he walked in on her and Ichiraku on the couch making out. When did you put that in here? She asked, confused. When you and Ichiraku looked like you were about to have sex on the couch about 2 weeks ago, he said. She sighed. We didn't have sex. Kissing is all we've done. He hasn't even seen the girls yet. I'm afraid he's like the other guys who just want to get in a girl's pants and move on, she said. You do know he is pure like you, right? He said, getting a shocked look from her. Really? Yeah. I mean, he said he has been in Umbu since you went missing and you've been back in the village for a while, and he just 5 years ago and has done nothing but work at the academy. Even when the academy was closed he was there. I think he is just as nervous about it as you are. You should talk to him, he said. Then he proceeded to tell her about the invasion plan and what's going to happen. Okay, Anko, one more thing. Have you ever thought about getting a different summoning contract? He asked. Yeah, I have, but nobody wants me because I am sided with the snakes. Why? She asks. Because on top of my fox contract I have the dragon contract, and they said they would take you on as a summoner. However, you would have to cancel the snake contract, lose the snake pendant and forget snake jutsus. However, they will allow you to keep the taijutsu style since it fits you perfectly, he said. Are you serious? Yes, we would just need Inoichi to completely wipe out the knowledge of snake jutsus from your brain and you cancel that contract, he said. She goes through hand signs. Summoning jutsu. Out comes a snake as tall as Naruto. Yes, Anko, how may I help you? The snake asked. I want you to remove my name from the snake contract, she said. The snake stared at her for a while until the snake contract appeared and opened up. The snake spits venom on Anko's name, and it burns away. The snake vanishes in a puff of smoke. Anko takes off the snake pendant and burns it with a small fire jutsu. Okay, we need to go see Inoichi, she said, and grabbed him and disappeared to the TNI apartment, and went to Inoichi's office and asked him to get rid of her knowledge of snake jutsus. He asked no questions and 10 minutes later he was done. Naruto took them to the training ground and summoned our favorite 500-foot-tall dragon. Hey Naruto, is this the one? Naruto nodded and the summoning contract appeared. Sign it, Anko. Naruto said. She nodded and Naruto told her the hand signs for it and told her to summon her familiar. She went through the hand signs. Summoning jutsu. A small dragon appeared with 4 wings that look like an X when they spread out, with 2 horns that go across its head, almost looking like eyebrows with fins on each side of its head. It looks up at Anko with eyes that have yellow iris and black oval-shaped pupils. It tilts its head at her in a confused way. "Aw, it's so cute," she said as she picked up the dragon and cuddled it to her face. "Interesting dragon, this one will be a wind user once it grows. However, you have to name it. After you name it, that will complete your bond." You can't summon her until she is ready to start training, so in about 6 months is when you can train your familiar," Bob said before he disappeared along with Anko's familiar. "Wait, I forgot to ask him for his name and give my familiar a name," Anko said. "Well, summon him back so you can ask him," he said. Summoning jutsu. "I'm back again." "What do you need, Anko?" Bob asked. "I need to give my familiar her name, and I don't know your name yet," she said. "Oh, of course, let me bring her to you." He leaves and returns 30 seconds later with Anko's familiar. "Okay, now I think I'll call you Rose," Anko said to her familiar, who clapped her wings, creating a tiny gust of wind. "Well, I guess she will be a wind type when she gets older and starts to train. You will be able to summon her again in 6 months after she grows some more, like Naruto, who cannot summon his familiar. Now, as I've told Naruto, you can summon any other dragon besides the boss and elder. They will determine when you are ready and worthy to summon them. I will tell you now that both of you are close. Now for name, I am the almighty dragon, wielder of green flames and strongest battle dragon outside of the boss dragon and elder. You, Anko, may call me Bob," he said proudly, once again puffing his chest out. Anko just stared at him and looked at Naruto for confirmation. He nodded and she wanted to laugh, but she could tell Bob was really proud of his name, so she let it go. "Now if that is all, we shall be off." They nodded and he disappeared with Rose, who didn't want to leave yet. "Alright, Naruto-chan, what will you be doing for the next month? Have you found a teacher yet?" Anko asked. "The idiot Jiraiya wanted to teach me. He was going to train me in something he didn't understand or know how it works," he said. "What do you mean by that?" she asked, and he explained the whole Akatsuki situation and Jiraiya's brilliant ideas to use the Kyuubi chakra against them. "Wow, I know he is an idiot, but I didn't think it was that much. By the way, he is a major pervert who always peeks on women in the bathhouses. If you turn out like him, I will castrate you. Do you understand me?" she asked with a dangerous voice. He nodded frantically, not trusting his own words. "Good, now I'm off to prepare for next month. I might even get late tonight, so don't come over," she said, and disappeared in a swirl of fire. I didn't need to know that last part. But time to train. With that, he started working on his chakra control because he had an idea for a jutsu he wanted to make. He did the tree walking exercise by sticking leaves to his body and water walking while balancing a saban on each of his fingers. He did this for 5 hours straight and decided to call it a day. He went home and went to sleep. Next morning, Naruto woke up and went to the store, but he couldn't get what he was looking for. They were sold out. He decided to go and see the old man. He has a grandson, so he might have what he needs. He shunshined to the Hokage office and saw the same guy from yesterday. "Hey, old man." "Hey, pervy sage." At the name pervy sage, Jiraiya's jaw hit the ground and Hiruzen started laughing. "Don't call me that," Jiraiya yelled. Yeah, whatever. "Old man, I need some water balloons and rubber balls. Do you have any?" he asked, and was met by silence until Jiraiya spoke up. "Why do you need those?" he asked, thinking he may know what Naruto has planned. "I have an idea for a jutsu I wanted to create, but I need those for shape manipulation, power, and rotation. I'm trying to create a ball of pure chakra in my hand for close-range attacks," he said. "Oh, you mean this?" Jiraiya asked, and formed a ball of chakra in his hand. "Yeah, like that, but how do you know it?" Naruto asked. "This was created by the Yandame kid. It's called the Rasengan. It's an A-rank jutsu that took him 3 years to create, since he was starting from scratch. He got the idea of seeing a tailed beast spawn once. It took me a couple months to learn. Outside of me and him, nobody knows it. I can teach it to you if you want," Jiraiya said. "Sure, but I have a question for the old man," Naruto said. "What would that be, Naruto?" Hiruzen asked. "Who is my father?" Naruto said. "The Yandame," he stated bluntly, shocking Naruto. "Why didn't you tell me before?" "Well, I was waiting for you to ask. The instructions were to not tell you until you were a Chunin or figured you were ready, and given from the damage done to the Chunin exam stadium, you are more than ready. he said, making Naruto scratch the back of his head like his father always did when he was embarrassed. Yeah, good job on that, kid. Now it's time I introduce myself. My name is Jiraiya, yes, but I am also your godfather. I didn't raise you because I figured I would do better keeping outside threats from harming you. I've been keeping an eye on you for the last 13 years. I've only had to stop 50 outside threats to you because somebody told them that there was an Uchiha around that was not being looked over by the clan. I guess Danzo has a hand in that, but we know how good he is at hiding his tracks. Jiraiya said. Okay, that's a reasonable explanation. I already know who my godmother is, so it's okay with me, he said. Who's your godmother then? Jiraiya asked mockingly. Kushina Uzumaki. I know because when the old man gave another scroll that had been left for me, it contained the Uzumaki sealing notes, and a letter from her explaining who she was and that there may be another Uzumaki out there somewhere, and some may be around my age. She said that when every Uzumaki is born there is a seal placed on them that is explained to them at the age of 7 but won't be active until they are 8. It's invisible to anybody who hasn't mastered the first 4 levels of Uzumaki sealing. It can be activated by whoever has the Uzumaki sealing notes. Inside of it is a beacon seal that lets you know when an Uzumaki is around, that shows all Uzumaki alive. I activated the seal once and it only showed 2 Uzumaki clan members alive, but it had a third spot on there showing a half or less than half Uzumaki being alive. One was in the Chunin exams during the second part, but I never found who it was. I'm going to try again in a couple of months, and then I'll send out the other part of the seal letting them know they can come to Konoha. Alright Naruto, how far along are you in the Uzumaki sealing notes? Jiraiya asked. I just finished level 5 right before the Chunin exams started, he said. Alright, well Naruto, this is the scroll your father left for you. It can only be opened by your blood. My guess is that this was supposed to be a birthday gift for you since it wasn't a freshly made seal when I found it, Hiruzen said as he handed the scroll to Naruto. He activated the blood seal and a small scroll popped out. He unrolled the paper inside and read it out loud. Happy 15th birthday, Naruto. I know this isn't much of a gift, but I was never really good at those. This is 2 of my most prized jutsu. The first is the Narration jutsu. It was created by Tobirama Senju, however I made it even better than he made it. The only way you can use this jutsu is if you have mastered all 10 levels of space-time Fuin jutsu, and have figured out the key to getting it to work. The second is my personal jutsu. It's called the Narration Dorai. You must know space-time Fuin jutsu for this as well. This jutsu creates a barrier that is capable of transferring anything to a marked location. I guess if you use enough chakra you can teleport a tailed beast bomb, but I don't want to find out if you can. Below I have left you 50 spare tri-pronged kunai for both of these jutsus. Now I have one more technique called the Rasengan, but I'll teach you that myself. Enjoy your day. Love, Dad. To say Naruto was shocked was an understatement. He was crying because he was supposed to get this gift from his dad next year. Wow, so I guess Minato was planning on passing his legacy down to you at the age of 15. So how long do you think it should take you to complete these jutsus? Jiraiya asked. Well, I already know space-time Fuin jutsu, but even though knowing Fuin jutsu is required, these are classified as S-rank ninjutsu, so I'll probably have them done within a couple of months. Probably sooner. I just need to figure out the secret to them, and everything else will be somewhat difficult. Naruto responded. Alright, let's head to the Hokage's training ground to begin training. Jiraiya responded. Naruto disappeared in a swirl of blue fire. Why is his fire blue? He asked his teacher. I don't know, it's always been like that. His lightning is red as well, he said, shocking Jiraiya, who left in a swirl of leaves. Jiraiya arrived at the training ground seeing Naruto already inside the barrier waiting for him. How'd you get in the barrier? I've been training here since I was 6. We wanted to keep my Sharingan training a secret, he said. Who taught you? Before the academy, I mean. I know it wasn't Kakashi, having heard how he is towards you. Jiraiya asked. Shursui Uchiha trained me until I was 8 before he died. Everything else was self-taught. Even after I got a Jounin sensei, I still taught myself, especially when I was on Team 7. With Kurenai, she couldn't teach me much except chakra control, but she would spar with me to try and fix any holes I had in my taijutsu as best as she could. Naruto said. Okay, so how strong are you exactly? Jiraiya asked. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. I know I'm stronger than Kakashi. He said, shocking Jiraiya. Even though Kakashi slacked off in his training, he was still not to be taken lightly. Okay, then are you healed up 100%? He got a nod from Naruto. Okay, let's spar before we begin the Rasengan. They get into their respective stances and Naruto charged at Jiraiya and Jiraiya blocked the punch, but winced from the power behind it. They spared for an hour before Jiraiya called for a stop. Okay, you are definitely low Sannin level, however you are not strong enough to take on even the lower ranked members of the Akatsuki. He said. The only member I know is Itachi because Orochimaru was a part, but he tried to take over Itachi's body for the Sharingan but lost and barely escaped. It was only because Orochimaru's helper Kabuto showed up. You can maybe go toe-to-toe with Itachi in taijutsu because of your Sharingan, but without it you would lose to him. Also watch out for his Manjikyu, it's impossible to counter it. He said seriously. I can counter his Manjikyu with my own. Naruto said, activating his Manjikyu Sharingan. When? Is all Jiraiya asked. Sure sway. Was the response, and he understood. One thing about Orochimaru, he can't keep his mouth shut, and through a lot of research he accidentally found out how to awaken the Manjikyu. But what Oda-Kimura didn't know was how to counter the blindness. Okay, let's begin with the first step of the Rasengan. The first step is you must pop the balloon with only your chakra. I'll demonstrate for you, he said as he unsealed some balloons filled with water. He held one in his hand and began to channel chakra into the balloon, making it bubble all over before popping. Once you can do that in 1 second, we can move on to the next stage. Naruto grabbed the rest of the water balloons and got to work. It took him 6 hours to get the balloon to pop. He had a lot of problems with it. He made it flat like a disc and somehow made it stand up straight like a saban that resulted in a sweat drop from both him and Jiraiya, who couldn't even figure out how he did that. He eventually got it, but it took him 5 seconds to pop it. He grabbed another water balloon. He had about 30 left out of the 100 that he originally had. After another 5 hours he was able to get the balloon to pop. However, tomorrow he would try to get it to pop in a split second since Jiraiya had given him tomorrow off. He left the training ground and went to Ichiraku's and ate some food and talked with Ayam. He found out she had gotten offered a marriage contract from a noble family and declined it. She always said she wanted to get married out of love and not through some contract. She was now seeing a civilian boy she met a few months ago. Naruto of course wanted to intimidate him but only got hit by her ladle that appeared out of nowhere. He went home and went to sleep. He woke up the next day and decided to just stay home, but he went to the store to buy some balloons. Now he was practicing to pop it in a second when someone knocked on his door. He opened it, and it was Gaara. They just stood there staring at each other until Naruto spoke. Can I help you? Yes, Temari did something and I don't know how to respond to it, Gaara said. What did she do? Naruto asked. Well, I woke up and Temari had me in a soft stranglehold. I didn't know what to do, so I trapped her to the wall with sand and came here, Gaara explained. Naruto's sweat dropped at that last part. That's called a hug, Gaara. People usually give them out if they are happy or sad. In Temari's case, she's happy to have her brother back, and she was happy that you were finally able to sleep. You've been asleep since the end of the exhibition matches and then slept the entire next day. Gaara nodded at this explanation and just, you're welcome, he said and got to work on popping the balloon instantly. 3 hours later he finally got it to pop instantly. He worked on his Fuinjutsu for the rest of the day and finished the seal to get rid of the caged bird seal, since he couldn't use the same seal he used for Anko's curse mark due to the caged bird seal being so close to the brain. He needed something specifically for the caged bird seal. He suddenly found what he was looking for and got to work. Next day he met Jiraiya, who was shocked that Naruto could pop the balloon instantly. So they got to work on popping the rubber ball that took Naruto all day. All he kept getting was little holes in the ball. He could see the chakra making the ball bubble like the balloon did, but he didn't understand what he was doing wrong. That's when it hit him he couldn't focus the power in his hand, so he drew the Uzumaki spiral in his hand to make him focus on adding power. It took him 2 days to get it down. Actually, it took him the next day, but he took an extra day to pop the ball instantly. Now he was working on adding the first 2 steps together, but compressing it he couldn't pop the balloon, and when this was done Jiraiya showed him the end result. The Rasengan should grind into whatever it hits. This was the easiest stage for Naruto, and he got in a couple of hours making Jiraiya pout. Okay, I have one last thing to give you. Since you completed the Rasengan, I want to give you the Toad contract, Jiraiya said. Sorry, Pervy Sage, but I can't. My summons hate toads and won't allow me to sign the contract, Naruto said. What summons do you have? Jiraiya said, ignoring the name calling. The Fox contract, Naruto said. Shit, it would be the foxes. Well, the main reason I needed to give you the Toad contract is because they have the key to your seal and you can't get it unless you sign the contract, Jiraiya stated. Well, how about you summon the toad that has the key and I can look at it and make my own key? Naruto told him. That should work. He goes through the hand signs. Summoning jutsu. A black and orange toad appeared out of the smoke. Geratora, I need you to show Naruto the key to the seal. He can't sign the contract because he signed the Fox contract, Jiraiya said. Are you sure, Jiraiya, he's just a kid? Geratora responded. Yeah, I'm sure. He just wants to see it so he can make his own. He's better than me at making seals, so I believe he can do it, Jiraiya said. Alright if you say so, but after this you should summon Gamabunta and tell him, Geratora says, and he stretches his body and a scroll-like section of his body unravels showing the key. Naruto activates his Sharingan, memorizing everything before deactivating it. Giotora disappears, but before they can do anything a large toad appears. Jiraiya, the toad yelled. Yes, Bunta. Jiraiya said. Where is the boy? I want to talk to him, Gamabunta said. I'm right here, Naruto said, standing next to Jiraiya. Okay, I understand you can't have the Toad contract, and that is fine. Jiraiya messed up by not offering you the Toad contract earlier. I have a request. If anything were to happen to Jiraiya, I would like you to hold on to the contract and find a new summoner. This is an odd request, I understand, but that is all I ask. Can you do that for me? Gamabunta asked. Naruto thought about it for about 5 minutes. Yes, I can do that. How will you know where I am to get me the contract? Naruto asked. If anything happens, the Elder Toad Fukusaku will bring the contract to the Hokage and explain the situation, Gamabunta said before disappearing. Alright, that's the only 2 things I could teach you. Everything else is Toad-related. I'll be in and out of the village the next few weeks setting up the counter-attack. I'll be around to spar with you sometimes. After that, Jiraiya went up in a cloud of smoke. Naruto sat down on the training ground and made a Rasengan in both hands. He tried to increase the size of the Rasengan, but after it got a certain size the outside shell would destabilize and the Rasengan would explode. However, that also gave him another idea to create multiple Rasengans at once, and have them inside of a layer of chakra. With that he began to work on making the Rasengan bigger first before moving on to his next idea he had. Chunin exam finals. The month everybody had to train was over with. And all the nobles from different villages were in, even the fire daimyo who came only to see Naruto, who his wife said he should look at. Villagers from the Leaf and shinobi from the Leaf and Sand village were packed in the stands. The villagers were unaware of the impending invasion, but the Hokage had to take a risk. He has Umbu in the stands ready to take the civilians to the bunkers and some Jounin in the streets ready to escort those civilians not in the Chunin exam stadium to the bunker where Anko and Ichiraku will be standing guard. All of the contestants were there except Dosu. Kakashi was there with Sasuke on time due to him knowing about the invasion, and he wanted to see if he could learn anything from Naruto. What Kakashi didn't know was that Naruto made it impossible for a Sharingan user to copy his jutsus. All of them required less than 5 hand signs and the Sharingan needs to see all of them. He saw Sasuke staring at Naruto with his now 2 Tomo Sharingan trying to intimidate him. Naruto just looked at him and activated his own Sharingan, shocking Sasuke because it's already matured. Up in the Kage's booth, the Kazekage has just arrived. Greetings, Kazekage Dano. I hope your travels were pleasant, Hiruzen asked. They were quite well, except for the usual bandits trying to make a quick Rio. Although I am thankful that the exams are being held in Konoha, due to your age I don't know if you can handle the travels or the heat, responded the Kazekage. Hiruzen just laughed at this playing along. Oh, don't count me out just yet. I may be old, but there is still a lot of life left in these bones, he said. The Kazekage only nodded. I'm looking forward to these matches, especially the Uchiha Genin. I've heard that they are both quite interesting. Although I do not think they will be able to beat my son, the Kazekage said. Now then, I believe it is time to get things started, Hiruzen said, standing and began speaking to the crowd, getting their attention. Thank you all for coming to the Hidden Leaf Village for the Chunin exam selections this year. We have come to the final competition between 8 candidates who made it through the preliminaries. We ask that no one leaves until all the matches have finished. Now everyone enjoy. Genma, I hand everything else over to you now, Hiruzen said. You said 8 candidates, aren't you missing one? The Kazekage asked. Yes, it appears Dosu of the Sound has not been found. He has by rule forfeited, Hiruzen responded. A Jounin with his headband on covering his entire head, chewing on a senbon with the basic Jounin outfit on, appears. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Now, as you all know, Dosu is not here, so now the third match will be between Temari and Shikamaru, while the fourth match will now be Gaara vs Sasuke Uchiha. Now listen up, the terrain is different now thanks to an incident during the preliminary matches, he said, giving a pointed look at Naruto, who was scratching the back of his head. The rules are still the same. The match goes on until your opponent is either unable to continue or forfeits the match. Now the first match is between Neji Hyuga and Naruto Uchiha. Everyone else go up to the waiting area. The other 6 candidates went up to the waiting area. In the stands. Watch closely, Hanabi. You are about to witness something amazing during this match, Hayashi said. What is it, father? Hanabi asked. Just watch and you'll see, he responded, getting confused looks from Hanabi and Hinata. Hayashi was also on edge. All the clan heads knew about the upcoming invasion. He didn't want his daughters to be there. But Naruto told him he has clones hinged into bugs with enough chakra to last for a couple of hours, so they will be sent up with the nobles and daimyo and other important guests inside of a barrier that will keep everyone in and nothing can get through it. His clones will be powering the barrier. While the Hyuga in the first match. I know, and he is going up against the runt of the Uchiha clan. My money is on the Hyuga. Yeah, he doesn't stand a chance. If this was Sasuke, he would wipe the floor with him. I heard the runt was responsible for them having to rebuild the fighting area. Yeah, I heard that too. He must have let the fox out to play. Those were the words said by a couple of civilians who still did not like Naruto either for containing the fox or being the son of Kiyomi Uchiha. However, the 2 Chunin close by the Eternal Gate guards Izumo and Kotetsu had other thoughts. I don't see a way how this Hyuga wins. You heard how Naruto took out 3 opponents in the preliminaries, Izumo said. Yeah, I know. I even heard one of them was a Jounin-level shinobi. My money is on Naruto to win the entire thing, Kotetsu said. Fighting stage. Neji and Naruto stand face to face waiting for the signal to start. You got something to say? You look a little tense, Neji said arrogantly. Yeah, I do. You're about to get the ass kicking of a lifetime. I'm only tense for a completely different reason, Naruto responds. They settle into their stances and get ready to fight, and Neji activates his Byakugan. I feel bad for Neji, Genma and the other Jounin thought. Begin, was all Genma said before hopping away. Neji opened his mouth to say something but was sent flying into the wall courtesy of a kick from Naruto that he didn't see coming even with his Byakugan active. He climbed out of the wall and rushed Naruto, attacking him with palm strikes that Naruto would either block or dodge. After no luck of Neji hitting Naruto, he jumped back to think of his game plan. The people in the crowd were cheering at the action they were seeing. All the judges were impressed so far, but it was only the beginning. How is he blocking and dodging my palm strikes? I know I must have hit him at least a couple of times. Neji thought while looking at Naruto, who just stood there calmly. Why do you hate Hinata, Neji? Is it because she's from the main branch while you are a side branch member? Or is it because of something else? Naruto asked. If you must know, it's because of this. He takes his headband off and unwraps his head and reveals the caged bird's seal. This seal was branded on me as a child. I was 4 years old when the elders of my clan decided to brand me with this seal. On that same day, after many years and war, a peace treaty was going to happen between the land of fire and the land of lightning. They sent a head Jounin to join the celebration and signed the treaty. Everyone was there celebrating, every genin and Jounin in the village. Only one clan was absent, the Hyuga clan. Because this day was when the heir to the main house was turning 3. Her father, Lord Hayashi Hyuga, is sitting up there right next to her. Him and my father were twins, yet he was born first, so he is the head of the family, the firstborn. While my father, his brother, was banished to a lesser branch family. This seal, I can assure you, is not for decoration. This seal acts as a punishment as well. If any Hyuga from the main branch are to get out of line, then a main branch member can activate the seal, causing unimaginable amounts of pain to whoever they chose, nearly killing them. However, on that same night, the Jounin from Kumo snuck into the Hyuga compound and kidnapped Lady Hinata while she was asleep. A servant of the Hyuga went to check on her and discovered she was missing and immediately told her father. Lord Hayashi found the Jounin with Lady Hinata over his shoulder trying to escape, but before he could, he was killed by Lord Hayashi. Then it was later discovered that it was a plot. The treaty was a fake, also they could get their hands on the Byakugan. Kumo found out, and of course they denied this and demanded the head of the leader of the Hyuga clan for compensation. However, what they got in return was my father, since the caged bird seal can destroy the Hyuga bloodline and any secrets the body may hold. The head of the Hyuga was too scared to give himself up, so he sacrificed his own brother, leaving a 4-year-old boy with no father. That is why I hate the main branch. It is Hinata's fault my father is dead. Neji said. Wow, nice story, too bad it's full of shit. Let me get this straight. Hinata was kidnapped by a Kumo Jounin at the age of 3 and you blame her for the death of your father. Neji nodded his head. You're an idiot, you know that. How is Hinata, 3-year-old with barely any training, supposed to stop a Jounin who has fought plenty of battles and probably in a war? You said Kumo wanted the Byakugan, so they requested the head of the main branch. They must have known about the caged bird seal, so they specifically asked for a member without it. The only way to make Kumo happy was to give them Hayashi, or in this case his brother, who, if I'm right, like every other branch member, would do anything to be free of the curse mark placed on you. I'm sure he willingly did this on his own, but you need to talk to your uncle and the elders. Now, since that is cleared up, I believe I owe you an ass whooping for trying to kill my teammate earlier in the preliminaries. Naruto said and activated his Sharingan, shocking those who didn't know he had it. In the stands. He already has a mature Sharingan? How? I know not even Sasuke has one yet. It must be the fox's influence, making him stronger so the fox can be released. Those were of course the civilians talking about Naruto. While no matter how many times I see it, I still can't believe he has the Sharingan at that level and he just turned 13. Asuma said. Yeah, I know, it makes you wonder how long he's had it, said a random Jounin sitting close by. I know from the blue fire and red lightning and being good at seals. What can't he do? Said Genma, who was up with them. He didn't know if this fight would be like the last one Naruto had. Kurenai, do you know when he unlocked the Sharingan? I know who trained him from the jutsu he used in the preliminaries, Asuma said. No, I don't. Only Anko knows when he unlocked it and matured it. However, I have a feeling he will reveal it, she answered. With the nobles and judges. A Sharingan matured at 13, that is unheard of. Only recent memory is Itachi, who had his matured before he was 13, said one judge. Yeah, I know, I'm with everyone else wondering when he unlocked it, said another. Given the way he performed in the first round and the skills he's shown, I think we have our first Chunin, maybe even special Jounin. What do you think? Another asked. He got nods of agreement from the other judges. Daddy, I want him to be my husband. Can you make it happen? Asked the daughter of one of the nobles in the Land of Fire. Of course, sweetie, I'll send the marriage contract once the exams are over and we get back home. That boy will be a gold mine to our family business, her father said. The other nobles looked at them in disgust. Meanwhile, the fire daimyo was keeping a close eye on him. He piqued his interest since his wife told him about the boy. Naruto Uchiha, huh? You aren't like the usual Uchiha, especially the other one in the village. I've got my eye on you. Depending on how you do, you just may receive an invitation to the Guardian 12. He thought. Fighting stage. Neji activated his Byakugan and spoke. It doesn't matter that you have the Sharingan. The Uchiha clan has always been second best in everything compared to the Hyuga. You are beneath me, he said. Do not lump me in with the Uchiha clan. I may have their bloodline, but I am not a part of that clan. I don't even wear the Uchiha crest. That clan was a disgrace, and it was only fitting that they get wiped out by one of their own members, Naruto said. Sasuke was being held back by Kakashi. He wanted to go down there and fight Naruto. Like I said, it does not matter anyway. Besides, Neji gets into a stance that makes Hayashi and the Hyuga elders gasp. You are within my field of divination 8 trigrams 64 palms. Neji stated. However, Naruto already activated his jutsus, so the attacks went right through him. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. However, every single one of them didn't even touch Naruto. That's impossible. How did you manage to evade that? Neji asked. I used my teacher's jutsu that he was famous for, and no, I am not talking about that loser of a Jounin Kakashi Hatake. No, I am talking about my first sensei who trained me for 2 years before the academy. Shursui Uchiha, or as other people like to call him, Shursui the Teleporter. He got many gasps from everyone. Even the Kazekage couldn't hold his back, making Hiruzen look at him from the corner of his eye. Yes, I was trained by Shursui after unlocking my Sharingan at the age of 6 during a beating I got from these villagers who blamed me for something I had no control over. So over the course of 2 years I trained my ass off harder than anybody. I matured my Sharingan during a jog around the village forest when I was 7 by a group of Rouge Chunin. I was saved by Shursui. After that he trained me even harder. I hid my Sharingan from everybody up until the preliminaries. Only a few people knew about my Sharingan. I hid it because I was ashamed to have the same blood as that idiotic clan. However, Hinata told me I shouldn't hide my heritage, and if I'm not proud to be an Uchiha, then at least be proud of who my mother is. I've become a seal master by Konoha standards before I even graduated from the academy. I was already on par with Kakashi by the time I was 12, and I have surely surpassed him. As you all witnessed, I can go toe-to-toe with 5 of the 8 inner gates using taijutsu only. Now you've had your fun, it's my turn. Naruto said. He took out a shuriken and threw them at Neji. Shuriken Shadow Clone. The one shuriken turned into 20, heading towards Neji at a fast pace. Rotation. Neji spun around, creating a dome of rotating chakra, knocking away the shuriken. So that's the Hyuga ultimate defense. I can't wait to break it. I've already found 2 weaknesses in the jutsu, he said. Oh yeah, and what's that? This is called the ultimate defense for a reason, Neji said. Then Naruto suddenly appeared in front of Neji, shocking him. The first weakness is you must rotate your body with your arm out for momentum. So if I'm in close, it's useless, Naruto said. Neji then found a knee in his stomach and coughed up blood. Naruto then proceeded to give him the same beating he gave Lee. He made Neji look like his personal punching bag. The beating was so brutal, Hinata and Hanabi have tears falling down their faces. Even though Neji was cold towards the main family, they still loved him like a brother, so seeing this made them cry. Naruto finished beating Neji with a strong uppercut, lifting him off his feet and delivering him a roundhouse kick to his gut. Neji hit the ground and coughed up blood. He stood after laying there for 10 seconds, although barely. I'm surprised you still can stand, but given your current chakra levels, I'd say you have enough left for 1 rotation. How about I show you the second weakness to that ultimate defense? He started to run at Niji holding his hand out, and swirling noise was heard shocking many of the older shinobi. They knew that jutsu and who made it. The second weakness in the rotation is the way the chakra moves, which means, he said. Rasengan. Rotation. An explosion happened. Smoke and dust was clouding the fighting area, but a gust of wind from inside the smoke cleared it away, showing Niji laid down on his back unable to move and Naruto staring down at him. All of the Hyuga that were in the stands were shocked that the ultimate defense of the Hyuga clan was easily picked apart. As I was saying, your rotation only spins chakra in one direction. If you go up against an attack that spins in the opposite direction or multiple directions, it gets cancelled out and you lose. Hayashi-sama, I've finished the 2 projects. Shall I show you the results? Naruto asked. Hayashi, knowing what he was talking about, stood up. Yes, you can, Naruto. I thank you for this, and the Hyuga will forever be in your debt, he said with a smile, shocking everyone. What could be so important that the Hyuga head will smile? Hayashi, what is he talking about? Asked one of the elders of the Hyuga clan. Ya father, what is he doing? Hinata asked. Just watch, is all they got in a response. Naruto nodded and went through 50 hand signs and touched Niji's forehead. Curse seal removal, seal evaporation. A slight burning sensation is all Niji felt that lasted for about 30 seconds. Naruto went through 20 hand signs and touched Niji on the side of his head by the temple. Bloodline destroyer seal. A seal appeared on Niji's temple before disappearing. Naruto pulled Niji up to his feet, and everybody was in shock. What did you do to me? Niji asked weakly. Naruto put a medical seal on Niji, who immediately felt the effects of it. Simply told him, I made you a free bird, as well as all the branch members. He pulled out a kunai and showed Niji his reflection. Niji was in shock, but before he could say anything he passed out. What, Hayashi, we will not stand for this. The caged bird seal was always a part of our family tradition, yelled the elders. Well, it's a good thing I don't care. As the Hokage, as my witness, the Hyuga shall remove the caged bird seal from all branch members, and we will all have this new seal put on us. It is time the Hyuga became whole and not separate families. I would rather we not have a situation like the Uchiha clan did. We will remove all seals after the Chunin exams are finalized, he said proudly. The elders were not happy about this. As this was going on, Orochimaru decided to start the invasion early and signaled Kabuto, who was building up chakra, to begin the genjutsu to start the invasion. But Naruto felt the build-up of chakra. We wish your daughter was kidnapped as a child. She was useless to us, so we set up the kidnapping of her with Kumo Jounin. Everything was ruined. This is not how things should be. We were close to running the Hyuga our way with you under our thumb, said the Hyuga elder, with the other nodding in agreement. Now this was a shock to Hinata and Hayashi because the elder was Hayashi's father. Now what the elders didn't know was that Naruto gave Hayashi a truth seal to put on them and told him to activate it after he removed the cursed seal. Boy, do you have any idea of what you've won to the Hyuga clan? What do you have to say for yourself? The other elder asked. Well, 2 things actually. 1, thank you for exposing yourselves as traitors. You both are going to be killed. No sooner than he said that, Hayashi struck them both in the hearts, instantly killing them and burned the bodies. 2nd is the will of fire will always burn even through the darkest of times. This was the signal that the invasion was about to begin, and right after that feathers started to fall and an explosion was heard up in the Kage booth. Naruto's clones grabbed Hinata, Hanabi and Niji and took them up to the nobles area and activated the barrier. The sand and leaf umbu got every civilian out of the stadium quickly, and Kurenai and all Jounin present released a wave of chakra, releasing anybody from the genjutsu. Sound ninja appeared and attacked. Giant snake summons appeared, destroying everything in their path, so Naruto decides to summon his foxes. Summoning jutsu. 5 large battle foxes appeared. Naruto, it's good to see you. How may we help you? One of the foxes asked. My home is being invaded. Can you help us out with the snakes? As soon as he said snakes, the foxes took off and started fighting the snake summons. Naruto, you are to head to the bunker, guard the civilians with the rest of the rookies except Sasuke, Kakashi said, showing up near Naruto with Sasuke by his side. Sorry, Kakashi, I'm the one who discovered the invasion. My orders are to take out the snake summons and as many sound ninja I can. My orders came directly from the Hokage, so fuck off. He pulls out the Kubikura Bocho and charges into the fight. The sound ninja were confused because the sand ninja were supposed to be on their side but didn't dwell on it, and began attacking sand ninja as well. All civilians were in the bunker being guarded by Genin, Enko, and Ichiraku, and Umbu brought Sasuke because he was getting in the way during the invasion and almost got himself killed. Enko, you may have some sound ninja on the way. Get the Genin ready for an attack and keep the civilians safe, the Umbu said before returning to the fight. All right, Genin, listen up, we may or may not have sound ninja coming to the bunker, be on the lookout. They all nodded except Sasuke, who ignored her and walked away. Hokage booth. So Orochimaru, you've come to kill me, Hiruzen said. Kakuki, yes I have. I also want to destroy the hidden leaf, that's why I've allied myself with the Sand Village. Within a few hours the Hidden Leaf Village will be no more, he said, but was shocked when Hiruzen spoke. It seems you misunderstand then. The Sand Ninja are not fighting with sound, rather against them, he said. Orochimaru looked over and the sand was indeed fighting against the sound. It's over, Orochimaru, you've lost, he said. No, I haven't lost. Sound 4 raised the barrier. As soon as he said that, 4 sound shinobi appeared and a purple barrier rose up around them, cutting off the Umbu that arrived to help. Now let's get started, shall we? Orochimaru went through hand science. Summoning jutsu, impure world resurrection. 3 coffins appeared with the kanji for first, second and fourth Hyuga, knowing who was in that coffin threw shuriken at it, causing it to stop rising and go back into the ground. The other coffins finish rising and out steps a man with long black hair and red battle armor, and another with gray hairs, red marks on his face, and blue battle armor. These were the first and second Hokages, Hashirama and Tobirama Senju. Now let's get started, shall we? Orochimaru says as he shoves a kunai with a tag on the end into Hashirama and Tobirama, and they attack. With Naruto. After Naruto finished taking out his sound ninja around him, he looked around and saw the foxes take out the rest of the snake summons before leaving in a cloud of smoke. He saw the sand and sound ninja fighting, but the sound was losing ninja at a fast pace. He was about to head over to the bunker and help, but 10 more sound ninja appeared before him. Naruto Uchiha, you are to come with us. Lord Orochimaru would like you to join his side, one sound ninja said. Sorry, but I'm going to come with you guys. I'm staying in the leaf, he said. Sorry, but you have no choice. All 10 sound shinobi attacked and Naruto activates his Sharingan. He began with taijutsu, blocking and dodging every punch and kick that was thrown his way. He punched one in the throat but had to duck a roundhouse kick from his left. He quickly pulled out a kunai and threw it at another sound shinobi, piercing his heart. He looked up and saw the other 9 charging him. He held up a single hand sign. Fire style, Dragon Rain Jutsu. He breathed out a large amount of blue fire, and once it reached its highest level, dragons made of fire began crashing down, taking out 8 of the remaining sound ninja. The last one managed to get out of the way, but he did get the tail end of the explosion. Naruto starts concentrating lighting chakra into his right hand and summons a hammer of lightning and throws it at the sound shinobi, who is shocked at seeing this and gets hit before he can stand up all the way. Naruto said one final jutsu. Lightning Edge. His hand was covered in red lighting chakra and he ran at the final sound shinobi, stabbing him through the heart, killing him. He stood up slightly out of breath and looked up as a squad of 5 blank-masked Umbu appeared. Are you serious? Oh well, let's fight. He pulls out the Kubikura Bocho and they attack. He ducks out of the way from a tanto that was aimed at his head. He pumped wind chakra through the Kubikura Bocho and swung it behind him in a horizontal slash. Wind style, air slash. The attack cut 3 of the Umbu in half who weren't fast enough to get out of the way. The remaining 2 Umbu stood in front and behind him. He put his sword on his back and went through 2 hand signs. Water style, Octo Shield Jutsu. He is surrounded by a wall of water with 8 tentacles waving around the top of the water. The 2 Umbu attack and are surprised but don't show it when Naruto moves his hands and the water starts to move and attack. The Umbu tries to dodge the attacking whips of water, but one gets caught and a sphere of water surrounds his head and drowns him. The other Umbu, thinking he can attack Naruto from behind, starts to move but is stopped by a tanto going through his chest courtesy of a Naruto clone that appeared behind him. Naruto senses for anybody else and senses only Gaara, Temari and Kankuro behind him. He drops the jutsu and turns to speak, but the clone vanishes and he gets the memories. Ayam was stabbed in the stomach by a sound ninja that managed to sneak in the bunker because Sasuke abandoned his post. However, Anko managed to kill the ninja and heal Ayam. He opens his mouth to talk, but a sense of death is in the air. He looks at the purple barrier Hiruzen is in, and that's where it's coming from. GG. He whispers and takes off toward the barrier. He makes it into the barrier, and sees Hiruzen with the death god behind him while he is holding on to Orochimaru with a sword through his chest and a monkey who he recognizes as Enma trying to pull it out but can't because it's being controlled by Orochimaru. Naruto is about to break the barrier to try and save him, but Hiruzen stops him. No, Naruto, don't. This is my duty as Hokage to sacrifice myself for the greater good of the village. I want you to answer a question for me. Do you remember who the king of the Leaf Village is? He asks. Naruto nods with tears in his eyes. Good, I want you to continue to grow as a shinobi and protect the king of the Leaf. Make sure you never lose sight of what's important to you. Enma, I want to leave the monkey contract with Naruto. I want him to give Konohamaru the contract when he becomes a genin. It will be my last and final gift to him. Enma nods at this, sad to see his longtime friend go, but understands his choice. Orochimaru, I may not have much strength left, but I can take from you what you hold dear. I'm going to take away your jutsus, he said and tightened his hold on Orochimaru. He signals the death god to seal away the arms of his former student. Orochimaru screams in pain as a spectral begins to leave his body and his arms go numb and turn purple. The death god pulls its arm from Hiruzen through his back, taking his soul with him. Hiruzen puts one last smile on his face before falling to the ground dead. The death god vanished and everyone could only stare at the lifeless body of the professor of shinobi just lying on the roof with a smile on his face. Orochimaru tells his sound 4 to drop the barrier, and they do. One grabs his sword and grab him to leave. The Umbu jumped up to stop them but were cut off by a spiderweb shot from a six-armed sound ninja. Naruto looked up at the retreating shinobi and locked eyes with the red head of the group. Her eyes told him she was sorry, and she wanted to be saved from Orochimaru. Getting the message, Naruto nods and sees a brief sight of happiness in her eyes before they vanish. Naruto walks over to the body of his Gigi, and can only look at it. He is soon joined by Jounin and Umbu as they all mourn his death. They feel a surge of chakra and look towards Naruto, who unconsciously activated his Manjikyu Sharingan, shocking all shinobi present. He picks up the body and vanishes. Nobody objected to him. Kakashi wanted to, but a look from Kurenai stopped him in his tracks. Everyone leaves to clean up with the help of the Sand Ninja. After cleaning, the Jounin and Genin in the bunker are told it is safe to come out but hear the news of the Hokage falling in battle. Everyone is shocked to hear this and holds a moment of silence for him before heading out. Anko went out looking for Naruto but couldn't find him. Next day it was pouring rain, and they held the funeral for the fallen Leaf Shinobi and Sand Shinobi, including the third Hokage. Everyone goes up and places a rose on the table with his picture on it. Naruto showed up, but he was hanging away in the back with Jiraiya leaning on the post they were both tied to as members of Team 7. After a while the funeral was over and the Sand Shinobi left to return to the Sand Village. The sun came out and cleared up the sky. As this was going on, two figures were looking over the lead village wearing black cloaks with red clouds on them with straw hats on their heads hiding their faces. Well, I guess it survived. The village is in better condition than I thought it would be, said the taller of the two men with a sword wrapped in bandages on his back. Not long ago it was at the top of its glory. Look at it now, said the shorter of the two. You sound almost sad. Let me guess, you still have feelings for your old home, don't you? The taller one asked. No, none. The shorter man lifted his head a little bit, showing a pair of Sharingan eyes. Chapter 12. Finding Family and Finishing the Helper. 2 days after the funeral for the fallen shinobi and Hokage, all the ninja were putting in work helping fix up the village. There were no civilian casualties, however the Leaf lost 100 shinobi, all Chunin, Jounin, and Umbu. However, they were left with one problem: the village needed a Hokage. Nobody knew who was going to take the mantle, but one thing was for sure: they did need one. "Oh yeah, baby, that's what I like to see," said a certain pervert sitting on top of the Hokage tower looking through binoculars at the women's side of a bathhouse. "You'll never change, will you, Jiraiya?" said a voice coming up from behind him. He turned around and saw his teacher's old teammates behind him. "Koharu, Hamura, how may I help you today?" Jiraiya asked. "We have just come out of a council meeting about the next Hokage. The decision has been made that one of the Sannin should become Hokage, and since you are the only one left in the village, you have been made Hokage," Koharu said. "Sorry, I'm not interested," Jiraiya said, shocking Koharu, but Hamura already saw it coming. "Being Hokage doesn't really fit me. I like to be free and move around, not stuck behind some desk doing paperwork all day. However, if you want a Sannin to become the Hokage, I can get you the perfect one for the job," he said. They gained a confused look on their faces. "I'm talking about Tsunade. She has the brains for it. She would be a lot better than I would be," he said. "While we don't have any doubts that she can do the job, she hasn't been seen in years. Nobody knows where she is," Hamura replied. "Don't worry about that, I can find her. After all, I'm not a spy master for nothing. So what do you say?" he asked. They thought about it before Hamura answered. "Very well, you may go and find her. You have 1 month to get her and bring her back. If not, then you will become the Hokage. Now we will send 3 Black Ops with you for this mission," Hamura said. "No need for that. I already know who I'm taking with me on this mission," Jiraiya said. "Who?" Koharu asked. "I'm taking Naruto. I have a feeling he can convince Tsunade to come back and become the Hokage," Jiraiya answered. Koharu was about to explode, but Hamura spoke up. "That is fine, you must leave as early as possible to find her. I wish you luck in your search, Jiraiya." He got a nod from Jiraiya, who took off to find Naruto. "Why would you let that boy go with Jiraiya? He will be nothing but a distraction to the mission," Koharu said. "Hiruzen trusts the boy, and so should we. You need to let go of your anger towards him. He has done nothing personal to you. You can't blame him for what the fox did. It isn't right. All that hatred is bad for your health, Koharu," Hamura said before leaving Koharu to her thoughts. She stayed there for 10 more minutes before walking away. Meanwhile, our favorite shinobi is sitting at Ichiraku's talking to Ayam. "So are you sure you're okay, Ayam?" he asked, worried about his sister. "Yes, Naruchan, I'm fine. The nurses at the hospital said Anko did a good job. I'll only feel a slight pain for the next couple of days. Good thing the shinobi had horrible aim a little by further down, and I wouldn't be able to have any kids in the future," she said. Naruto already knew about her dream of taking over the business, making it into a bigger restaurant, and having at least 3 kids. "Yeah, I know about your dream. So when am I going to meet this boyfriend of yours?" he said, cracking his knuckles only to get hit in the head with her ladle again that appears out of nowhere. "Seriously, where does she keep that thing?" he thought, rubbing the lump on his head. "You will not be intimidating him. But if you must know, he should be here any moment now," she said. Just then the flap opened and somebody walked in. "Hello, Ayam, how are you doing?" Ayam turned around with Naruto, and he was immediately on his guard. Something was off. He couldn't feel this guy's emotions. Then he looked at him closely. He wore a pair of shorts and a regular t-shirt. What set him off was the completely fake smile he had on his face that meant one thing. Ayam's boyfriend is a spy from Root to get close to her, to get to him. "Ayam, get away from him," he said with his eyes closed. "Damn it, Naruto, I said you won't be intimidating him," she said, but turned around and met his Sharingan eyes. "I said move." She only nodded and went to the back. Naruto sent 3 clones with her discreetly just in case. "So why is Danzo having you get close to Ayam?" he asked. But he knew the guy couldn't answer. "I am not at liberty to say," the Root member said. "Well, that's too bad." Before the Root member could respond, Naruto already stabbed through his heart, killing him. He sealed the body in a scroll and heard Ayam scream. He rushed to the back and saw another root Umbu trying to take Ayam away, but his clone snuck up and cut his head off. Ayam was there in shock at what was happening. Naruto walked up to her and knelt down to her. Ayam, it's me, Naruto, are you okay? He didn't get a response. She just lunges at him and holds on tightly to her. Naruto hugs her and rubs her back, telling her it was going to be okay. Do you want to stay at my house for a while? I can have Anko check up on you from time to time? He asked. She spoke up after 5 minutes of silence. I would like to, Naruto, but I'm running the shop more and more now. I think Dad may be close to retiring soon. I can't just get up and leave the shop. She said. Okay, I have a seal I want to place on you. It's like a security seal. If somebody touches you that you don't want touching, you channel chakra into the seal and your body will give off 500 volts of electricity, shocking the person and messing up their nerves. He said. Okay, put it on my shoulder. He nods and she exposes her shoulder, and he places the seal on her. You can use it as much as you like. Now, the next time you get a boyfriend, I am interrogating him. She nods at this. So who were they? I mean, why did that guy attack me? She asked. He put up a privacy barrier and told her what route is and who it's run by. So you mean to tell me a member of the council has his own Umbu division illegally running but can't be confronted about it because he legally disbanded them years ago and doesn't leave a paper trail? He nods. You can usually find them because they smile like your ex-boyfriend and they look like they are trying too hard to fit in. She nods at this and will be on the lookout. Now, you didn't have sex with him, did you? Of course, that got him hit with her ladle again. No, I didn't, but if I did, it would be none of your business. She said. Seriously, where do you keep that thing? He asked, rubbing the lump on his head. Honestly, I don't know. It's like some kind summons as you ninja would it, I guess. I mean, as much blood as I've spilled on it, I guess it just appears when I want it to. She said. That's it. Thank you, you just helped me out big time. He took off but bumped into Jiraiya. Ow. Damn it, Gaki, watch where you're going. Anyway, I was just looking for you. We have an S-ranked mission. Pack up, we leave in an hour. We have 1 month to complete this mission. Jiraiya said. Okay, I just need to run and grab my traveling scrolls. He took off and saw Choji, Ino, Tenten and Shikamaru standing outside of his apartment. What are you guys doing here? He asked. We came to check up on you, fish cake. Tenten said, his eye twitched at the name. Yeah, Naruto, nobody has seen you since the invasion ended. You didn't even show up to the funeral. Ino said. I was clearing my head, Panda-chan, and I was at the funeral, Ino. I was just far away in the back next to my sensei. He said. But Naruto Kurenai-sensei was in the second row. Choji said. I'm not her student anymore. I've been taken on as Jiraiya of the Sanin's apprentice. Only thing is I can't take the Toad contract since my summons hate roads. He said. What summons do you have, Naruto? Shikamaru asked. Fox summons. Now I would really love to stay, but I have a mission in about 45 minutes. I need to get my stuff. He said. They nodded and left him to pack. He arrived at the gate and saw Jiraiya waiting for him. Alright, you ready to go, pervy sage? He asked with a smirk. Stop calling me that, Jiraiya yelled. Anyway, let's go. We have a month to locate this person. Who are we looking for anyway? He asked. My former teammate Tsunade Senju. She was elected for the Hokage seat. Jiraiya asked, gauging his student's reaction. Okay, so where are we looking for her at? He asked. That's it. No Senju hate speech or anything. I thought all Uchiha hate the Senju clan. Jiraiya asked. Nope, in fact I only dislike one Senju and that's Hashirama, but I'll tell you why when we find her. Naruto said. Alright. Anyway, we're heading to Tanzaku town. It's a gambling town, and if anybody knows Tsunade, it's that she loves to gamble and drink. My contacts and my spy network have spotted her recently arriving there. My guess is she is still there, Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded and they traveled for 3 days before reaching Tanzaku town. They knew they were being followed but played it off. They found a hotel and checked in before leaving to search for Tsunade. Excuse me, but are you Jiraiya, the rider of Ika? They turned around and saw a brown-skinned lady with black hair and breasts that would make any man look at them. They noticed the glazed look her eyes had and knew she was under a genjutsu, so they decided to play along. Why, yes, I am. I suppose you want an autograph. How about I autograph your two friends as well? He asked with a perverted giggle. Actually, I was headed back to my hotel room. I was wondering if you wanted to join me? She asked. Why, of course I could. Maybe we can create some scenes from my book? He giggled. Alright, Naruto, you just head back to the hotel room. I'll be back in a few hours. Jiraiya said. What the hell, pervy sage, we need to find. He was cut off. It will only be a few hours. Here, take the key and wait for me there. He handed Naruto the key and left with the lady. Stupid perv, leaving me alone so he can chase some ass. Naruto said, keeping up the act. He made it to the room and waited for 5 minutes before the 2 chakra signatures were in front of his door. Whoever it was knocked. Geez, pervy sage, did you have performance issues? I thought you said a few hours and not seconds. He said. They knocked again, but impatiently. Damn it, I'm coming, he exclaimed. He opened the door and saw Itachi and a fish-looking man standing at his door. Itachi, nice to see you again. Fish face, I've never seen you before. Naruto said. Naruto, we would like you to come with us. Itachi said calmly. Are you sure this is the Jinchuriki? He looks kind of small compared to what I assumed he would look like. Although he wields the Kubikuribocho, so he must be strong. How about I cut his legs off so he can't run away? The fish-like man said. No, Kisame, we are not allowed to harm the Jinchuriki. Now, Naruto, come with us, we would rather not make a scene. Itachi stated, activating his Sharingan. Naruto activates his Sharingan as well, shocking Itachi that he already had 3 tomos in his eyes. What the hell, Itachi, I thought you killed every Uchiha. Kisame said. No, I didn't kill Naruto because he was never raised in the clan and is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. I couldn't risk letting it out, he said. He activates his Manjikyu and looks Naruto in his eyes. Tsukuyomi. Naruto appeared in a world tied to a cross with Itachi. Welcome to the world of Tsukuyomi, Naruto. Here I can control whatever happens. This is the only unbreakable genjutsu known to man. Only another Manjiki user can break it. If you want to gain the Manjiki, you must kill your best friend like I did, Itachi said as he showed him killing Shursui. Yeah, I know how that Tsukuyomi works, Itachi. I also know that's not how Shursui died. So you can stop with the theatrics. So how is your eyesight these days, Itachi? Naruto asked. How do you know so much about the Manjikyu Sharingan? He asked. Shursui told me. Plus I have my own. He activates his Manjikyu Sharingan with his 4 Chokyu tomos spinning around his eyes. When did you get those? Itachi asked, shocked that Naruto already has the Manjikyu. The same time you did. So I know all about the Uchiha clan and Danzo trying to kill Shursui for his eyes. However, I don't know what his summons did with them after taking them. Don't worry, I haven't told Sasuke. I know all about what you told him. It's all he ever talks about. Now let me out before I force myself out and ruin your eyes even worse than what they already would be from using this jutsu. Itachi only nodded and released the Tsukuyomi. Back in the real world. After the Tsukuyomi ended, Itachi immediately grabbed his eyes due to the stinging sensation. Itachi, you need to be careful with those eyes of yours. That's the second time you used them today. Why is he still standing? Kisame asked, looking at Naruto standing. The Kyuubi broke him out of the Tsukuyomi, Itachi said, lying to Kisame. But how? That genjutsu is unbreakable, Kisame said. I don't know how, but we need to leave before Jiraiya shows up. I would rather not fight him. Even with your help we wouldn't win, Itachi said. Before they could even move, a voice yelled out, Itachi! They turned and saw Sasuke glaring at Itachi with his Sharingan active. Hey Itachi, who is this? He kind of looks like you, Kisame said. He's my brother. Stay out of this, I'll handle it, he told Kisame. Naruto looked at Kisame, who looked at him. 1,500 Ryo says Sasuke charges at Itachi and tries to kill him. Naruto said. Kid, I'm not even that stupid to do something like that. 3,000 says he doesn't even try to attack him, just yells at him. Kisame countered. Deal, Naruto said. They turned and looked on to see what would happen. It's like you said, Itachi. I've fostered my hatred for you. I've lived my life for one single purpose, and that is to kill you. Sasuke says as he creates a Chidori. Naruto just smacks his head. I can't believe Kakashi actually taught him that jutsu, as unstable as he is. He thought to himself. He came to when Sasuke charged at Itachi like an idiot, making Kisame sigh at losing 3,000 Ryo. Itachi simply knocked the Chidori out of his hand, busting out all of the windows in the hallway. He breaks his wrist and throws him down the hall into another wall before anybody can do anything. Jiraiya appears ready to attack, but Sasuke yells out and charges Itachi again, but Itachi kicks him back down the hall, and before Sasuke can move, Itachi locked eyes with him. Tsukuyomi. 3 seconds later Sasuke passed out, but suddenly a pink substance appeared all around, making Itachi jump back. Ninja art, toad mouth trap. There's no escaping, you're in the belly of my toad jutsu. Naruto, don't move. Itachi, Kisame, it's over for you too now, Jiraiya said, as Kisame was trying to free his sword substance. Kisame, let's go. They took off running and Kisame got his sword free. Jiraiya wasn't worried since there was no escaping this jutsu, but an explosion was heard and they saw a hole in the wall with black flames on it. Amaterasu flames that burn anything it touches for 7 days and 7 nights. The only way to put them out is for the caster of the flames to put them out, Naruto said as Jiraiya was sealing the flames away. Okay, first we need to figure out what happened to him, and then. He was cut off by a kick to the face. Dynamic entry. Guy came in with a flying kick to Jiraiya's face, much to the amusement of Naruto. What the hell, Guy? Why did you kick me in the face? Jiraiya asked. I am most sorry, Jiraiya-sama. I have been tasked with the youthful mission of retrieving Sasuke here, who left the village once he learned Itachi was here after he overheard us talking about it. Kakashi, Kurenai and Asuma fought them but lost. Kakashi was trapped in some kind of jinjutsu his Sharingan couldn't break and has been out ever since. Kurenai has a few broken ribs but is relatively fine. Asuma had his arm shredded by Kisame's sword Samahata. He was getting patched up as I left. I assume Sasuke was trapped in the same genjutsu as Kakashi. He got a nod from both Jiraiya and Naruto. Yeah, it makes finding our target more of a priority. She is the only person who can heal the effects of that genjutsu, Jiraiya said. You mean? Guy was cut off by Jiraiya. Yes, we are looking for Tsunade Senju. Guy, I need you to take Sasuke back to the village while we continue our search for Tsunade. He immediately regretted this. Do not worry, I shall not fail you, Jiraiya. If I cannot make it back to Konoha, I shall run 1,000 laps on my fingers, and if I cannot do that, then I shall. Jiraiya cut him off. Guy, just go, he said, while pinching his nose. Yash, onwards with the flames of youth, Guy says and takes off. Alright, now that he's gone, we can continue our search for Tsunade. She's still in town, so let's go. He looked at Naruto, who narrowed his eyes. What is it? He asked. I made a bet with Kisame and won. He took off without paying me. Jiraiya simply fell to the ground at this. You made a bet with an S-ranked shinobi who is out to capture you. He got a nod. Kisame, I know you can hear me. I want my money. He yelled out as soon as he said that. A kunai with 3,000 Ryo was stuck in the wall next to his face. He pulled the kunai off and counted the money. Thank you. Another kunai with nothing on it hit the wall again. Okay, I got my money, let's go. With that they searched for Tsunade. It's been 3 days since they've been searching. They searched all day until they got hungry. Let's go in here and grab something to eat, Jiraiya said, pointing at a bar. Naruto shrugged and followed him in. They entered and Jiraiya spotted who they had been looking for. Tsunade, he yelled, causing the blonde to look up at him. Jiraiya, what are you doing here? She asked. Actually, I'm looking for you. You certainly haven't changed a bit since the last time I saw you. When was it exactly when you rejected my love and left? He said, but Naruto could sense a bit of sadness from him. Naruto got a good look at Tsunade. She had on a gray sleeveless blouse shirt, and her hair was in 2 pigtails that went past the front of her shoulders, and she had 2 bangs that framed her face. His gaze went lower and noticed the size of her breasts. They were easily the biggest out of everyone around. He doubted anybody would be able to match her in that department. But then he noticed she was using a henge to hide her appearance. So he decided to ask her. Granny Tsunade, why do you wear a henge to hide the way you look? He asked bluntly. What did you just call me? Jiraiya, why don't you teach this Gaki some manners before I beat some into him? She said with a tick mark. Oh please, pervy sage has worse manners than I do, Naruto said. Stop calling me that, Jiraiya yelled, causing everyone in the bar to look at their table. See, he even yells in a public place. Who does something like that? Anyway, can you just answer my question? He asked. No, now Jiraiya, who is he and why are you here? She asked, making Naruto pout at not getting his question answered, which Tsunade and the lady sitting next to her chuckled at. Naruto heard the second chuckle and looked at the lady. She had short black hair that was just above her shoulders, and she wore a bluish-black kimono. He travels lower, and her breasts, if he had to guess, were a B cup, maybe even C cup. She also had a pet pig with a necklace pearls on. I'm sorry I didn't notice you there. Who are you? He asked. I'm Shizen, Lady Tsunade's apprentice. Who are you? Shizen asked. I'm Naruto Uchiha. Nice to meet you, he said. You're a lot different than the Uchiha I remember -1, Tsunade said. I was never raised by the Uchiha clan. I may have the same bloodline, but I don't consider myself an Uchiha. I don't even wear the Uchiha emblem, he said. Okay, anyway, Tsunade, we need you to come back to the village. You were selected to be the next Hokage, and we need your medical experience to heal some ninja, Jiraiya said. Yeah, I heard that sound invaded Konoha during the Chunin exams and Sensei sacrificed himself. Orochimaru told me himself, she said. What did he want with you? Jiraiya asked seriously. You could feel the tension in the air. Nothing much, just stopping by to say hello, she said. You're lying, Naruto spoke up. I can tell I have the same emotion-sensing ability as Mito Uzumaki, who, if I remember correctly, would be your grandmother, he said. Tsunade, what does Orochimaru want you for? Jiraiya asked again. I can't tell you, I'm sorry, Jiraiya. But as for becoming Hokage, I'll pass. You know how I feel about that position. It's a fool's job and only guarantees death in the end. I don't want it, so you can take your offer and leave, she said harshly at the end. I'm sorry, Granny Tsunade, but I can't agree with you on the Hokage thing. You see, being Hokage is my dream, and I would want my name up there with the greats of the village. Granted, I openly dislike the first Hokage for being a naive fool, however, everybody after him I respect a great deal. I get it, you're one of the legendary Sannin and the world's greatest medic. But wouldn't it be even better that if you became the first female Kage ever? Think of all the little girls you will inspire, even more than them just wanting to become a medic of your caliber. Think about it, you can become known as the person who led Konoha out of the darkness it is heading into. Besides, I highly doubt you want Danzo running your grandfather's village. He finishes to gauge her response, and could tell she was in deep thought. She spoke up. Jiraiya, is he your new apprentice? She asked. Yes, but I can't give him the Toad contract since he has the Fox contract already, he said, getting a nod from Tsunade. You've made a good choice after Minato, she said with a small smile. You knew my dad? Naruto asked. Your dad? I never knew Minato had a kid, she said. She froze. Nobody noticed it. Yeah, him and Kiyomi are his parents, Jiraiya said. Yup, those were my parents. Although since I got a good look at you now, you kind of share some similarities to my father, Naruto states. Tsunade froze, and Jiraiya noticed this and decided to ask about it later. Oh yes, similar how? Tsunade asked. Well, for one is the blonde hair. Plus both of your facial structures are kind of similar and eye shape, but he doesn't have the hazel eyes like you do, Naruto said. I have a grandson. Tsunade thought. She got up with tears in her eyes and walked to Naruto and pulled him into a hug, something he was confused at but returned anyway. Jiraiya, pay for the food. All of you come back to my hotel room, we need to talk, she said, wiping tears from her face. They all nod, and after Jiraiya pays they head up to her room, which was a connecting room, so it was enough room for all of them. Okay, I need a privacy barrier, Tsunade said. Jiraiya tells Naruto to make it, and he does. Okay, Jiraiya, do you remember when the second shinobi war was over and I was heartbroken about losing Dan and Nawaki? He nodded. Do you remember what we did that night? She asked. Yeah, I remember. I also remember you being gone the morning after, he said. Okay, I'm sorry about leaving. It's just that was my first time and I didn't know how to react. I woke up early and left as fast as I could, she said. You could have waited for me to wake up. I was head over heels for you. Despite me being a pervert, I saved myself for you and was happy it happened, but then all that happiness went away and ever since then I've been sleeping around with random women, Jiraiya said angrily. Okay, I get it, Jiraiya, I messed up your life. Just listen, after that night I started to feel sick and checked myself. It turned out I was pregnant, and I knew you were the father. I tried looking for you, but Sensei told me you left to travel the world. 9 months later Minato was born and I couldn't take care of him. I left him in the orphanage with Sensei occasionally giving me letters from him. He knew who I was, but I don't know if he figured out you were his father. He tried to get me to come back to the Leaf, but I just couldn't. I didn't know if you were there and I wasn't ready to face you. So I would make up some random C-ranked mission and request Minato, making up that I've heard about him and his skills and only trust him with the mission. It was always a 3-week-long mission. We spent 3 weeks together. Every time Shizen knew Minato, he was like her older brother. Anyway, I told Minato to only tell me about his child after they are born because I know miscarriages can happen. Minato died and I never got word that he had a kid, so I stayed gone. I was proud of Minato for becoming Hokage, but he died shortly after achieving his goal. She was crying at this point. She looked at Naruto. You look just like him except with black hair, but you have your mother's face. Lady Tsunade, you have hazel eyes and Jiraiya has black eyes. Naruto and Minato have blue eyes. Where did they come from? Shizen asked. My grandmother Mito Uzumaki has blue eyes. I guess the genes skipped me and went to Minato, who passed them on to Naruto, she said. Jiraiya, I'm sorry for not telling you. I just couldn't find you and didn't know what to say if I ever found you. Jiraiya said nothing for a few seconds. He sighed and spoke up. I guess it's alright, Tsunade. I mean, I did get to spend 12 years of my life with my son, I guess. Although I do wish we could have raised him as a family, he said. So you aren't my godfather, instead you're my grandfather, Naruto said, and Jiraiya and Tsunade nodded. Sweet so pervy sage, I have a question, he said. Jiraiya's eye twitched at the name. You're never going to stop calling me that, are you? He got a head shake from Naruto. Okay, what's your question? He asked. Was your book Ika One Night Stand about you and Granny Tsunade? If so, that's disgusting. I don't want to know my grandmother was that flexible, he said. Jiraiya, you didn't write a book about me, did you? Tsunade asked with a sickly sweet smile. Jiraiya tried to escape but forgot about the barriers and got the beating of a lifetime. She then turned to Naruto with the same smile. How do you know about that book, Naruto? She asked. Sit down, I guess you should know about my life. It's not like I knew what I was reading. She sat down and Jiraiya, who was magically healed, sat at the table. So Naruto told them about his life in the orphanage, meeting the Ichirakus, Shisui and Samui. He told them about his time as a genin. Okay, so you taught yourself how to read from Jiraiya's books, met Shisui and Samui after a mob beating, met the clan heirs, met Enko and removed 2 of arguably the hardest seals ever? Tsunade asked. Naruto nodded. Okay, anything else? He scratched the back of his head like Minato would do. Well, you see, he said, and started to explain about releasing the Kyuubi and him getting the Fox contract and the Dragon contract. Are you crazy? Why would you trust Kyuubi? It's a being of malice and hate, Jiraiya said. Actually, the Kyuubi isn't normally being of hate and malice. It's actually why I dislike Hashirama, Mito, and Kushina. He then goes on to explain the reason the Kyuubi attacked Hashirama with Madara controlling it, and him and Mito knowing about the genjutsu, and then still deciding to seal it away. He told them how Hashirama decided to hunt the other tailed beasts on his own while they were just minding their business, and how hypocritical Mito and Kushina were when it came to Jinchuriki and tailed beasts. So you see all of these wars about who has the strongest village and people being used as weapons and the creation of Jinchuriki. It's all Hashirama and Mito's fault. Now my goal in life is the opposite of the Akatsuki. I want to free the tailed beasts and put a seal on them so they can never be sealed again. All of this war is pointless and unnecessary. Oh yeah, and I want a family give you both some great grandkids to spoil, he said. His grandparents had smiles on their faces at that. Although Hashirama and Mito are family, I can't help but agree with you, Tsunade said, shocking everyone there. Lady Tsunade, are you sure? I mean, how can you even say that? Shizen asked. Remember, Shizen, I'm a human lie detector. It's literally impossible to lie to me, Naruto said. Speaking of which, why did Orochimaru seek you out, Granny? She sighed at being called that again. He wants me to heal his arms and promises to bring back Nawaki and Dan from the dead. All I needed was 2 human sacrifices. But I can tell he was lying. Even his little apprentice that was with him couldn't hide the greed. I knew they would either try to kill me or capture me if I even was going to help him, she said. His apprentice, did he have silver hair and spectacles on? She nodded. His name is Kabuto. I fought him during the Chunin, could have killed him if we didn't need him to figure out Orochimaru's plan for being in the Chunin exams. I guess I'll have to finish what I started. Do you have any weakness they can use against you in the fight, since it will be 2-on-1? He asks. Tsunade froze up and Shizen answered. She has a fear of blood after witnessing Dan and Nawaki dying in front of her. Other than that, she kept up with her training since Minato asked her once to keep training so nobody can get the drop on her, she said. How long until you have to meet Orochimaru? Jiraiya asked. We have 2 days left, Tsunade said. Damn it, that's not enough time to get you over your fear of blood, Jiraiya said. Actually, there is Pervy Sage, Naruto said. Jiraiya immediately refused. Hell no, you're not doing what I think you want to do, no questions asked, he said. What is he trying to do, Jiraiya? Shizen asked. He wants to place her in a genjutsu from his Manjiki Sharingan that lasts 3 seconds in the real world but 3 days in the genjutsu. The cost is every time he uses it he loses his eyesight, he said. Come on, Pervy Sage, I haven't really used my Manjikyu a lot, so my eyesight is still perfect. It only gets bad once my eyes start to get cloudy and everything is blurry, but clearly my eyes are as bright as the day I was born, so I can do it. Plus we have the world's greatest medic and her apprentice, plus my healing ability left by the Kyuubi, so I can handle it, he said. Jiraiya thought about it for 5 minutes and agreed to it. Okay, fine, but as soon as you're done you can't use your eyes unless you are training with the techniques. He got a nod from Naruto, who activated his Manjikyu Sharingan. Shizen, do you think you can heal her brain after this is over with? I might have to do it more than once, he said. Yeah, I can. I've healed people who fell victim to Itachi's genjutsu. It was the exact same thing you just described from what the people told me, she said. Okay, thank you. Granny Tsunade, can you look at me? He asks as she shakily looks up at him. Tsukuyami. Tsukuyami world. Kukuku Tsunade, you've failed again. You could have saved Naruto, now look at him, Orochimaru said as he pointed at Naruto bleeding out. Tsunade stood there frozen at this, and this went on for 3 days in the world until it ended. She made some progress, she only froze slightly but never made an attempt to go near it. Real world. The genjutsu ended and Shizen healed Tsunade, who was still asleep from the genjutsu. She woke up groggily, but Naruto immediately did it again. Tsukuyami. This time on the 3rd day she didn't even hesitate to heal him, and Naruto woke up in the Tsukuyami and thanked her. Then genjutsu ended and Shizen healed Tsunade again. After she woke up, Naruto cut his palm and held it out to Tsunade, who instantly healed it, much to her own shock. They explained what happened to her, and why she didn't hesitate. They each cut their hand and the same result happened. They came up with a plan and just talked for the next hour before going to sleep. 2 days later Tsunade was at the meeting spot and Orochimaru appeared. Kabuto was hanging back. Tsunade knew he was there and was counting on it. "So Tsunade, have you decided to help me or not?" Orochimaru asked. "If I heal you, can you really bring them back?" she asked him. He nodded and lifted his arms slightly so she could heal them. Her hands glow green as she walks towards them, but Kabuto throws a kunai in the ground. "Kabuto, what are you doing?" Orochimaru asked. "That jutsu isn't going to heal your arms, it was going to kill you," Kabuto said. "Kakuku Tsunade, I thought you wanted to see your lover and brother again?" "Oh well, Kabuto, kill her." Kabuto nodded but had to jump back as she punched the ground where he was standing. He and Orochimaru jumped away to a clearing and Tsunade gave chase. She landed in the clearing. Kabuto went through hand signs and activated his chakra scalpels and tried to get Tsunade with the headhunter jutsu, but only going to cut her ankles, but she jumped away and sent another punch toward the ground which Kabuto dodged. She jumped at him going for a flying kick, but he disappeared and reappeared to her side and tried to cut her bicep and the back of his thigh, but to his shock she disappeared and delivered a punch to his jaw, shattering it and sending him flying into a boulder. He lays there for 15 seconds healing his broken jaw. He got up and disappeared and used his chakra scalpels to cut her tendons in the arm, her chest and her ankle, but she let him get those hits. "Have to avoid anything vital, we can't have you dying yet. Still, you won't be moving anytime soon though." As soon as he finished talking she vanished and chopped him in the neck. Orochimaru is standing off to the side wondering why Kabuto hasn't finished her yet. He knew she hasn't been training. But in actuality she has been and actually learned some ninjutsu, but made a shocking discovery. Kabuto got up to his knees but couldn't move his body anymore, and he didn't know why. "I scrambled your nerves if you're wondering why you can't move your body properly," she said and delivered a spinning back fist to his face, sending him flying and crashing into the ground. He figured out how to move his body and pulled out a kunai and ran at her. "I heard you fear the sight of blood. Let's put it to the test, shall we?" he said. She let him get close and he cut her arm. She faked like she was scared. He kicked her away. "You're a disgrace to all medics around. Afraid of blood, it's a part of what we do. You should be ashamed of yourself, Tsunade." He gets ready to kill her, but he doesn't see the smirk on her face. As soon as he gets close, she uppercuts him, sending him flying through the air and landing hard on the ground. She drops a smoke bomb and Naruto, Shizune and Jiraiya appear. "Kakuku, what a reunion! All three of the legendary Sannin together again. It almost warms my heart, and you've brought Naruto a shame. I can't have your body for my own," Orochimaru said, licking his lips. "What the fuck, dude, you're a pedophile too. I'm 13 and you're talking about taking my body for your own. I need an adult," Naruto said. "I know I'm attractive, but I'm sorry, dude, I like women. Besides, isn't that why you have 4 eyes over there?" He pointed at Kabuto, who managed to heal himself. Jiraiya, Tsunade and Shizune were struggling to keep their laughter in. Orochimaru could only grit his teeth at this. "Kabuto, leave Tsunade and Jiraiya to me. Take Naruto and Shizune," Orochimaru said. "Seriously, you send Kabuto after me? Do you not remember what I did to him at the Chunin exams and he was going all out? I mean, I'm almost as strong as you guys," he said, pointing at the 3 Sannin. "I want this over quickly. Shizune, I know you can fight, but you are more suited for medical. Do you mind if I handle him myself?" he asked. "Sure, go ahead, Naruto," she said. "Thanks," he said from behind Kabuto. Everybody was shocked. Nobody saw him move. He then kicked Kabuto in the back of the head, sending him flying and chased after him. Naruto started to punch and kick him. Everything was hitting Kabuto, who was confused since he thought he was blocking everything. What he didn't know was that since Naruto had his Sharingan activated and kept casting a genjutsu to make him see everything in the opposite direction. While this was going on, Tsunade and Shizune were staring in shock that Naruto was beating Kabuto so easily. "Jiraiya, how strong is he really?" Tsunade asked. He wasn't lying when he said he is almost as strong as us. I mean, we are all Kage level shinobi, and he is at low Sannin level, maybe even mid Sannin level now. I'm afraid your friend is as good as dead Orochimaru, Jiraiya said, watching Naruto pick Kabuto up by the neck and punch him relentlessly in the face before dropping him and kicking him away. It's a bit brutal, don't you think? Shizen asked. No, it's not. Naruto is doing this because Kabuto played a part in our sensei's death, and given how close the two were, Naruto is making sure Kabuto can't hurt anybody close to him again. But if you feel Naruto there is no hate or malice coming from him, I don't know how he does it, but it makes him a greater shinobi than I ever could have been. Jiraiya said. All of them were shocked, even Orochimaru. He couldn't lose Kabuto, so he rushed at Naruto, but Naruto felt him coming and turned around, trapping him in paralyzing Sharingan Genjutsu. It's just like what Itachi did to me. Damn it, I fell for it again. Naruto made a clone to finish Orochimaru off, but Kabuto intercepted the clone and destroyed it, freeing Orochimaru from the Genjutsu, who had to jump back from a sky kick that Tsunade used and broke the ground underneath her. Soon Jiraiya and Tsunade started fighting Orochimaru, who was having difficulty since he couldn't use his arms. I need to summon Manda, he thought. Kabuto, it's time. He yelled. Kabuto nodded and jumped to Orochimaru, and swiped some of Orochimaru's blood from his wounds on a summoning tattoo and summoned Manda and a battle snake with his own blood to fight Naruto. Tsunade and Jiraiya both summoned their boss summons to take on Manda. Katsuyu, it's good to see you again, Gamabunta said. Likewise, Gamabunta, it's been far too long, Katsuyu replies. Well, if it isn't the weaker and lesser summons Gamabunta and Katsuyu, Manda said. Orochimaru, I demand 100 sacrifices after this fight is over. Orochimaru nodded and Manda charged at Gamabunta and Katsuyu, while Kabuto went after Naruto with his battle snake. Naruto, seeing this, bites his thumb and goes through hand signs of his own summoning jutsu. Out of the smoke comes a giant 8-tailed fox a bit smaller than Kurama. Ah, you must be young Naruto. Kurama and Scarlet have told me much about you. I am Narumi, Kurama's mate. How can I help you today, Kit? Narumi asks. Can you take out that battle snake for me, and if you'd like, after you defeat it you can go take on Manda if you want, but don't attack Gamabunta, he's on our side, Naruto said. I can do that for you, Naruto, just hop off my head, I tend to get wild, Narumi said. Naruto jumps off her head and she immediately charges the snake, making Kabuto jump off, but he was met by Naruto as soon as he landed. Naruto started to beat him again, and Kabuto couldn't focus his healing chakra fast enough to heal his wounds, so he was feeling the effects of every punch and kick thrown his way. After a while, Naruto got bored of this and hit Kabuto with a Rasengan, but was slightly shocked when he stood up, but figured he added all his chakra into the area of his attack to cancel out some damage. Nice job focusing enough chakra to the center of your stomach. However, you are completely drained. You should have waited and used your remaining chakra to heal yourself after the Rasengan hit you. Now it's time for you to die. He used his water manipulation to create whips of water to hold onto Kabuto's arms and legs. He creates a Rasengan in his hand, but to everyone's shock it continues to grow to the size of a fully blown-up balloon. It's over for you, Kabuto, Naruto said. Kabuto tried to speak, but Naruto used his water manipulation to create a water prison over Kabuto's head, drowning him in the process. Giant Rasengan. Naruto shoves the giant Rasengan into Kabuto's gut, and it grinds into him until it tore through his stomach, and Naruto released the water manipulation and Kabuto was sent flying through the boulders behind him. Naruto walked up to him and made sure he was dead. He wanted to make sure. Orochimaru looked on in shock that his right hand was killed so brutally he needed to make a retreat, so he sent Manda back to the summons world. I'll be back and I'm going to kill you, Naruto, he said as he started to sink into the ground. Naruto, Tsunade and Jiraiya released their summons as well. So Naruto, you feel better knowing one person involved in Sensei's death is gone? Jiraiya asks. Yeah, I am, but it's still more out there, he responded. Yeah, you have Orochimaru and his Sound 4 that held the barrier, right? Jiraiya asked. No, not all of the Sound 4, he said. What do you mean? I thought you would want them all dead, Jiraiya said. No, it was a redhead girl in the group. When I looked up at her eyes, she had a look that said she didn't want to do it, and was sorry, but also she wanted away from Orochimaru. It was as if she was being held there against her will. He said. Wow, I wonder where he found her. Shizen said. It doesn't matter. When we get back to Konoha, when the opportunity presents itself, Naruto, you have permission to bring any and all Uzumaki you find back to Konoha. Tsunade said. So that means you're accepting the Hokage position, Granny Tsunade? Naruto asked. I wish you would stop calling me that. But yes, I am taking the Hokage position. He said. Everyone cheered. You still haven't answered my question from earlier. Why do you wear a henge to hide your appearance? Naruto asked. It's because she looks old and wrinkly underneath it, Jiraiya said, and got a kick to his balls courtesy of Tsunade. But how can she be old and wrinkly? She has Uzumaki genes and she should have stopped aging at about 30. Hell, I bet if you tried you could have another baby, Naruto said. Everyone was in shock at what he said. Tsunade gave it a shot, releasing the henge she's had on since she found a gray hair. When the smoke cleared, she looked relatively the same except a couple bags under her eyes from a lack of sleep, and that one gray hair she had was no longer there. She did a scan over her body, and to her shock she still could have kids if she wanted. I don't believe it. You're still as beautiful, if not more, than you were with the henge, Jiraiya said. Tsunade blushed lightly at this, and Naruto caught it and smirked. Thank you, Jiraiya, she said. So are you guys going to get back together or what? Naruto asked. Hell no, I do not want to be with that pervert, Tsunade said. You know you can't lie to me, right? Naruto asked. Jiraiya then scooped Tsunade up bridal style and took off. Don't come back to the room until about 10 p.m. he yelled, and Tsunade slapped him but didn't argue with him. What can she say? It's been a while since she had some. In fact, Jiraiya was her only time. Naruto looked at a watch he had, and it was only 2 p.m. So what should we do for the next 8 hours? He asked Shizen. What do you mean? You don't think she will go along with it, do you? She asked. She didn't argue and gave him light slaps, so I would guess that room is going to smell like sweat, sex, and alcohol, he said. So wanna play some games at the fair and get some food? Shizen shrugged, and that's what they did for 8 hours. They played games and ate food. They returned to their room, and Tsunade was glowing. Well, looks like you two had fun. From the smell in the room, I'd say you just got done maybe 20 minutes ago, Naruto said. How do you know what sex smells like, Naruto? Tsunade said. I grew up in the red light district. I'm like a little brother to the laddies in the brothel houses there. Hell, I've seen that pink-haired council member working there before, he said. Okay, can we stop talking about this? It's uncomfortable, Shizen pleaded. Shizen, have you ever even done it before? I mean, I know I'm one to talk, but I'm 13. What's your excuse? Naruto asked. If you must know, I'm waiting for the right guy to come by. I haven't met him yet. But I'm too busy working, and the guys I have met only want to get in my pants, she said. Okay, fair enough. So how about this? If you let me set you up with somebody, he may be a few years younger than you. I think you'll like him. If not, I'll pay you 20,000 ryo. Deal? Naruto asked. Deal, Shizen said, and they shook on it. Great, now can we go to sleep? I'm tired and we have a 3-day trip back. Everybody looked at him. What? He asked. Why can't we just fly on your dragons? We still have 3 weeks left in the mission, Naruto, Jiraiya said. Oh yeah, you're right, but I'm not trusting Danzo to not do something while we're gone, so we leave in a week. Is that fair? He asked. They thought it over and nodded. So for the next week they all bonded, and Jiraiya paid off all of Tsunade's debt, which was a lot but didn't put a dent in his account. Shizen and Naruto bonded the most due to Jiraiya and Tsunade going out on dates every day. Shizen even got to calling Naruto her little brother, and Naruto called her his big sister. The week was over, and now Naruto was about to summon a dragon to take them home. Summoning jutsu. Out of the giant puff of smoke, a dragon with silver skin that looked like armor, and 4 gems along its neck with 3 on the body, and huge silver wings appeared. "Greetings, Naruto. I am called Niji, the fastest dragon outside the boss and elder. I am mainly used for transport. How can I be of service?" Niji asked. "Can you take us about an hour of travel from Konoha?" Niji nods and lowers his head for them to climb on. Once they are secure, he takes off to the skies. "Naruto, why are we only going an hour outside of Konoha?" Jiraiya asked. "Because I don't want the village to know about my contract with the dragons, and plus Niji is like 200 feet long. I don't think the villagers would be too pleased about him just landing in the middle of the village." He said. He gets a nod from Jiraiya. They land an hour away from the village and Naruto thanks Niji, who disappeared in a puff of smoke. They walked the rest of the way and made it to the gate where the eternal gate guards were sleeping. Tsunade went to punch them, but Naruto stopped her. "Ever since the invasion, they haven't left this post and haven't even gone home. They've been here for about 3 weeks straight," he said, and she nodded. Shizen walked over and woke up Izumo. "You're welcome to Konoha. I need to see your passes, please," Izumo asked, wiping the sleep out of his eyes. Jiraiya and Naruto returning from an S-class mission with Tsunade Senju, Shizen, Kaido, and Taunton. Jiraiya said. As soon as Izumo heard the name, he stood and bowed, but it was a little too hard and his head went through the desk. "Oh, sorry, Jiraiya-sama. Lady Tsunade, I didn't recognize you. Please go ahead," Izumo answered, but then he looked at Shizen, who blushed at being stared at. He waved Naruto over and whispered, "Yo, Naruto, who's the babe with the black hair? Introduce me, will ya?" he said. "Shizen, this is Izumo, one of the Eternal Gate guards. He's single, hasn't had a girlfriend, and is the guy I was talking about. Now, Izumo, Shizen will meet you at the Akimichi barbecue restaurant later at about 8, so don't be late." With that, he walked into the village next to Tsunade and Jiraiya. Shizen was still at the gate talking to Izumo. As they were walking, Naruto noticed he didn't get as many glares and chalked it up to him being with 2 of the legendary Sannin. However, his efforts during the invasion, killing off many sound shinobi and blank-masked Anbu, gained him much respect in the eyes of the villagers. They made it to the council room where she had to get voted in. "All right, as promised, I brought back Tsunade Senju for the title of Hokage," Jiraiya said with Naruto standing next to him. "He has to leave," one of the civilian council members said. "Actually, he doesn't, since he was on the mission," Jiraiya states. "Yes, that's fine. Can we get this over with now? My feet are hurting for traveling 3 days straight," Tsunade said. It was a lie, but they didn't need to know that. "We are here to vote if Tsunade Senju is to become the next Hokage," Hamaru said. "By a vote of hands we shall determine if she will become Hokage. Now all those for her becoming the 5th Hokage." All the clan heads and civilian council raised their hands, as well as Hamura and Koharu. "All those against it?" Only Danzo raised his hand and spoke. "I don't think we should have her as Hokage. She hasn't been seen in years in the village and could have been working with the enemy for all we know. Plus, rumors have it that she has a huge gambling debt. We can't have someone that has debt collectors after her as Hokage. I think we should choose someone else," he said. Before anybody could agree with him, Naruto spoke up. "Too bad nobody cares about what you think, you one-eyed pedophile. The vote has already gone through, and you can't change it. The only person who can is the Fire Daimyo, and we both know he values the Senju name more than someone's pathetic temper tantrum. However, if you really want to take the Hokage position for yourself, you're more than welcome to fight me on her behalf for it." He finished activating his Sharingan. Tsunade and Shizen, who just entered the chambers, snickered at what he called Danzo. He said nothing in response, just gritted his teeth. "Very well, as of now, the new Hokage will be Tsunade Senju. The coronation will be held in 2 hours," Hamura said, and ended the meeting. 2 hours later, Tsunade was sworn in as Hokage, and as her first job as Hokage, she went to heal Kakashi and Sasuke and take a look at Lee, who was still in the hospital after his fight with Naruto during the Chunin exams. Kakashi was first. She walked in the room and healed him. He woke up and she spoke. "Seriously, you're known as Kakashi of the Sharingan. One would think you know better than to look a Sharingan user in the eye." He looked down and she left. Naruto led her to Sasuke's room. When they reached the door, they heard a sucking noise. Jiraiya started giggling like the pervert he is as he knew that sound. Naruto just sighed. Not again, he said. What is it, Naruto? Shizen said. Nothing, Shizen, you'll find out why after I say a certain name. He said. Tsunade knocked on the door, and a popping sound was heard and covers moving around. Somebody cleared their throat and spoke. Come in, the voice said. Naruto, Shizen, Tsunade and Jiraiya entered the room to see a blushing Sakura with her messy hair. Before anybody could speak, Naruto spoke up. Hey Spitter, getting your daily dosage, I see. At that, Jiraiya busts out laughing while Tsunade and Shizen blush at what he means and understood what she was in here doing. Okay, I'm gonna heal him so you can get back to whatever it was you were doing? Tsunade said. She quickly heals Sasuke and left with everybody else not wanting to see what happens next. Sure enough, once the door closed, the sucking noise continued. She made it to the room Lee was in and checked him over. Alright Lee, you'll have to be patient. Your injury is worse than you thought, on top of the injuries from using 5 of the 8 gates when your body isn't ready for that yet. You also have bone fragments in multiple parts of your body. Surgery now will most likely kill you, so I'm going to do some research for the next couple of months and try something so the survival rate of your surgery is more in your favor, alright? She said. Lee only nodded his head at that. After she checked Lee, they went to the Hokage's office when Naruto immediately threw a kunai in the ceiling, and at the plant that was in the corner of the room out from both places fell a blank mastambu from the root division. Thank you, Naruto, I'll make sure to have a sensor in my umbu guard. Now I have to go through all the paperwork for the Chunin exams and rebuilding of the village. You wouldn't happen to know a way to get this done quicker, would you? She asked with puppy dog eyes. He shook his head at his grandmother's antics but answered. Shadow clones, but only use 3 or 4 so memories don't get mixed up. Release them one at a time every 30 seconds for the memories to settle in. He said. She hugged him and gave him a kiss on the forehead. I will now get out of here. I have to look through the results of the Chunin exams and the invasion to see if there were any recommendations for a field promotion or not. I'll have the results next week, she said. Naruto left, and Shizen went to set up her office. Mina quit after the death of Hiruzen. She didn't feel right working for another Hokage, and Tsunade understood that. Jiraiya stayed back for a while before leaving. Okay Tsunade, I'm off to check on my contacts. I'll be back in a month to check in on everything. Also in 6 months I want to take Naruto on a training trip for 2.5 years, he said. What will you be teaching him during the next 2.5 years, Jiraiya? She asked. Everything from ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, hell, even my spy network, just in case something happens to me or I decide to retire, Jiraiya said. Alright, but can you stay for a little while longer? I'm not going to see you for a whole month, she said. He nodded and sat back on the couch where she joined him. They talked on the couch and cuddled up for another 2 hours before he left. She gave him a kiss, and he jumped out the window. She created her shadow clones and began to work on the paperwork. A week later, all the Chunin, Jounin senseis and Genin-Lee, were in the Hokage's office for the results of the Chunin exams and the invasion for everybody who got a promotion. Now all of you are here today for the results of the Chunin exams and who was recommended for a promotion, as well as any field promotions for actions during the war, Tsunade said. Now during the Chunin exams, since only Naruto fought in the finals, I don't really have anything to go on, so I had to rely on the exhibition round matches and the invasion. First up, Shikamaru and Nara, the Jounin and Chunin, were impressed by your tactical thinking and plan making during the invasion. Also, they talked about how you showed great leadership like your father did at your age, but better. I hereby grant you the rank of Chunin, she said. He walked up and received his Chunin vest and bowed before returning to the line. Next up for promotion, Shino Aburame. Like Shikamaru, the Chunin and Jounin were impressed by your leadership skills and ability to remain calm during the fight with sound shinobi, as well as your abilities in helping Shikamaru strategize. I grant you the rank of Chunin. Shino stepped forward and like Shikamaru he bowed and received his vest. Next is not a promotion, however, a notice. Tenten, the Umbu captain and commander, were both impressed by your use of weapons during the Chunin exams and invasion, mainly your versatility in using them. However, they want you to add some ninjutsu to your arsenal and become a Chunin, and you will have an Umbu invitation waiting for you. Tenten was shocked and could only nod. Choji Akimichi, you were recommended for a field promotion to Chunin. However, the Jounin and Chunin feel that it would be best for you to try the Chunin exams again when they come up again. But they are pretty high on you, and if you do good on your upcoming missions, I may promote you myself, she said, and Choji nodded. Ino and Sakura, the Jounin and Chunin, were disappointed in both of your performances during the invasion, more so Sakura than Ino. Ino, you at least tried to fight off 4 sound shinobi despite you knowing you wouldn't win, but they were disappointed by how easily you gave up, but they chalked it up to your low chakra reserves. They did, however, say you show great promise and recommend you get serious and take the Chunin exams again. Ino nodded. Sakura, I don't even know how you became a shinobi. Your skills are horrible, you haven't improved, and from reports before the Chunin exams you never tried to improve at all. During the invasion you were refusing to fight and were quoted saying, "It is not my job to fight, I am a girl. News flash, I fought in a war, I am a girl as well. Once you put on the headband you are sworn in to fight for the leaf. I don't know what happened, but the only real kunoichi in this room besides myself, Shizen the Chunin and Jounin, are Tenten and Hinata. You have 3 months to improve or you are going to be kicked from the shinobi program." Tsunade said she didn't even wait for a response. Hinata, Hyuga the Jounin, watching you were impressed by your Byakugan tracking skills. They say you can see further than most Jounin within your clan. They say you provided medical treatment with some ointment you made yourself that I would like to look at sometime. They would have recommended you for Chunin, however they say your taijutsu style is still incomplete, so when you finish and it is at a level worthy of Chunin they recommend a test before you are promoted. Hinata nodded at this. Niji Hyuga, you were not recommended for a promotion. You have the skills and brains for a Chunin, however you do it have the right attitude to become a Chunin yet. Get your attitude fixed and retake the Chunin exams next time. They believe you won't spend much time as a Chunin anyway, so get your attitude in check and you retake the Chunin exams. Tsunade said, and Niji bowed. Kiba Inuzuka, you are not even recommended for the Chunin rank, or anything. You were said to be arguing against orders and trying to get with some of the civilian girls your age while in the bunker. It also states that if you weren't physically stopped you would have forced yourself on them. Now I had a punishment for you, however your mother and sister will be waiting at home for your punishment. Tsunade said and smirked when Kiba paled at that. Sasuke Uchiha, said boy, stepped forward with his chest puffed out and head held high. I suggest you deflate your chest and lower your head. The reports on you are worse. Abandoning your post during the invasion, which resulted in more than one civilian getting injured due to sound ninja getting through. Also, you left the village without permission to fight your brother when you heard he was around looking for Naruto. That reminds me, Kakashi, what the hell were you thinking teaching an unstable boy the Chidori? Tsunade asked. All Jounin present were shocked that he actually taught him that. Well, he reminds me so much of myself at his age that I figured he was meant to learn it. I wouldn't have taught him it if I didn't think he could handle it, he said, not reading his book for once. So you teach an unstable genin who is well known as being unstable, an assassination technique, and a horrible one at that, Tsunade stated. I'm sorry, Lady Tsunade, but the Chidori is the perfect assassination technique, so I'll have to disagree with you on that, Kakashi said. Really? Naruto, can you create your jutsu for me? She asked. Naruto nodded, and 1 second later his lightning edge was in his hand, but unlike the Chidori, his was red and made no sound. That, Kakashi, is the perfect assassination technique. It makes no noise, so you can't hear it a mile away. You also don't need a running start for it to be effective, she said. Now, Sasuke, for your actions you are suspended for a year from any and all ninja activities. This also means training, she said. He tried to argue, but Naruto slapped a silencing seal on him. Now, Naruto Uchiha, you were recommended for the Chunin position as well as Lee during the exhibition rounds. However, Lee will have to wait until after his surgery. You did a number on his body, but in a few weeks I should be able to perform his surgery without any complications. Now, during the war you are responsible for taking out squads of sound shinobi while also taking out the snake summons that were supposed to do damage with your fox summons. What was their names again? She asked. They never told me their individual names. I just know they are called the Omega Brothers. Separate the three of them can take on a squad of battle summons themselves, however together they are rumored to be able to actually push the boss summons of the foxes into using over 75% of his power if they work together, and I've told you how strong the boss fox was. Naruto said. Okay, also you were said to have taken on a squad of blank Mastambu also tasked with the intention of capturing you or killing you. You've done a lot during the war that even the fire daimyo has taken a notice of you. She said, shocking everyone including Asuma, as he knew what could happen if the fire daimyo took an interest in you. Now you were recommended for the rank of Chunin, however you had just as many recommendations for Jounin, so I welcome you the rank of special Jounin. Congratulations, she said and tossed him a Jounin vest. Now what happened next shocked everyone. Thank you, Granny Tsunade, he yelled and scooped her up in a big hug. Everybody was shocked that he openly called her that, and just gave her a hug. Tsunade, being embarrassed, did one thing that would save her from embarrassment. She hit him with an uppercut through the roof that sent him so high it took him 5 minutes to come back down. He crashed through the ceiling and made a hole the shape of his body in the ground. He just got up like nothing happened, no cuts, no bruises, nothing, he was just smiling. Must be a genetic thing, Tsunade thought. Anyway, I have one more announcement to do, she said. Kurenai, being confused, spoke up. Excuse me, Lady Tsunade, but all the genin who were recommended were promoted, she said. Yes, I know. Anko Mitarashi stepped forward, she said. Anko hesitantly stepped forward. Now I've read your file and mission reports. You have a near squeaky clean record except for some anger problems. However, it was reported that was due to men trying to feel you up and you brutally retaliating. However, you haven't had an incident in the last 6 going on 7 months, she said. Yeah, I've got a boyfriend now, and he helped me with my anger a lot, she said, smiling at the thought of Irika. Good for him. I won't say who it is, but I'm happy for the both of you. Now, as I've said, I looked over your file and I was deeply impressed. However, what impressed me the most was the fact that you showed great leadership skills when you were in charge of protecting the civilians in the bunker, minus one dumb genin leaving while you were distracted. Also good going on healing the civilian that was hurt. Now it is also rumored that you and Kurenai may be even stronger than Kakashi now due to your extreme training the past 6 months. Now it is my pleasure to welcome you, Anko Mitarashi, to the full rank of Jounin. Congratulations, you've earned it, she said. Anko stood there in shock and crying that she finally got promoted. Kurenai and Naruto walked up to her and gave a big hug that she immediately returned. Now that the promotions are over, everyone may leave except Naruto and Anko, Tsunade said. Everybody left, and Tsunade let out a sigh. That was easy enough, I guess. Now, Naruto, you have 2 scrolls here in your name, but one doesn't say from who. She hands him the scroll, he opens it, and a letter falls out. He picks it up and reads it, but is shocked at what's inside. No way, he said. What is it, Naruto-chan? Anko asked. I've been invited to join the Guardian 12 by the Fire Daimyo himself, he said. Tsunade was shocked by this because she just got her grandson in her life and now the Fire Daimyo wanted to take him away. Anko wasn't really shocked since she heard that the daimyo only came to the Chunin exams to see Naruto fight. He opened the last scroll and it was the marriage contract. Oh hell no, can I have a pen and paper, Granny? He asked. She handed it to him, and he quickly wrote a response and sent a messenger hawk to deliver it. What was that, Gaki? Tsunade asked. It was a stupid marriage proposal contract. I gave them my response though, he said. What was your response? She asked. I told them not a chance in hell, he said. Okay, I have a question. Why didn't you punch him when he called you Granny this time? Anko asked. Simple, he's my grandson, Tsunade replies while bringing Naruto into a hug that he returned. Now that you mention it, you do have similar facial features. So who's the grandfather? Let me guess, it's Jiraiya, she said, laughing at the end. She was met with a serious face from Tsunade. You're joking, right? Why him? She asked. Contrary to what you believe, Anko, he wasn't always like this, much of a pervert. That has to do with me. After we had the best night of my life after Minato was born, I just woke up and left him the next day. He hadn't seen me until he came and got me. He told me that me walking out led him to sleeping with any women that would offer him sex. I did love him actually more than Dan, the guy I was with, but I couldn't bring myself to tell him," Tsunade said. "Okay, so are you guys together now or what? I mean, you look like you can still push out kids, and despite him being who he is, I've seen his medical reports on accident. He keeps himself in top shape. He has a checkup every 2 months," she said. "I don't know, Anko. I mean, we've talked about it but never really made any move to be together again," she said. "Okay, that's enough of that talk. The daimyo wants me to come in 6 months and stay for 2.5 years," Naruto said. "Shit. Naruto, Jiraiya was planning on taking you on a training trip in 6 months for that exact amount of time," Tsunade said. "Well, maybe I can go do the Guardian 12 and the daimyo can allow Jiraiya to grab me every 3 months to train. Do you think he will accept this?" Naruto asked. I'll have to ask him. I'll write a message to him and see," she said. "Now go on and enjoy your day," she said. Anko left in a swirl of leaves. "Okay, bye, Granny Tsunade. Shizen, tell Izumo I said hey." He disappeared in a swirl of blue flames, narrowly avoiding the stapler Shizen threw at him. "So Izumo, huh?" Tsunade asked with a smirk. Shizen could only blush and leave the room. Tsunade laughed and pulled out her alcohol. "This might actually be fun," she said, and created her clones and started the paperwork. Chapter 13. The Uchiha escapes and saying goodbye. It's been 3 weeks since Tsunade became Hokage, and things were looking up. She took some power away from the civilian council after she learned they were passing laws by forging her signature. So she made sure everything they wanted went through her. She even replaced the head doctor at the hospital due to him not allowing nurses to give proper care to patients, since he was stealing money that was for the medical supplies. Interesting enough, the replacement was Mina, who nobody knew was good at medical ninjutsu. She found out Naruto was taking care of all the stray animals and decided to build an animal shelter in the middle of Konoha so it would be accessible to everyone who wanted to visit. Naruto gave the shelter the instructions on how to build his medical shelter he had, so now every animal had their personal hospital. Shizen was still seeing Izumo BD, they were really head over heels for each other. She convinced him to start training again even if he wanted to stay at Chunin. Started dating Kotetsu, who started training again because she beat him in a spar, and he was made the laughing stock of the village. Anko and Ichiraku were thinking about moving in together, but they didn't know where they could move to. Naruto, on the other hand, got a visit from the noble and his daughter after they received his response. The end result of that meeting was Anko mentally torturing the daughter while Naruto held the Kubikura Bocho against his neck. Naruto also went on some solo C and B rank missions to take out rogue ninja or bandits. Now he was walking through the hospital checking on patients because Tsunade got hit with a water balloon he forgot he set up in the Hokage office. "Okay, last patient of the day and I can go train." He knocked on the door and heard a grunting come in. He walked in and saw Lee on the floor doing push-ups. "Alright, Lee, do you need anything before I go?" "I can't get much, but I'll see what I can do," he asked. "I will be fine, Naruto. I must work out so my flames of youth do not diminish. I told myself if I cannot do 500 push-ups on my hands, then I shall do 1,000 push-ups on my fingers, and if I cannot do that, then I shall run 1,000 laps on my hands with a boulder on my feet. My flames will not be diminished. I shall spread my youth to all the kids in the village," Lee said. "Okay, first off, Lee, don't ever say that last part again. Second, if you don't relax, then the surgery Granny Tsunade is working on for you will be for nothing, since every time you move the bone fragments do as well. Keep it up and you will extinguish your flames forever. Just take it easy until the surgery is done and you are fully recovered. I'm sure Guy-sensei will have the most youthful workout plan to make sure your flames burn brighter than his." With that, Naruto walked out. Had he stayed, he would have seen the happy tears on Lee's face, since nobody has ever talked to him like that. Naruto made it to Tsunade's office and heard a familiar giggle and moaning, so he slid a privacy barrier under the door and activated it. He went to Shizen's office to hand in his work. "Hey Shizune, I have my papers from the hospital. I just need to hand them in, can you do it for me?" he asked. Why can't you just take them yourself? You know how to get to her office, she said. I was just there, but Pervy Sage is in there with her. I had to slide a privacy barrier under the door before I came here, he said. Shizen shook her head at this. Fine, I'll take them for you, Naruto. Hurry up, I have a date in an hour I need to get ready for, she said. So where is Izumo taking you today? He asked, signing the papers he needed. He didn't say, but I'm guessing it's a double date with Iam and Kotetsu, she said, filing away his papers. Okay, well, I'll see you later, I'm off to train. With that, he disappeared in a swirl of fire. Hokage Training Ground. Naruto arrived at the Hokage training ground and upped his resistance seals again and began running 200 laps around the training ground. He completed his laps and sat down. He decided to work on his Susanoo since he hasn't tried it since the last time when he could only summon the rib cage and an arm. Her activates his Manjikyu and easily formed the rib cage and arm of the Susanoo. He pushed more chakra into it, and another arm appeared, but this time the head as well, with horns on its head and golden eyes. Naruto could feel the pain in his body but decided to push it even further, and muscles and skin formed around the skeleton. Once Naruto was done, he noticed the Susanoo has two huge teeth sticking up out of its mouth and that the rib cage was opened, showing a golden tomo inside of it, and across the head the horns seemed to have moved more to the sides of its head and had 9 smaller flaming horns going across the head, with 5 on its head and 2 on each horn. He released the Susanoo and fell to his knee. His eyes were burning, but his vision was still good. He stood and began to practice getting all of his jutsus down to one hand. After a few hours and a lot of clones, his lightning and fire jutsus were all down to one hand sign or none at all. His wind jutsus, except his wind dragon jutsu, all didn't need hand signs. He got this one down to 3, and once again he didn't focus on his water ninjutsu. He headed home for the day and saw Kurenai waiting for him. Nai-chan, what are you doing here? He asked. Lady Tsunade is giving us one last mission together as Team 8, but it's a joint mission with Team 7, unfortunately. We will meet the client tomorrow morning at 9 in the Hokage's office, she said. All right, I guess I'll be there, he said. She smiles and kisses his forehead before leaving. Now, the reason Team 7 is on this mission is because after Tsunade filed the paperwork for Tsunade's punishment to Sasuke, somebody got a hold of it and replaced it with 1 week suspension and used the official Kage stamp that Tsunade uses. It would be too much of a hassle to redo the order, because then she was going to have to involve the fire daimyo, and she didn't want the headache. She found out it was somebody on the civilian council but didn't know who. Sasuke, since his week was up, kept demanding Naruto to give him all of his jutsus, but was always ignored by him. Sakura showed little improvement, she only worked on her chakra control. Kiba hasn't been seen since the Chunin promotions. Rumor has it that his mom and sister gave him a beating that lasted for 4 days straight, and he had to sleep in the kennel with the dogs. Naruto cleared his thoughts and went to take a shower and went to sleep. Naruto woke up the next morning at 8 a.m. and started to get ready. He put on his usual outfit and chose to not wear his Jonin vest until he was made an official Jonin. He left the house at 8:45 after eating breakfast and made his way to the Hokage's office. He arrived in Tsunade's office in a swirl of fire shunshin. He arrived and Tsunade started to explain the mission. Alright, Team 7, Team 8, you will be escorting Shibuki here back to the Waterfall Village. He is the village leader, so behave yourselves. She said that mainly to Team 7. Kurenai, you are first in charge, with Kakashi being your second in command. If anything should happen to you both, Naruto will be in charge. Kurenai nodded, as did Kakashi, but reluctantly. He didn't like the idea of him having to listen to a rookie Jonin. Kurenai decided to speak. Shibuki-sama, do you have a time period to reach the Waterfall Village? Kurenai asked. Shibuki wore gray pants, a green shirt, and shinobi sandals. He had the Taki headband on his forehead. Taki is about a week's travel from Konoha, so I would like to leave as soon as possible, he said. Okay, pack your things for a 2-week trip. We leave in an hour. Shino and Hinata nodded while Team 7 just scoffed and turned away. Kakashi went up in smoke. Naruto, already having his stuff and scrolls, stayed in the office with Tsunade. Kurenai and Shibuki left to pack their things. So Granny Tsunade, are you and Pervy Sage officially together? I had to place a privacy barrier under the door yesterday, he said. Honestly, I don't know, Naruto. I guess we're both just going with the flow of things for now. I mean, he hasn't asked me to marry him yet. Like he did when we first became a team, she said, smiling at the memory of him proposing multiple times. If he did propose to you, would you accept it? I mean, you said it yourself that you always loved him even more than that Dan guy. I think if he makes you happy, then you should be with him, he said. Naruto, I'm older than you, why are you giving me advice? Anyway, I want you to look after Kakashi on this mission. He didn't look too happy about Kurenai being in charge, she said. Yeah, I know, I felt it too. I have a feeling this will turn into an A-rank mission. But I could be wrong, he said. Okay, 2 things. I want you to get Shibuki alone and tell him about the Akatsuki and what they're after. I've heard rumors that they've completely isolated their Jinchuriki from the village, but I don't know what the Jinchuriki looks like, she said. He nodded at her. Secondly, I've talked to the Fire Daimyo, and he said that Jiraiya can train you for 1.5 years but wants you in the Guardian 12 for the next year. I've told Jiraiya already and he agreed to this. After the year is up, Jiraiya will meet up with you and bring you back to the village, she said. Okay, do I still leave in 6 months or has the timetable changed? He asked. No, you still leave in 6 months. So after this mission I will be sending you on as many missions I can before you leave. After you leave I'll be releasing your heritage to the village since I know you will come back as strong if not stronger than your father, she said. Okay, that's fine with me. He looks at the clock and notices he has to be at the gate in 5 minutes. I'll see you when I get back, Granny. He vanished from her office to the village gate. After 5 minutes of waiting, Team 7 and Team 8 showed up with Shibuki but no Kakashi. After 20 minutes of waiting they decided to leave without him. 5 hours into the trip Kakashi appeared, having caught up with them after they stopped because of Sakura's horrible stamina. Kurenai, you know you were supposed to wait for me. Why did you leave? I can report you for this, Kakashi said. I don't tolerate tardiness, Kakashi. Everyone else may think your lateness is cute and funny but not me. Now get your head out of your ass and let's go, she said. With that, Team 8 and Shibuki leapt into the trees to continue on with the mission. They finally reached the hidden waterfall village, but they were 2 days late because Sakura had to stop every 5 hours to catch her breath and Kakashi was being difficult and would take Sasuke off to train and Naruto would have to go find them and Kiba would sneak off claiming he had to use the bathroom. It also didn't help that Shibuki would jump as every little noise and would be scared to move. Team 8 thought how somebody like him could become a leader of an entire village. I would like to invite you into the village, however those 4 will have to wear something over their eyes, Shibuki said. That's okay with us, Kakashi said immediately, causing everyone to get suspicious. He tried to discreetly make a shadow clone to follow them, but Naruto was a censor and felt the chakra spike and created his own clone that went and destroyed Kakashi's clone. That wasn't nice, Naruto, Kakashi said angrily. I don't know why you even tried something like that. You almost put the group at risk as well as the relationship between Taki and Konoha at risk, he said. What did he do, Naruto? Kurenai asked. The wannabe Uchiha here tried to discreetly make a clone and my guess was have it follow us to get the entrance of the village, but what he didn't know was that I'm a censor and can detect even the slightest pulse of chakra, Naruto said. A messenger hawk came by and landed on Kakashi before Kurenai could respond, which Shibuki was scared of. What is it, Kakashi? Kurenai asked. It seems I'm needed back in the village for something. Team 7, you are to stay in with Kurenai and finish the mission. Before anybody could say anything, he left but made a clone that was destroyed by Naruto again. Was he telling the truth, Naruto? Kurenai asked. Yes, but it was also as if he was uncertain about something, but we can't worry about that right now, we have a mission to complete. As Naruto said that, 2 kids came running up to Shibuki with bags in their hands. That looked like it was filled with something. Now kids, I can't play right now, show some respect for your village leader, Shibuki said in a fake scolding tone. But that's not why we're here, the small boy said. Yeah, we just finished picking up the trash by the shore. Our mom made us do it," the little girl said. Then a woman came stumbling out of the trees. "Mother!" the little girl yelled. "Shibuki-sama, it's horrible," the lady asked. "What is it? What happened?" Shibuki asked, shaking. "They just attacked without warning," the lady said. Before falling to the ground, they saw she had a kunai in her back. Kurenai checked her over. "It doesn't seem too bad. Naruto, do you have any of those medical seals on you?" "I'm going to need one," Kurenai said. Naruto hands her the seal and she removes the kunai and applies the seal. "We need to go to the village," the little boy said. "No, you all stay out here with your mother. Naruto creates some clones to stay with them just in case," Kurenai said, and Naruto created 10 clones to guard them. "It's impossible. How could anyone find the village? The entrance is hidden," Shibuki said. "It's obviously somebody who has been here before or grew up in the village and became a rogue ninja." Naruto said he knocked out Kiba, Sasuke, and Sakura and tied their headbands over their eyes. "Thank you, Naruto. Now, Shibuki, let's go save your village," Kurenai said. Shibuki nodded suddenly. 4 ninja jumped out of the waterfall and Naruto managed to take out 3 of them before the last one escaped. They left for the secret entrance and Naruto got the memories of 2 clones. One was destroyed but the other killed the ninja that attacked the clones, set up a barrier to protect them. They enter the village and Sasuke, Sakura and Kiba run off after Sasuke gave his team his own orders, and Naruto went after Sasuke, and when he caught up, Sasuke was caught by a kunoichi and another ninja. Naruto drops down and takes them out before they even realized what was happening. Sasuke tried to attack Naruto for showing him up again, but he was knocked out. He returned to see Kurenai, Kiba, Hinata, Shino, Sakura and Shibuki badly beaten by a ninja named Suion. Naruto saw him drink some kind of liquid and Naruto sensed he had gained a major chakra boost. "What the hell did he just drink?" he asked nobody. "It's called hero water." Naruto turned and saw a mint-haired girl with an orange clip in her hair that matched her eyes with tan skin, wearing a white midriff shirt that showed off her toned stomach with fishnet armor underneath with long white armlets and fishnet shorts with a short white apron skirt over it. She wore her taki headband in her head and carried a cylindrical object in red wrapping on her back. Naruto felt her chakra and felt the tailed beast chakra inside of her. "What does the hero water do?" he asked her. "It's water that is produced every 100 years from the giant tree that resides in the village. When someone drinks the hero water, their chakra increases tenfold for a short amount of time, and they can create a shield of chakra that deflects any kunai attacks thrown at them. But the water decreases the user's lifespan by how much of the water they drink. The name is Fu, by the way," she said. "Okay, so ninjutsu and taijutsu it is. So how are we going to do this? Shibuki already took out his other 2 friends, so it's just him now." "Oh, I'm Naruto," Naruto said. "I don't know. Are you sure you want to work with me? Everybody usually stays away from me," she said. "Don't worry, I know you're a Jinchuriki," he whispers in her ear, shocking her. "I am too, so let's do this. We rush on the count of 3. All right?" Naruto said, and she nodded. 3. Was all Naruto said before they both charged at Suion, who blocked the punch from Naruto, but was shocked when Naruto ducked down, and he was kicked in the face by Fu. Suion got up and went through hand signs. Water style, water dragon jutsu. A large dragon made of water came rushing at Naruto and Fu. Naruto pulled out the Kubikura Bocho and put Fu behind him. He coated it with wind chakra. Wind style, air cutter. He swung the sword in a vertical arc and created an arc of wind chakra that cut the dragon in half. Fu, seeing an opening, uses one of her jutsus. "Naruto, close your eyes," she whispered from behind him. He closed his eyes. Ninja art, hiding in scale powder jutsu. She exhaled a sparkling substance that blinded Suion, and she rushed to take him on in taijutsu. She hit him with punches and kicks that barely did any damage due to him being pumped up on the hero water. After not doing any damage, Suion manages to hit her with a punch and sends her flying through a tree. Suddenly he had to jump out of the way from a fist made of bugs. He landed on the water, but the shockwave from the fist created raging waves that almost knocked him off balance. Naruto, feeling Fu's chakra signature fly away, takes a risk and opens his eyes. He cracks them open and notices her jutsu wore off. He jumps on the water, standing in front of Suien with his Sharingan activated. An Uchiha, I've always wanted to face one of you. Perhaps after I kill you I'll take your eyes and use them myself, Suien said and started to laugh like a maniac. He was cut off by a sharp pain in his back. He looked behind him and saw Naruto stab him with a kunai. He looked back in front of him, and Naruto dissolved into mist. Genjutsu! But how? He asked. There is a reason you should never look an Uchiha in the eye. Naruto said. He went to cut him again, but Suien got over his shock and jumped away, but Naruto still caught him. As soon as he landed, Naruto broke through his guard and gave him a fist enhanced with wind chakra, cutting up his face. Suien for some reason was getting worried. That punch shouldn't have hurt that much. I see you finally recognize what's going on, Naruto said. What do you mean? There's nothing wrong with me, Suien replied. Your dosage of hero water is wearing off. All that borrowed power, yet it's not even permanent, Naruto said. I am not out of power, Suien yelled. He then pulls out the bottle containing the hero water and drinks the rest of it. His chakra levels grew as much as possible and were now visible. Naruto unleashed his chakra to match Suien's chakra level. The amount of chakra that was given off by both of them caused everybody to wake up. They were shocked at how visible the chakra was. Suien's chakra was a light blue color, but Naruto's chakra was a dark blue color. They both charged and met each other in the middle with their fists meeting, creating a shockwave that sent water flying everywhere, and the ninja around had to stick themselves to the ground. Kurenai created some clones to hold the civilians down that were tied up. Soon they both disappeared in a burst of speed that only Kurenai could keep up with. Sasuke tried to activate his Sharingan, but the chakra being given off was hurting his eyes. Naruto and Suien were trading punches so that people could feel the impact. Suddenly, after a while of exchanging punches and kicks, Suien was seen flying through the air and crashed against a tree. Fu, who had been knocked out after that punch, could only watch in awe at what she was seeing. How is he going toe-to-toe with somebody who drank the hero water? It should be impossible even at his age, she said to herself. A crash interrupted her thoughts as she saw Suien crash into a tree. She looked and saw Naruto with a lightning jutsu in his hand. He can already do lightning jutsus at his age without hand signs. How strong is he? Fu thought to herself. Lightning javelin. She sees Naruto throw the lightning jutsu at Suien, and watches it pierce through his chakra like it was nothing, hitting him in the stomach. She watched as he coughed up some blood and tried to stand, but the hero water wore off. He burned through it, fighting Naruto. She watched as Naruto picked him up by his shirt. Any last words? Naruto asked. Yeah, I've already won. Suien is dead and this village is without a leader. I told my former student Taki will fall by my hands, Suien said. That's where you're wrong. Shibuki is just fine, Naruto said. Suien looked over and saw Kurenai healing Shibuki with what limited knowledge of medical ninjutsu she knew. No, I was supposed to win. This is not over. I will destroy Taki before I die, Suien said, but the after effects of the hero water started to take over. Suien died right then and there. Naruto dropped his body and burned it with a fire jutsu. Sasuke walked up to him. Loser, as heir to the Uchiha clan, I demand you hand over your jutsus and that sword so I can kill Itachi. Now hand it over, he said. Yeah, Naruto, you heard Sasuke-kun, hand it over, you don't need them. Sakura said she was going to tell but didn't want to get another silencing seal on her. He's right, Naruto, technically he's the leader of the clan now, so you have to obey him and do what he says, Kiba said. Okay, let's get some things clear. I'm not a part of the Uchiha clan. Never was, never will be. You are not the heir of the Uchiha clan. Itachi is, so unless he dies you won't be the clan heir anytime soon. Lastly, if you ever demand something from me again, I have no problem making it so there's one less Sharingan user alive. Besides, you can always challenge me to a fight if you like, but you wouldn't win. Even with your curse mark you wouldn't win. Now get out of my face and help clean up Genin, Naruto said as he went to help the villagers. 3 days later Naruto is walking through the village to Shibuki's office to talk to him. He reaches the office and knocks. Come in, Shibuki said. Naruto entered and saw Fu sitting there. Naruto, what a surprise. Fu, can you excuse us please? He asked. Actually, it would be better if she stayed for this, Naruto said. Okay, what's so big that you needed to see me and involve Fu? Shibuki asked. There is a group known as the Akatsuki. They are a group that has nothing but S-class shinobi from almost every village. They are after the tailed beasts, what for we don't know yet. But we do know whatever it is can't be good. I'm telling you this because if they extract the tailed beast out of you it's going to kill you. I can tell by the way we just fought together that you aren't ready to fight them. I recognize you didn't have much jutsu, so you must rely on your tailed beast chakra a lot. You're going to have to stop and train your own skills. They have ways to counteract the tailed beast chakra. So I'm going to teach you a jutsu called the Shadow Clone Jutsu to help you speed up your training. Every time a clone dispels you get their memory, but it doesn't work on physical training. My teacher Jiraiya of the Sannin estimates we all have 2.5 years before they begin to try and capture us. Now Shibuki, I suggest you get your ninja and civilians in check. I've seen how they look at Fu. They would rather sell her out than protect her, Naruto said. This is a lot to take and I'll have to run this by my council, Shibuki said. No, you're a freaking Kage. You don't need to have permission from your council to do something that can affect village security. If you tell the council, how do you know they won't sell her out and set up some bogus mission to get her captured? Besides, I have a feeling they already know about them but don't want to say anything because of their dislike for Fu. This needs to stay between us. Tell all your ninja to up their training. I can tell they've been slacking, otherwise Suian wouldn't have been able to get in so easy and do so much damage. If they ask why, simply tell them that Suian getting in undetected was unacceptable. Make them train until they physically can't move and then have them do it again the next day, Naruto said. Shibuki thought it over and agreed with Naruto. Very well, this shall stay between us, for I want you to train hard. Like he said, you have almost 3 years to be able to fight a S-rank shinobi. I'll be testing you again, a squad of 10 Umbu every month until then, Shibuki said. Now Shibuki, is there anybody from this village that is a rogue ninja you think could possibly join something like the Akatsuki? Naruto asked. There's one, but he might be dead. However, his name is still in the bingo books. His name is Kakuzu of the 5 Hearts. He is wanted for stealing a forbidden jutsu called Earth Grudge Fear. It is said that he kills people for his hearts, and has 5 of them, so he is almost immortal. The jutsu basically turned him into a rag doll, and he is held together by a bunch of black threads. It was rumored that his hearts are used to give life to 4 elemental masks he holds on his back that can act individually if he wanted them to. So he may be capable of using every chakra nature. That's all I can give you, Shibuki said. That's more than enough, so he might be responsible for attacking and capturing Fu. If so, you really need to tighten security on the entrance to the village. Well, Fu, come on so I can teach you the jutsu and let you get started on your training, Naruto said. Fu stood up with Naruto and bowed to Shibuki and left. Next day they began to travel back to Konoha, this time at a much faster pace. Naruto made a clone carry Sakura because he didn't feel like stopping every 5 hours for her, and he put a seal on Kiba and Sasuke if they travel more than 5 feet away, which Naruto would activate, and it would start to burn. Of course all of them complained, but Naruto put a silencing seal on them as well. Shino and Hinata were off in their own little happy world, which made him and Kurenai smile. A week later they arrived at the gate to see Kakashi there with his usual eye smile. The Hokage has been expecting you. You should go right to her office, he said to Naruto and Kurenai in an all too happy tone. They both noticed. Okay, you're all dismissed. Me and Naruto will go hand in our mission reports, Kurenai said. Naruto removed the seals off of Team 7 and they left. They arrived at Sundade's office and knocked. Shuffling was heard from behind the door before Tsunade spoke. Come in, she called out. They entered and Naruto gave her a knowing smile, and she responded with a look that promised pain. We were told you wanted to see us," Kurenai said. "Yeah, I may be a new Hokage, but that does not give you the right to ignore my orders." She said. They had a confused look on their face. "What do you mean? We just came back from the mission you ordered us to go on," Naruto said. "No, I'm talking about you disobeying my orders for the Jounin meeting I called," Tsunade said. They just looked at each other. "What Jounin meeting?" Kurenai and Naruto asked at the same time. "The Jounin meeting I called for. I sent a messenger hawk to give you the notice. Kakashi told me you read the message but decided not to come," Tsunade said. "Seriously, Granny, you believe Kakashi, the person that does not like us? You just took his story and ran with it. Okay, here's the truth about this mission. Kakashi didn't arrive on time for an escort mission involving a village leader. It took him 5 hours to catch up to us. During the trip he would take Sasuke away to train him while Kiba roamed around. Sakura was alright, but we had to stop every 5 hours for her. Kakashi almost caused us to lose the potential alliance with Taki. He never told us about the Jounin meeting. He said the message called for him only and left. His team still does not follow directions and put the entire team at risk during this mission. I had to team up with Taki's Jinchuriki because they were all knocked out and injured. So there is the report you should have waited for before jumping to conclusions. You should thank us for not being at that meeting. If we went, it would have been you having to explain how you lost 3 clan heirs, an egotistical emo bastard and a girl who won't be a ninja much longer, and will more than likely follow in her mother's footsteps. Now I'm going home," Naruto said before walking out, slamming the office door, leaving Kurenai to explain the mission in better detail. A few hours later, a knock on his door gets Naruto out of the bed. He opens the door, and Kat is there. "Naruto, Hokage-sama wants you in her office." Naruto just nods and shins into her office. "You wanted to see me?" he asked, noticing Jiraiya sitting on the couch. "Yes, I did. I want to say I'm sorry. I should have gotten the full story from the mission. Kakashi has been suspended for 5 months and his team has been disbanded," Tsunade said. "Okay, apology accepted. Is that all? I was kind of in the middle of sleeping," Naruto said. "I actually wanted to know how your private meeting with Shibuki went," she said. "Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Pervy Sage, I have a guy you might want to add to that list of Akatsuki members. His name is Kakuzu of the 5 Hearts," he said. "That's impossible. Kakaza fought my grandfather," Tsunade said. "Yeah, Naruto, he must be almost 100 years old by now," Jiraiya said. "Yeah, I know, but Shibuki said if he was dead he wouldn't still be in the bingo book, and he told me about some technique that Kakuzu stole that basically turned him into a human rag doll that can control threads, but he uses 5 hearts to stay alive. In a sense he is immortal, but you have to destroy all 5 hearts in battle to kill him. He also said he has 4 masks on his back that represent the other 4 hearts that he can create bodies for. He also said those masks can use 4 different chakra natures. I've deduced that if he is still alive then he will go after Taki's Jinchuriki. I told her to train because, like you wanted me to do, she relies on the tailed beast chakra too much and has no ninjutsu skills of her own. So I taught her the Shadow Clone Jutsu and told her to use that for her training and told her to learn some elemental ninjutsu," Naruto said. "Okay, I'll add him to the list I have and tell my spy network to keep an eye out for him," Jiraiya said. "Well, I have to go. I'll be back in 5 months to grab you for the trip before heading off to the Daimyo Palace for you to join the Guardian 12. Jiraiya said. He gave Tsunade a kiss and left through the window. "Well, it seems you two are happy. All it took was a couple rounds of sex and a couple of kisses and you're fine," Naruto said. "Shut up," Tsunade said with a smile. "Now for the next 5 months I'm going to be sending you on solo missions. I want you to be a full-fledged Jounin before you leave for your trip. Now you have the rest of the week off, but next week I'm going to run you into the ground," Tsunade said seriously. "You got it, Granny, I won't let you down," Naruto said and gave her a hug. "I'm sure you won't, Naruto," she said, returning the hug. "Now get going." He gave a mock salute and jumped out the window. "Great, first Jiraiya and now him. I need to close the window sometime," she said. 5 months later. The now 14-year-old Naruto is returning from a B-rank mission that he had to eliminate some bandits going around causing havoc in one of the Land of Fire smaller towns. He walks through the village gates and notices the security is tighter than usual. He heads straight over to the Hokage office and enters without knocking. "Granny Tsunade, what's going on?" Naruto asked. "Sasuke Uchiha left the village last night. Sakura Haruno was seen knocked out on the bench this morning. She was found by Izumo and Kotetsu. She reported that he left on his own accord and tried to say he was under the influence of the curse mark. I know you just got back, but I need you to go out and help the team. It was reported that he was picked up by 4 sound shinobi on the way. Your mission is to eliminate them except the girl, have her brought back to the village. I've sent Shikamaru out with his own team he assembled. Sasuke is to be brought back by any means necessary." Dismissed. As soon as she was done, Naruto ran full speed to catch up to the group. He arrived to see Shikamaru and Temari fighting the redhead girl, but she was transformed into some kind of beast with horns on her head. "Shikamaru, Temari, stop fighting her," Naruto said as he appeared. "Why?" "She's the enemy, Naruto," Temari said. "Yeah, Naruto, I have to agree with her." "Why are we not supposed to fight her?" Shikamaru asked. Naruto ignored them and walked up to the girl who pulled her flute out. "Do you remember me from the invasion?" he asked. She nodded but didn't say anything. "Good. Do you remember what you silently asked me?" She nodded again. "Okay, that's why I'm here." "What's your name?" he asked. "Tayuya of the North Gate," she answered. Meanwhile, Temari and Shikamaru are looking on confused. "Okay, now what's your real name?" he asked, and she froze with a worried look on her face. He noticed and pulled out the Uzumaki tracker seal. "Is this seal on your body?" he asked as he showed her the seal, and she dropped the power of the curse seal and nodded again. "Okay, I want you to go to the Leaf Village," he said, shocking everyone there. "Naruto, what the hell is your problem?" Temari asked. "You can't bring an enemy into the Leaf Village like that," Shikamaru said. "Yes, I can. She is supposed to be in the village anyway, but somehow Orochimaru got to her," Naruto said and created a clone. "My clone will take you to the Hokage, who is part of what you are, just like I am," he said, shocking her. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," Tayuya said. Hugging Naruto, she let go and left with her clone. "I'm going ahead. I need you two to help out anybody else on the mission. I'm sending a clone with each of you to help." They nodded with a lot of unanswered questions. "Naruto, why did you just do that?" Temari asked. "S-ranked mission." That was all he said before taking off after Sasuke. Shikamaru and Temari knew better than to ask any questions after he said that they took off to help the other members of the retrieval team. Naruto traveled until he entered a clearing with an albino-looking guy with white hair, green eyes with red going around his eyelids and 2 red dots on his head. "So who are you?" Naruto asked the person in front of him. "I am Kimimaro of the Sound 5. I am the leader of the group and the second strongest to Lord Orochimaru in the Sound Village," Kimimaro said. "Ah, that's nice. So can you hand over the barrel? I kind of need it," Naruto said. "No, I cannot. I have a mission to make sure Sasuke gets back to Lord Orochimaru with no problems," Kimimaro said. Suddenly the barrel opened and Sasuke came out of it. His hair was longer and had a grayish-purple look to it, and his skin was gray and his skin turned gray. "All right, Sasuke, enough of the temper tantrum. Get your head out of your ass and go back to the Leaf Village," Naruto said in a bored tone. "No, I'm through with that village that's holding me back. I need power and Orochimaru is the only one who can give it to me," Sasuke said. Naruto snickered at that last sentence. "Oh, so you're going to somebody weaker than Itachi to give you strength to beat him? That's not very smart, so turn around and head back. I'm really not in the mood to fight right now. We both know you can't beat me, so just do what I say," Naruto said. "Sasuke, Lord Orochimaru is waiting for you in the Sound Village. I can take care of this. You need to get moving," Kimimaro said. Sasuke nodded and took off toward the Valley of End. "You know, I really don't feel like fighting you," Why couldn't you just let me take him back? Naruto said. Now he was mad. He really didn't want to fight, he just got off a mission. As I've said before, my mission is to make sure Sasuke makes it to Orochimaru. He plans to make Sasuke his new vessel. I was supposed to be the next body he takes over, however I have a terminal illness that can't be cured. My purpose in life is to serve Orochimaru, so that is what I will do until the day I die. Kimimaro said. Fine, let's get this over with, Naruto said with a sigh. He leaned his head to the left as a bone fragment flew by his face. So you use your bones as weapons, that's cute. Perhaps we can play fetch afterwards, Naruto said. Kimimaro didn't respond, he just rushed at Naruto producing some bone swords. Naruto just dodged all of Kimimaro's attacks. He had to admit he was impressed by his speed, but Naruto, even with his resistance seals on, was faster than Umbu-level shinobi. After getting tired of blocking, Naruto broke into Kimimaro's guard and gave him lighting-enhanced punches that made Kimimaro flinch from contact. He finished up his assault with a drop kick that was also infused with lightning chakra. Kimimaro went flying back and flew through a lot of trees. After 30 seconds, Naruto felt his chakra spike and felt the power of the curse seal active. Kimimaro charged forward. This time he had lines all over his body and bones were sticking out of his body, coming from his arms and rib cage. He burst out from the tree line and Naruto blocked a punch from him and activated his Sharingan to avoid the bone strikes. Before Kimimaro could make his next move, Naruto called out his jutsu, Hammer of the Thunder God. He created the hammer of red lightning in his hand and swung it at Kimimaro, who was sent back but kept his balance on his feet. Before he could get up, Naruto threw the hammer at him, and he crashed against the ground as the hammer exploded in a burst of lightning, shocking Kimimaro. I shouldn't be losing like this. I am the leader of the Sound 5 and the strongest amongst all ninjas in the Sound Village. I will not be defeated here. Another burst of chakra came from him, and he entered his level 2 curse mark stage. Naruto only groaned at this. Why can't this be easy? He said. He looked at Kimimaro and his appearance changed again. He looked like a dinosaur with a tail, his skin turned brown, and he had 4 more bones coming out of his back and black markings around his eyes. He charged at Naruto, who noticed his speed drastically decreased. Naruto stood there to block a punch, and it was a bad idea. He was sent flying back from the force of the punch and went through a tree. He got up and was relatively fine. He looked up at the sky and noticed he was running out of time to catch Sasuke. He made his lightning edge and ran at Kimimaro, who created a drill-like weapon out of his bones and charged at Naruto. Naruto, seeing this, activates his Manjikyu Sharingan and starts to active Kamui, which still takes a second to activate, so once Kimimaro got close with his weapon it went right through Naruto, which shocked him, and before he could react Naruto pierces his chest with his jutsu, destroying his heart. Naruto waited to see if he would move, and after 10 seconds he left. About 10 minutes after he left, a squad of 20 blank-masked Umbu showed up. The leader spoke up. Remember, we are to get Sasuke Uchiha to Orochimaru. Kill the other. He can be a problem for Lord Danzo's plan, the leader said. The other Umbu nodded and they all took off toward the Valley of End. Naruto arrived to see Sasuke waiting for him. Sasuke was about to speak up until Naruto appeared in front of him and punched him in the face. He got back up and activated his Sharingan that still only had 2 tomo in each eye, however that didn't matter as Naruto was too fast for his Sharingan to see. He was punched in the gut and kicked off of the statue of Madara Uchiha into the water down below. He climbed out of the water onto shore and glared at Naruto. He activated his curse mark and traveled at speeds that Naruto guesses he copied from Lee, but it was only as fast as him with his weights on, so it didn't even make Naruto worried in the slightest. He was in front of Naruto and started to throw punches and kicks that were either blocked or dodged. However, due to Sasuke using the power of his curse mark, the dark chakra would leave burns on Naruto's arms. Sasuke jumped back, going through hand signs. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. He spat out miniature fireballs at Naruto, who jumped out of the way because he knew the fireballs had shuriken in them. Sasuke threw some kunai at Naruto, which he dodged. He noticed the ninja wire at the end, so he decided to mess with him. He made a clone and substituted with it. The clone was caught in the ninja wire and wrapped up in them. Sasuke sent a stream of fire on the wires which burned the clone that screamed out in pain. "See, loser, I told you before, you aren't on my level," Sasuke said. "This is coming from somebody who has only 2 Tomo's Sharingan," a voice said from behind him. His eyes went wide and he was kicked in the back into a rock. He looked at the Naruto wrapped in the ninja wire, and it went up in smoke. He got up and activated the 2nd level of his curse seal. His skin turned dark gray, his hair grew longer and turned a dark blue color. His eyes were black, but his Sharingan was still active, and he grew wings on his back that looked like hands, and a dark star formed across the bridge of his nose. "I'm through fighting, it's time to end this," Sasuke said. He went through hand signs and lightning chakra formed on his hand. Naruto, seeing this, decided to end it as well. Sasuke charged at him at an increased speed due to the 2nd level of the curse mark. Chidori. Rasengan. Naruto made a Rasengan in the blink of an eye and pushed it at Sasuke's Chidori, which was easily beaten. Sasuke was sent flying into the wall of the Valley of End unconscious, and his curse mark receded. Naruto went to pick him up but was surrounded by the 20 blank-masked Umbu. They said nothing and charged at him. Naruto activates his Sharingan, takes out the Kubikura and begins attacking and defending against the Umbu. After cut down, he saw Orochimaru appear out of the corner of his eye and take Sasuke. "Shit!" was what he thought. He got tired of this and activated his Manjikyu Sharingan. His Susanoo came to life in its 2nd stage, and Naruto began cutting down the Umbu left and right. One tried to run away to inform Danzo, but the Susanoo shot what looked like black senbons and all hit vital spots on the Umbu ninja's body. He looked and saw that he finished off all of the Umbu. He deactivated his Manjikyu and his eyes were irritated, but his vision was still good. If he had to guess, he had just over 80% of his vision left. He got up and left because he had a certain elder to talk to. He ran full speed back to Konoha. When he arrived, he went straight to Tsunade's office, but she wasn't there. He guessed she was at the hospital, so he just took a nap on her couch. About 4 hours later, Tsunade and Shizen walked in and saw him sleep. They smiled and left him alone. He woke up after another hour. He saw Tsunade looking at him. "So how'd it go?" she asked. "Mission failed," he said with a sigh. "What happened?" Before he could answer, Jiraiya came through the window, and Danzo walked in the door. Before anybody could say anything, Naruto charged at Danzo and punched him in the face and started choking him. Jiraiya and Tsunade rushed to pull Naruto off of him, but his grip around his neck was enforced with chakra, so Tsunade had to call her personal Umbu and Shizen to get him off. After a struggle, he finally let go. "Arrest him, I want him arrested," Danzo said. "Nobody is getting arrested." "Now, Naruto, why did you attack Danzo?" Tsunade asked. "This son of a bitch is the reason the mission failed. He sent 20 of his little root soldiers after me, and once I had Sasuke, they attacked, allowing Orochimaru to come and take the body. But of course his root shinobi went up in flames as soon as they died, so all evidence is destroyed. You pissed off the wrong person, Danzo. I don't know what you plan to gain, but next time you get in my way, I'll show you why Itachi and Shisui aren't the only Sharingan users you should be afraid of," Naruto said with his Sharingan blazing. "Danzo, leave now," Tsunade said. He didn't move, so Naruto gave him a chakra-empowered kick and sent him through the wall. Everybody looked at Tsunade because that's something she does. "What? I didn't teach him that. He must have seen it and remembered it from one of our spars." She said it was true, she did spar with him, and he lost, but he found out he had ways to go before he could face a Kage-level shinobi. However, during the last spar she surprised him by using wood-style jutsus he never told anyone. Only Jiraiya and Shizen know about that. "Right, anyway, Naruto, are you sure it was Root?" Jiraiya asked. "Yes, I'm sure they had the NE symbol on the masks. By the way, Bor, get your ass out here, I know you're there," Naruto said. "Naruto, Bor isn't one of my Umbu guards, he isn't here," Tsunade said. "Yes, he is." He then disappeared and punched the corner of the ceiling to the left of Tsunade's desk, and the Bor-masked Umbu fell out the ceiling unconscious. "Cat, take him to TNI, tell Enko and Ibiki I want to know everything he does," No limits, Tsunade said. Cat took boar and disappeared. Naruto, I know that Danzo messed up the mission, but you can't attack him like that. He is an elder of the village and he can go to the daimyo and have him kick you out of the village, Tsunade said. You mean the same daimyo that I'm about to see and become a bodyguard for who doesn't even like Danzo? Naruto asked. Yeah, him anyway. I need you to take the curse seal off of that girl Tayuya. She's in the TNI in a holding cell, Tsunade said. I can't take it off of her. Well, at least not yet, he replied. Why not? You took it off of Anko. Why can't you take it off of her? Jiraiya asked. The same reason why I couldn't take Sasuke's off when the old man asked me to. It would kill her. Her body is still growing, so the pain to the body from removing it would kill her, since her organs would shut down a lot quicker than Anko's, and I can't place the medical seal on her while removing the curse mark. All we can do now is seal it away, he said. Okay, then let's go see her and get her out. Tsunade said. They all shunched into the TNI holding center and tell the Umbu to open her cell. As soon as it was open, Naruto was tackled by a red blur to the ground. Thank you, thank you, thank you, was all Tayuya said over and over again. Tsunade and Jiraiya smiled at this. Are you here to take this seal off? I hate this shit, Tayuya said. No, I can't take it off yet. Your body is still growing and the process would kill you. I'd say in about 2 years you should be able to handle it. Now, are you the only Uzumaki Orochimaru had? Naruto asked. No, there's another girl named Karen, but I don't know where she is. I know she doesn't have the curse mark though. Why, I don't know. All I know is Orochimaru killed my mother and basically forced me to work with him by giving me this fucking cursed seal. During your match at the Chunin exams, I saw you remove the caged bird seal. I knew you would be able to help me, that's why I made sure to make direct eye contact with you. Only thing that sucks is Orochimaru used my fucking friend Kin for one of the sacrifices for that reanimation jutsu. So can I stay here in the leaf? I mean, I know the Uzumaki clan was allied to the Hidden Leaf through marriage, so am I allowed? She asked. Yes, you are allowed. I'm just going to have Jiraiya seal off your curse mark. After that you're free to go, Tsunade said. Wait, where will I live? I mean, I'm used to basically sleeping on the streets due to the bunking conditions in the Sound Village, but a fucking bed would be nice, Tayuya said. I have an extra room that you can have, Naruto told her. Alright, but no funny business. I've had enough people trying to get in my pants in the Sound Village. I don't want to deal with that shit again, Tayuya said. Tayuya, were you know? Tsunade asked. Fuck no, but that didn't mean people didn't try. Hell, that nerd Kabuto tried a few times, but I always got away. I haven't seen him in a while, so the fucker must be dead. I hope he is. I don't know what he thought he was going to do with his little needle dick anyway, she said with a shrug. Yeah, he's dead. Naruto killed him when we went to get Tsunade to become the Hokage, Jiraiya answered. Sweet, hey big tits, can you give me your secret to getting them like that? Tayuya asked. I'll tell you as long as you don't call me that and call me Tsunade. Deal? Tsunade asked. Deal, she said. Alright, one more question, then we can seal up that curse mark. What type of ninja are you? Tsunade asked. Well, I use Genjutsu, but only because it was forced on me. Personally, I wanted to become a medic like you, but Orochimaru had Kabuto, so he didn't bother to let anyone else learn medical ninjutsu, Tayuya said. Okay, good, you're in luck. I'm going to begin a medical program for any kunoichi that wants to give it a try. You can join the program, Tsunade replied. Sweet, so who's the strongest in the village, I want to know? Tayuya asked. Well, kunoichi-wise it's me obviously, then one of my Umbu guards Kat, and finally Anko, then Kurenai, Tsunade said. Then you have me, Danzo, Naruto, Guy, Kakashi, and Asuma for the men, Jiraiya said. Danzo, I think he's a pedophile. He was always looking at kids whenever he met with Orochimaru with this weird look of want on his face, Tayuya said. See, I told you, Naruto yelled. I told you he was a pedophile, but nobody believed me. You always laughed at me, he said. Okay, let's just get this over with. I have some important business to attend to, Jiraiya said. More like go to the Hokage's office and bang Tsunade for the rest of the day. Naruto mumbled, but Tsunade and Jiraiya heard him. Shut up, Tsunade said and smacked him upside his head, causing him to glare at her while she whistles innocently. After the sealing was over, Naruto took Taiya to his apartment and laid her down on the bed because she was still asleep from the sealing process. Jiraiya said she wouldn't wake up until the morning, so Naruto just sat down and started to meditate, something he would always do before bed. He made a quick run to Ichiraku's and talked to Im and Kotetsu, who were still together. After that he went home to start packing for his trip. After all, he did have to leave in 2 weeks. 2 weeks later, Naruto, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Anko and Kurenai are at the village gates. Anko and Kurenai are holding back tears while Tsunade is making sure he has everything. Yes, Granny, I have everything. Can I go now? Naruto asked. Yes, you can go, Naruto, but say bye to Kurenai and Anko first, Tsunade said. He walked up to Anko and Kurenai, and they both gave him a big hug and lots of kisses, which he did not like. You promise us that you will be okay and send a message whenever you can, Anko said. I promise, he said. Naruto, are you sure you don't want Shino and Hinata to know? I'm sure that they will ask about you, Kurenai said. Yeah, I'm sure. I don't want to make such a big deal about it. Oh, and can you guys keep an eye on Taiya? I don't want her temper to get her in any trouble. Maybe get her a boyfriend. She must need to get laid like you and Tsunade did, Naruto said and got smacked upside the head. You just had to ruin it, but yeah, we will watch out for her. It's the least we can do. I promise, Anko said, giving one more hug. I hate to break up this moment, but we really need to get going, Naruto. The sun is almost up and people will see us, Jiraiya said. You better not have him peeping in the bathhouses and big on women, or I'll cut your balls off, Kurenai said. Well, if you haven't noticed, I haven't been peeping or anything for the past 6 months, and a lot more women have been reading my books thanks to me having a woman's input, Jiraiya said, wrapping Tsunade in a hug that she returned. Yeah, okay, that's good. Pervy Sage got laid. Now can we go now? Naruto said, not really wanting to talk about his grandparents' sex life. Alright, ladies, let them go, Tsunade said after a few more hugs and kisses. Naruto and Jiraiya walked out of the Leaf Village, one not to be seen for almost 3 years and another that would be back in less than 2 years. He's going to be stronger than us when he comes back, Tsunade said. Well, he's already stronger than me and Nai-chan, so that means he will be stronger than you and Jiraiya, Anko said. I have a feeling he already was stronger than them, though, Kurenai said. No, he wasn't. He couldn't force Jiraiya to use Sage Mode, and I didn't need to activate my seal, Tsunade said. One thing for sure, it's not going to be the same for the next almost 3 years, Anko said. Kurenai and Tsunade nodded, and after standing there for a few more minutes watching the sun rise, they left to do what they needed for the day. And that concludes the second part of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed Naruto the Instinctive Shinobi, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Amaterasususano, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.